Volume 2. Chapter 101, A Dead End? On the large empty road which was surrounded by uncultivated fields, two silhouettes could be seen riding horses. There was one handsome young man and an extremely beautiful young girl. They were galloping at full speed surrounded by a cloud of dust. These two people were obviously Lin Feng and Meng Cheng, who were now riding a single horse towards the imperial city. Lin Feng was proud that he could ride so quickly. His horse was galloping so fast that Lin Feng's long hair was floating along with his robes, which created a sound like that of a flag blowing in the wind. The bad thing though was that Lin Feng was about to fall because of the strong wind. Lin Feng was about to fall because he was standing on the horse behind Meng Cheng. However, what comforted him is that he was behind Meng Cheng and could put his hands on her shoulders to stabilize himself. If I hadn't broken through to the Ling Chi layer and I was still as weak as before, then I would have fallen down from the horseback a long time ago. Even though Meng Cheng had never seen anything else apart from the Black Wind Mountain and she didn't understand much of the outside world, she still didn't let other people notice the change in her emotions. She was extremely smart and also had amazing perception abilities. At that moment, Meng Cheng turned her head around and looked at Lin Feng. She noticed that he was having a hard time and slightly smiled at him. Even though it was only a slight smile, it seemed like there was nothing else in the world except that beautiful smile. All other things in the world instantly seemed uninteresting and dull. That smile illuminated everything around it and made the world seem bright. It's too much. What a cruel world, thought Lin Feng. He couldn't believe how beautiful Meng Cheng was. When he was looking at her, he forgot everything for a brief moment. He slightly smiled back at her as he thought about his pitiful state. Do you want to sit down? Asked Meng Cheng, looking indifferent again as if nothing could affect her. Yes, I do, said Lin Feng straightforwardly while nodding. Lin Feng was an honest and straightforward young man. Unfortunately, the world was full of people with evil intentions. It was important not to be naive and not to show other people potential weaknesses, for example by being too honest. But Lin Feng was simple and honest, which is why he was often disappointed by cruel and heartless people. Explain to me how the outside world works. If you manage to make my heart beat and shake up my feelings, I might consider the matter, said Meng Cheng with expectant eyes which stupefied Lin Feng. He was puzzled and couldn't help but smile. The outside world? Even though Lin Feng knew a lot about how cruel that world was, he was puzzled. After all, he had also been in that world for a short time. Moving Meng Cheng was easier said than done. But at that moment, Lin Feng had a flash and said to Meng Cheng while smiling, "Let me tell you about the story of my family." "All right," said Meng Cheng while faintly nodding. "In my family, there is a ferocious beast which is 1,000 years old. It has magic powers and is extremely strong. Its name is Bai Suzhen." Lin Feng's voice was faintly audible. He remembered the classic scriptures he had read in his previous life. He remembered the story of the lovers, Liang Shanbua and Xu Tai. During life they had fallen in love, but due to certain circumstances they had been driven apart. When death had separated the lovers, they transformed their spirits into butterflies so that they would never be separated from each other again. He was trying to take elements from such stories to make his own story even more touching and moving. Meng Cheng was so captivated by Lin Feng's words that she didn't pay attention to the fact that Lin Feng sat down behind her and wrapped his arms around her waist. Their two bodies, from the distance, seemed to be joined as one. "All right," said Lin Feng, who had finished telling his story and then pulled on the reins to stop the horse. At that moment, Meng Cheng turned her head around. There was less than a centimeter between Lin Feng and Meng Cheng's face. When Lin Feng saw Meng Cheng's face that near, his heart started pounding. At this moment all he wanted to do was to kiss her. She was really a captivating and enchanting young woman. It seems like my heart is still weak. Ha ha, thought Lin Feng. So close to Meng Cheng, he was unable to remain cold-blooded. His heart felt like the ice which was gathering had begun to melt. Lin Feng was an extremely motivated cultivator and set high goals for himself. In this world, people like Meng Cheng were rare. She could remain cold-blooded no matter what the situation. Only a wise cultivator could achieve such a high level of self-control, but Lin Feng was incapable of such a thing. He was not on the same level as Meng Cheng. Meng Cheng looked surprised and immediately asked Lin Feng, "Did you finish your story?" "Yes," said Lin Feng while nodding. "If you finished your story, why are you still like this?" "I didn't give you my permission," said Meng Cheng, sounding unsympathetic but with teasing look in her eyes. "A's." Lin Feng was surprised and then added, "All right, I'll continue telling you stories." Meng Cheng hummed and turned around without adding anything. Lin Feng's mouth was open but he was speechless. How evil was this woman? If he didn't tell her stories, he couldn't sit like that. Well then, how could he possibly stop telling her stories? Boom vroom vroom. At that moment, the ground was shaking with the sound of horses. Lin Feng gazed into the distance and saw a cloud of dust. This was the sound of horses galloping, and its noise was getting louder and louder. Not long after, a few armored horses appeared in front of them, surrounded by a cloud of dust. Meng Qing urged the horse to move and tried to make him move to a location to hide. At that moment, the armored horses were about to pass them. The leader of these people glanced at Lin Feng for a second and then continued galloping. Horse-mounted bandits? Lin Feng was astonished. These people looked extremely well trained. Even though they were galloping on a road, they were in formation and there wasn't the least bit of chaos in their movements. They were galloping in a perfectly synchronous formation. Strong auras were emanating from their bodies. Lin Feng could sense the aura they had and how incredibly strong these people must have been. However, their clothes and their hairstyles looked terribly messy, just like the thieves Lin Feng had previously killed. How is it possible that these people look so similar to the thieves that you killed? Meng Qing was also surprised and asked Lin Feng that question, sounding cold and indifferent as always. She just turned around for a second and saw that Lin Feng looked as confused as her. A short while after, Lin Feng seemed like he had understood something. They are the same. Lin Feng looked ice cold and said, Meng Qing, let's go back, quickly. All right. Without hesitating, they turned around and galloped at full speed in the direction they had just come from. Duan Feng's carriage was going at full speed, leaving a deep trail in the ground behind him. The imperial city was extremely far from Yunyan town and they didn't want to spend too much time on the road. Ho-oh! At that moment, Uncle Wang stopped the carriage. Even though Uncle Wang was extremely weak, he was extremely respected by the Duan clan because he was close to Duan Feng's grandfather. After Duan Feng's father's death, Uncle Wang had been the one assigned to handle a certain number of things in the Duan clan. His status within the clan was extremely high. That is why Uncle Wang had dared to insist for Lin Feng to leave, even though Duan Feng was firmly opposed to that decision. However, except for Duan Feng and Jing Yun, all the others were happy to see Lin Feng leave. At that moment, Uncle Wang noticed a yellow windstorm of dust on the horizon and noticed that the ground was shaking. Everybody felt that the ground was shaking. They all anxiously started gazing into the distance at the source of the commotion. A short time after, a certain number of men mounted on horseback appeared in front of them, which frightened them. Horse-mounted bandits. Suddenly there were more bandits in their way. It seemed like they were really unlucky on this journey. Let's hope that these bandits are not as strong as the thieves we just encountered. They were all hoping that these bandits were not as strong as the thieves they had met before, which were dealt with by Lin Feng. They were all extremely strong and their leader had even reached the Ling Qi layer. If Lin Feng hadn't been there, they would have all been slaughtered. They were thinking about Lin Feng and how he had left them. Uncle Wang had accused Lin Feng of being one of Duan Tianlang's spies, but now Lin Feng wasn't there anymore and now bandits had appeared again. They were all puzzled and wondered what was really happening. But what is sure is that they all wished that Lin Feng was still there with them. Uncle Wang had also thought that Lin Feng was a spy because he had gained Duan Feng's trust very quickly. Besides, at that moment, they didn't know what the bandits' goal was. The chief of the bandits held a long dagger which had a dazzling light covering the surface of the dagger. Kill them all, leave no survivors, said the chief of the bandits in a cold voice. The bandits' bodies were emitting very strong qi. Boom! The ground was violently shaking. All of the bandits' daggers emitted an extremely strong and deadly qi which moved straight towards to the carriage and started to oppress them. Protect the young master, shouted Uncle Wang. The guards moved in front of him and released their spirits. Die! Shouted one of the bandits as he swung his long dagger through the air. Suddenly, blood sprayed everywhere and a head flew into the air. The darker elements of this world in general liked to behead people and always aimed at the throat of their enemies. Wherever they went, blood usually flowed in huge quantities. They enjoyed the fear that would be caused by the scene when others found it. That violent scene seemed like it had stopped time around them. Suddenly, time seemed to pass very slowly and the landscape had become completely silent. Blood was dripping from the tip of the dagger. A guard had been beheaded. There were still a few dozen bandits who were observing them with ferocious eyes. The ones who were left were terrified and shaking from head to toe in terror. Some of the guards were even in a state of panic and their heart was beating out of their chest. They could hardly breathe under the intense pressure of the bandits. These bandits were much stronger than the thieves they had just met. It seemed like it was the end for them. They were all going to die. Could it be that they were going to die in the same conditions and end up beheaded and left here to rot? Lin Feng, where are you? They all wanted Lin Feng to come back and save them. They remembered how Lin Feng had killed the thieves so easily and so quickly. Unfortunately, Uncle Wang had ordered Lin Feng to leave and nobody had insisted to make him stay. They were all too proud and many were happy to see him leave, but now they were wishing he was still there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 102, Aggression and Brutality. Duan Feng and Jingyan came out from the carriage and when they saw the scene they were overcome with nausea. How cruel and heartless. There was too much blood. For these bandits, people's lives were like trophies to be taken. Uncle Wang, you're the one who made Lin Feng leave. What should we do now? They want to kill us. We're going to die. Shouted Wan Qingshan furiously. Even if Lin Feng was a spy, they should have kept him. At least, they wouldn't have died, but Uncle Wang had made him leave even though Lin Feng was the only who could save them from such a predicament. Are you blaming me? Are you not the one who called him a piece of trash? Shouted Uncle Wang furiously at Wan Qingshan. But at least I didn't make him leave. Replied Wan Qingshan furiously. He hated Uncle Wang at that moment. He was still young, how could he die so young? It was already too late and it wasn't a matter of wanting to die or not. They were already doomed and were really going to die. And saying these things will save our lives? Is it useful? Said Uncle Wang in such an arrogant way that it made Wan Qingshan grow more furious. Die. The bandits were not planning to stop their attacks. Their long daggers up in the air were diffusing a resplendent yet deadly light. Ah! Shouted Wan Qingshan furiously. Wan Qingshan wanted to escape from this situation as he didn't want to die. But in front of Wan Qingshan there were two bandits standing with their daggers ready. They could kill him at any moment, his fate had already been sealed. Why do you want to kill me? Asked Duan Feng to the chief of the bandits with an innocent yet stubborn look on his face. Young master, you should have never accepted your brother's request to go to the imperial city. Shouted Uncle Wang filled with bitter feelings. Why do you need to know? You are going to die anyway. Said the chief bandit calmly. He was looking at Duan Feng the same way he would look at a corpse on the road. Kill him. Ordered the chief of the bandits. At that moment, two of the bandits released a strong qi. Jingyun, sister, Uncle Wang, I'm sorry for getting you into trouble. Said Duan Feng while sounding sincerely sorry. When Uncle Wang heard Duan Feng, he shook his head. As far as Jingyun is concerned, she was thinking about the fact that she had escaped death when she had left the Yunhai sect, but death was following closely behind her. She wouldn't have thought she would die so early. It seemed like she could only escape her death for this long. At that moment, the sound of a horse galloping spread through the atmosphere. It seemed to come from quite far away, but it surprised everybody who then looked at the horizon. Stop! Shouted a voice in the horizon. The horse was moving closer and closer. When they saw the silhouette standing on the horse, they were surprised. Lin Feng and Meng Chang. Thought Duan Feng. He wouldn't have thought that Lin Feng would suddenly come back. The chief of the bandits turned his head around and stared at Lin Feng. He was in no rush to kill Duan Feng. Meng Qing was urging on the horse even more, using the whip. At that moment, they had already galloped past the bandits and arrived next to Duan Feng. Lin Feng saw some heads lying on the ground which used to belong to the guards and grew furious. These bandits were like animals and their methods were truly cruel. Lin Feng, big brother, said Duan Feng, looking extremely happy and deeply grateful. Even though Uncle Wang had disrespected Lin Feng had come back to save them in spite of the potential risks. Lin Feng indifferently nodded to Duan Feng and kept staring coldly at the bandits. Army troops, disguised as bandits, and on top of that, you are killing your own people. Are you not ashamed of yourselves, seriously? When Lin Feng finished talking, Duan Feng, who was standing next to him, looked astonished. Army troops. The chief of the bandits was astonished. He was staring at Lin Feng and asked him, what makes you think that we are army troops? Bandits on horses would never adopt such a precise formation and be as disciplined as you are. They wouldn't even understand the meaning of the words formation or discipline. Said Lin Feng coldly to the bandits. Each and every single one of them was speechless. Real thieves and bandits had no methods of moving in formations, as this required years of training. The only rule they followed was complete chaos. How could they be so organized and so incredibly strong? Besides, Lin Feng had sensed the same qi as that released by the soldiers in the Stormy Gorge. It was not as strong as what he had felt in the Stormy Gorge, but was definitely the same type of qi. The camouflage of the thieves we encountered earlier was much better than yours. They looked like real thieves. continued Lin Feng. You mean that you killed that group? The dagger of the bandit chief started to glow. He was evilly staring at Lin Feng. Indeed, and I will kill you the same way I killed the animals that came before, said Lin Feng confidently. You talk big, but you're overestimating yourself. You will die for this, shouted the bandit chief aggressively, and then added, kill him. Roger. The two bandits who wanted to kill Duan Feng then turned around and moved towards Lin Feng with their glowing daggers. Lin Feng looked calm yet firm. When the two bandits arrived near him, he moved his hand slightly. Sword unsheathing. A bright silver light flashed between the two bandits and Lin Feng at amazing speed. Lin Feng's sword attack was incredibly powerful. Suddenly, two trails of blood spayed into the air. There were even some drops of blood which had landed on Lin Feng's horse. Ling Qi layer, said the bandit chief while looking surprised, and then added in an indifferent tone, no wonder that he acts so arrogant and had the power to kill the other group. While looking at Lin Feng, he added, even if you are not weak, boy, let me tell you, your strength doesn't justify your arrogance, and I will show you how ignorant of the world you truly are. At that moment, a strong and oppressive force rushed towards Lin Feng. You see? I have broken through to the third Ling Qi layer, so you, who are only at the first Ling Qi layer, could never compete with me. You will regret your provocations. Besides, almost all of my comrades here are of the second Ling Qi layer. Almost every person remaining here can easily kill you, only a few are at your level. Today, I will be magnanimous though. Normally, you should be killed for your provocations, but today, I will give you an offer out of the kindness of my heart. If you join my troops and serve under my command, you will be excused from your previous crimes. The chief of the bandits was trying to make it appear as a favor for Lin Feng, but in his heart, he really hoped that he would be able to recruit Lin Feng. Even if he didn't admit it, Lin Feng, for such a young man, was extremely gifted. People of his age rarely broke through to the Ling Qi layer. Lin Feng's future would definitely be bright, and the bandit therefore hoped Lin Feng could bring him good fortune in the future by serving under him. You are not strong enough yet, but I can teach you many things. If you come with me, I can help you rise very quickly, said the bandit chief. Lin Feng was calmly looking at the chief of the bandits and started smiling. In your dreams, said Lin Feng. The chief of the bandits was stupefied and said, but I am a cultivator of the third Ling Qi layer, are you not afraid of me killing you now? Third Ling Qi layer, is that strong where you come from? Said Lin Feng with a mocking expression on his face. He suddenly started to release qi and force from his body in incredible quantities. First Ling Qi layer? No, second Ling Qi layer. He is truly gifted. The crowd could feel Lin Feng's qi surrounding them. Everybody was stunned because breaking through to the second Ling Qi layer at such an early age was an extraordinary thing, and it was really difficult to achieve. Lin Feng's abilities were terrifying. But they didn't have time to continue observing Lin Feng too long because the power of the qi emerging from Lin Feng's body was ever increasing. What? Said many of the bandits in astonishment. Lin Feng had become even stronger. Could it be that he was at the top of the second Ling Qi layer? They were even more surprised to see that Lin Feng's strength was a strength reached at the peak of the second Ling Qi layer. What a frightening genius! All the bandits could see that Lin Feng was much stronger and much more gifted than they were. Wait, the qi and the force he is releasing is still getting more powerful. Many people were utterly surprised. Could it be that? Boom! The whole crowd was astonished. Lin Feng's force and qi had reached a power of the third Ling Qi layer. At that moment, it had stopped increasing though. Duan Feng and Jingyan were speechless and astonished. Their hearts were pounding at full speed. He was only about 16 years old and he had already broken through to the third Ling Qi layer? That was monstrous and beastly. What a genius! We need that boy. The chief of the bandits really wanted to recruit Lin Feng. If he recommended Lin Feng, he would probably receive a great reward which would raise his status and grant him a large sum of money. I admit that you are a genius, but you are only at the third Ling Qi layer, which is not enough to defeat all of us. We have enough people here that we can easily kill you, said the chief of the bandits, and then added, however, if you accept my offer to join me, I will first recommend you to become my personal assistant, and when the right moment comes, I will recommend you to rise up in the hierarchy and your future will have endless opportunities. Besides, if you want anything in the future, you can always ask me and I will do my best to help you achieve your aims. Is it still not enough? You are still confident in your ability to defeat me, said Lin Feng, who was smiling coldly. At that moment, Lin Feng released the incredible amount of qi and force which he had been condensing all along. It was beyond monstrously strong. At that moment, everybody could feel that they had been consumed by the energy released by Lin Feng. Immediately after, they could feel the sword chi was piercing into them like a blade and contained another energy. Sword force, said the chief of the bandits as he grew even more surprised. Is this enough for you? Said Lin Feng while laughing evilly. Lin Feng made another step and released even more sword force. This time, however, it was even more powerful than a moment before. Lin Feng's strength is terrifying. If I was in the middle of that sword chi, I would die in the blink of an eye. Duan Feng whispered that to Jingyun, who was standing on his side. Jingyun didn't know that Lin Feng had become so strong. He was much stronger than the last time she had seen him. Uncle Wang was also staring at Lin Feng and his thoughts were flowing at full speed. He didn't know what to think or believe anymore. When the chief of the bandits heard Lin Feng's words, a hideous expression appeared on his face. Lin Feng was a sword master who could use sword force and sword chi with such mastery. Besides, his power was ever increasing each time he released more of his energy. The chief of the bandits was even more worried because the energy that Lin Feng was releasing was a threat to his life. Lin Feng was most likely stronger than even him. He then remembered everything that he told Lin Feng a moment before and thought that his words had been ridiculous. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 103, Impudent Old Man. Such a pity, a genius like you has to die so early, said the chief of the bandits while looking at Lin Feng and shaking his head. Lin Feng was very young, and even if he could already use sword force, he could not be as strong as the combined power of this many experts, even if he was stronger than them individually. They were already condensing a huge amount of chi and preparing for their attack. They all wanted to kill Lin Feng. Don't worry, I can't die from something like this, said Lin Feng, sounding extremely confident. He was a bit worried a moment before. He had thought that they might have a multitude of people who have reached the third Ling Chi layer, but in the end, the bandit chief revealed that they were much weaker than Lin Feng initially thought. When Lin Feng had broken through to the second Ling Chi layer, he could already compete with Duan Han of the fourth Ling Chi layer. Lin Feng had actually greatly increased his strength since then, so he didn't really worry about defeating the group even if they attacked together. You seem overconfident, but I will tell you that you are just being stupid, said the chief of the bandits, sounding extremely calm. He brandished his long dagger in the air, and at that moment, all of the bandits did the same. Then suddenly an extremely strong chi invaded the atmosphere. At that moment, Lin Feng was surrounded and enveloped by the combined attack from the bandits' chi. He had the feeling his bones were going to crack from the pressure. These bandits were many times stronger than the thieves that he had defeated before. Die! Shouted all the bandits at the same time. The chi of their daggers pierced through the atmosphere directly towards Lin Feng, who was still surrounded by his sword force. Their fear of Lin Feng was overtaken by their desire to kill him. Their long daggers glowed from all directions, and the chi they released was directed at oppressing Lin Feng. Since you're attacking me, you should just die, said Lin Feng, and then closed his eyes. He released his celestial spirit and entered the world of darkness. His brain also started processing all the data at full speed. He instantly understood the position of every incoming attack around him. Every single dagger, every single movement the bandits made, Lin Feng could see and feel everything clearly. He was holding his soft sword, out of which a grayish-black chi was emerging and filled in the atmosphere. PSSHHH. Almost all of the bandits had arrived next to Lin Feng at the same time, and their daggers were all glowing. They all had expectant smiles on their faces. Lin Feng's sword force invaded the entire atmosphere, but Lin Feng remained motionless. Deadly sword, whispered Lin Feng. Suddenly, he moved his body at shocking speed. His long sword made a perfect curve through the air. The grayish-black chi as well as the sword force had annihilated everything in its path. His attack was extremely powerful. The daggers had stopped glowing, and the bandits who had attacked Lin Feng were all sent flying backwards. On their bodies was a mark left by Lin Feng's deadly sword. The horses had gone crazy and were unceasingly neighing. The chief of the bandits was staring blankly at Lin Feng. He was gasping in astonishment and shaking from head to toe in complete terror. This was completely unheard of. All the members of his troop without exception had been blown away and then miserably fell onto the ground. There hadn't been the slightest noise, but with a single sword strike, Lin Feng had killed them all. The chief of the bandits had a shiver run down his spine. He was astonished. He was looking at Lin Feng and could only feel Lin Feng's dreadful chi wrapping around his body. It's your turn, said Lin Feng. The chief of the bandits saw that Lin Feng had finally opened his eyes and had started moving towards him. A cold chi was moving towards him at full speed. Lin Feng's dark eyes looked lifeless and evil. A moment before, Lin Feng looked calm and serene even though his eyes still revealed some indignation and anger. But at that moment, Lin Feng's facial expression had undergone a drastic change. His expression was ice-cold and emotionless. His two eyes had become pitch black and gave the impression that they would consume anyone who looked directly into them. How could the chief of the bandits still want to fight against Lin Feng? Fear was petrifying him and he could not even move a muscle other than to escape. The chief's horse started turning around to escape. The chief of the bandits wanted to escape from that deadly sword at all costs. He wasn't able to counter a single attack from Lin Feng. "You want to leave?" said Lin Feng with a cold smile on his face. He used his moonlight feather agility technique and jumped 100 meters towards the bandit chief. The energy released by his deadly sword was creating vortexes as it passed through the air. Lin Feng's sword energy immediately crashed into the chief's body and pierced a hole directly through his chest. If he had tried to block the attack, maybe he could have resisted for a few more strikes, but it looked like he had given up all hope and knew that he was going to die under that sword. This was the end for the bandit and his body heavily crashed onto the ground. Lin Feng recalled his spirit back into his body. His eyes became normal again. He turned around and walked towards Duan Feng and the others. "Lin Feng, big brother." Duan Feng's eyes were filled with gratitude and admiration. Lin Feng was way too strong. Besides, even if he was as strong as Lin Feng, he probably wouldn't take the same risks. At that moment, Uncle Wan started to talk as well. He had a big smile on his face and said, "Lin Feng, young man, I made a mistake. I am sorry." Lin Feng looked at the old man. He looked incredibly cold. How long are you going to pretend?" Lin Feng spat the words out in anger. At that moment, Uncle Wan was stupefied. Duan Feng and Jingyan were also surprised. They didn't understand what Lin Feng meant. "Lin Feng, young man, please explain what you mean," said Uncle Wan, looking careless yet staring fixedly at Lin Feng. "These bandits were all army troops, right?" said Lin Feng. "Indeed. They must be army troops," replied Old Wang. Duan Feng nodded and asked, "What does that have to do with Uncle Wang?" "Duan Feng, do you remember that Uncle Wang said that the first thieves I killed were actually calmly speaking with me?" "I remember," said Duan Feng while nodding. "If Uncle Wang is as weak as you think, then how could he hear and observe these things better than all of you?" replied Lin Feng. "I have been loyal and devoted to the Duan clan for so many years. I am in charge of controlling that the young master is safe at all times. I always have to pay attention to every single detail. I know that you, young man, bear a grudge against me, but there is no need to try and damage my reputation like this," said Old Wang. "Damage your reputation?" said Lin Feng coldly. "I am not that kind of person. What the chief of the thieves told me has nothing to do with this affair. I think that all these thieves and bandits came straight for Duan Feng to kill him, and all of you would have let him die," said Lin Feng in disdain. "Maybe," nodded Uncle Wang. "Who knows? Well, since that is the case, I find it a bit strange. I killed all of the thieves in the first group. Not a single one of them was left to send a message to the second group, but how could the second group know that Duan Feng hadn't died? Why did they still come? How did the bandit chief know that the first group had been killed when he asked me if it was me who killed them?" said Lin Feng, which surprised everybody. Indeed, the second group was ready to come and kill Duan Feng after the first group died. How could they know that he hadn't died? Since they knew, there must have been someone who told them. There must be a spy. "What do you think?" said Lin Feng while staring at Uncle Wang. "Maybe you are right. There might be a spy. But Lin Feng shouldn't forget about the fact that you were much farther in front of us and that the bandits came after you left us. So if there is a spy, then..." He, said Uncle Wan while laughing. He didn't finish his sentence, but everybody understood what he meant. "Why are you laughing? Is this situation a joking matter to you?" said Lin Feng with a cold tone when he saw that the old man was laughing. But Duan Feng and Jingyan started looking at Uncle Wang in a strange way, which immediately made him stop laughing. "It's easy to understand what the situation really is when you have a brain," said Lin Feng firmly, and then continued, "There were two groups of bandits. They were probably working together, and then you implied that I worked with them. If I was working with them, then I would have killed the first group to gain your trust, but what about the second group? The people behind this are not stupid and would definitely not sacrifice so many strong individuals for such a reason. Do you think that everybody is stupid and you are the only one with a brain?" Uncle Wang looked panicked as he was running short on arguments and didn't know what to say anymore. Lin Feng wanted to do a favor for Duan Feng as he had shown him kindness. Uncle Wang really thought that the others were stupid. He was bringing Duan Feng straight to the bandits ready to be killed. "Alright, even if it's not you or me, it could be anyone else," said old Wang in a panic. "Anyone else?" said Lin Feng with a sarcastic smile on his face. "What do you mean? Duan Feng called them himself so they could take his life?" "Then, there is Jing Yun, but Jing Yun was in the carriage all along sitting with Duan Feng and had no opportunity to inform anyone. Then, there were all the guards, but they have all died thanks to the second group of bandits. You are the only left to suspect, Uncle Wang. Still alive and completely unharmed, not even a single attack was aimed in your direction. Besides, you've been looking calm throughout the whole journey, even when the bandits arrived, because you knew everything from the beginning." Duan Feng and Jing Yun were stupefied while staring at Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, big brother, Uncle Wang has been working for the Duan clan for many years. He's always cared for me since my childhood. He would never hurt me. This is probably a misunderstanding or a coincidence." Duan Feng refused to believe that theory. Uncle Wang was a friend of his grandfather and had always been there for him. "Duan Feng, what kind of temperament does Uncle Wang have?" replied Lin Feng. "Gentle, philanthropic, and charitable," replied Duan Feng. "Gentle, philanthropic, and charitable? Duan Feng, if this was really the case, then why has he been opposed to our friendship from the moment he learnt of my strength? Didn't his personality drastically change when he saw me kill the thieves? He was the one who forced me to leave using the most absurd reasons. Don't you think that all of this is completely out of character?" said Lin Feng coldly, which made Duan Feng look surprised. Actually, Uncle Wang's behavior had been really strange. "You have absolutely no proof of what you are saying. I have been working for the Duan clan for so many years. If the young master believes you, then I should just accept my death. You could kill me easily at any time, but instead you try to tarnish my reputation. It would be as easy as lifting your hand, so there is no need to continue talking. Please kill me," said Uncle Wang coldly. He closed his eyes as a sign that he was begging to be killed, which made Duan Feng feel extremely awkward. "What a disgusting old man," said Lin Feng while staring at Uncle Wang. He was speechless. The old man's method to make Duan Feng feel guilty was horrible. "Lin Feng, young man, why are you not killing me? Take my life. You are so strong. Nobody will ever say that you unfairly killed someone. Nobody would ever dare," said Uncle Wang in a weak voice. Uncle Wang sounded like he had been extremely hurt by Lin Feng. It sounded like Lin Feng's purpose had been to kill the old man all the way. "Lin Feng, big brother, this." The situation was horrible for Duan Feng. He respected Lin Feng a lot and thought that he was strong and powerful. Besides, he had saved him twice already, and Uncle Wang had always been taking care of him since his childhood. He was like a member of his family, an elder of his family. I have no way to prove everything that I said. If you don't believe me, then there is nothing else that I can do. Whether he is important for you or not is not my problem, and it has nothing to do with me. I just wanted to warn you, that's all. Jing Yun, do you want to continue the journey with us, or are you going to stay here?" Lin Feng didn't feel like arguing anymore. After all, he had only known Duan Feng for a day. Even if he thought that Duan Feng was a remarkably kind young boy, if he didn't believe him, then it wasn't necessary to keep trying convincing him. As far as Jing Yun is concerned, Lin Feng always considered her as a great friend and didn't want to put her aside or to make her feel abandoned. "Lin Feng, I've had respect for you all the way, but now you are really just humiliating everybody. First, you humiliate me, an old man, and now you are humiliating Jing Yun, putting her in an awkward situation. You are going too far." Uncle Wang said these words on a very cold and aggressive tone, as if he had been provoked by Lin Feng. "Shut the hell up!" shouted Lin Feng extremely loudly while glancing at Uncle Wang, which stunned the latter. All right. Lin Feng, I see that you only know how to rely on your strength to bully others. Are you done talking?" At that moment, a cold and indifferent voice spread in the air. It was Meng Cheng. Everybody was surprised. She had surprisingly said something, even though she was quite uncommunicative most of the time. Meng Cheng was staring at Uncle Wang and she looked disgusted. She then said, "You really are an impudent old man. You initially thought that you were going to leave alone at the beginning after everybody would have been killed by the bandits, but your plan failed and now you are trying to humiliate and bully Lin Feng. Do you have no shame? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 104, Blood Spirit. Lin Feng was astonished. He wouldn't have thought that Meng Chang would suddenly join in. Uncle Wang was astonished as well and shouted furiously, "You two are working together. However, there is no need to make slanderous accusations. You two are extremely strong. If you want to kill me, just kill me. There is no need to make up reasons. So you want to die that much?" said Lin Feng calmly but filled with indignation because of that shameless old man. "What other choice do I have? You are treating an old man like me in such a horrible way," replied the old man. "Don't worry, there are enough reasons for you to die," said Lin Feng. Meng Qing started talking and said, "Lin Feng, search him. You might find an item which could be used as evidence, for example, something which would enable several people to communicate even if a long distance separates them." "Ha?" Lin Feng was stupefied and glanced at Meng Qing. Immediately after, he looked at Uncle Wang again. If Meng Qing was right and Uncle Wang possessed such an item, it would be very clear that he was at the origin of everything that had happened on the journey. Uncle Wang's face drastically changed. He, I really need to search him," thought Lin Feng while staring at Uncle Wang and smiling coldly. "Stop harassing me with your crazy and unfounded ravings. If you want to kill me, just kill me. There is no need to humiliate me like this. I am a weak old man but I don't deserve to be humiliated like this," said Uncle Wang. "You don't need to try and make everyone think you are a victim. That only makes you even more disgusting. If Lin Feng finds nothing, I will die," said Meng Qing. She was calm but her words were incredibly sharp. Lin Feng looked at Meng Qing, smiled and said, "If I find nothing, you kill me." "I don't want you to die, Meng Qing. My life will be enough." When Lin Feng finished talking, his silhouette vanished and suddenly appeared in front of Uncle Wang. He then started holding him tightly and moved quickly so that the old man wouldn't have time to speak. Lin Feng's hand moved all over the old man's body and a short instant after took out a small black pouch. Lin Feng untied it and took a little sealed bottle out of it. "What do you have to say now?" said Lin Feng while looking at the old man who was shaking. Lin Feng had a teasing expression in his eyes. Duan Feng and Jingyun were astonished. They were blankly staring at the old man. They needed an explanation. "Young master, I have always been close to the members of your family. I used to be close to your grandfather, then I was close to your father and now I am close to you. I have been caring for you since your childhood. Do you remember the love and affection that I showed you?" Uncle Wang was looking at Duan Feng with an affectionate and tender expression in his eyes. "I, of course, remember but..." "Why, dot." Duan Feng hoped that Uncle Wang would give valid arguments but, unfortunately, he didn't. "Since you remember, I have nothing to add. If young master wants me to live, I will live, if you want me to die, I will die." When Duan Feng heard Uncle Wang, his heart was pounding. He was moved and touched by the old man's words. But it wasn't the same for Lin Feng, who felt his heart grow colder and colder. How could the old man be so shameless and that impudent? "Meng Qing guessed right and we found evidence that you are the traitor. Do you think that a few emotional phrases will be enough to forget everything?" said Lin Feng, which made the old man shiver. "Lin Feng, young man, this affair has nothing to do with you. You don't need to act like this," said Uncle Wang. "Nothing to do with me?" said Lin Feng while taking his long sword out, which made Uncle Wang look at him in shock. Lin Feng then added, "Didn't you say that you wanted to die a moment ago? Now that we have irrefutable facts that you are a traitor, why do you no longer say that you want to die? Do you think that we will let you play as many tricks as you want?" Uncle Wang could already feel the deadly chi from Lin Feng's sword pressed against his body. He was shaking from head to toe with fear. The pressure alone sent shivers down his spine. "Young master," said Uncle Wang while looking at Duan Feng, who was his last hope at life. "No need to beg him. Even if he tells me to let you off, I won't. I will kill you no matter what to avenge all those who have died because of you, especially all these young guards. They will be able to rest in peace when you die. Who cares if you die?" When Lin Feng finished talking, his long sword stuck down on the old man. Blood splashed through the air and filled it with the scent of death. That old man was an impudent and a shameless liar. How was it possible to let him continue living? Phew. Duan Feng took a deep breath. He looked very sad at the betrayal and death of old Wang. He turned around and said, "Lin Feng, big brother, I'm sorry for everything. It's all right. You were just misled by him, that's all," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't blame Duan Feng at all. Duan Feng was still young, only about 14 years old, and Uncle Wan was the closest person to him. Therefore, trusting Uncle Wan was a normal thing for Duan Feng. "Thank you, Lin Feng. I hope that you will not refuse to continue traveling with me to the Imperial City," said Duan Feng as if he had already forgotten the events that just occurred, but his eyes still revealed his sadness. They were about to head for the Imperial City together. Only Duan Feng, Jing Yun, Lin Feng, and Meng Chang were left. It was the first time that Duan Feng experienced the cruelty which people were capable of. What scared him the most is that the people who had tried to kill him were troops from the army and thus protectors of the Shuiyu country. No problem," said Lin Feng while nodding. He then asked to Duan Feng, "Do you still want to continue on your journey and go to the Imperial City?" "Since we already left, there is no need to escape to another place," said Duan Feng, whose eyes were started to look less heartbroken. Suddenly, his facial expression changed as if he had an epiphany and said, "Lin Feng, big brother, you don't need to travel with us though. The large road that leads to the Imperial City is filled with all kinds of people. We just need to find another road and we should be fine." Lin Feng knew what Duan Feng meant and shook his head. I have looked at the map, but I don't know how many roads lead to the Imperial City." "Let me drive the carriage," said Jing Yun. Duan Feng was troubled because of all the things that had just happened, but still said worriedly, "Jing Yun, sister, don't push yourself too hard." The four of them moved towards the carriage and Jing Yun drove the carriage while the others sat inside the carriage. Lin Feng and Duan Feng were having a discussion inside the carriage. "Duan Feng, there is one thing that I would like to ask you." "Go ahead and ask me." "Uncle Wang accused me of having betrayed the Yun Hai sect and of being sent by Duan Tianlang to kill you." "What does Duan Tianlang have to do with you? Why would he want to kill you?" When Duan Feng heard Lin Feng's question, he made a wry smile. "I'm sorry, I may be too inquisitive." "You don't have to answer," added Lin Feng. "If I am still alive, it is thanks to you. There is nothing too inquisitive when coming from you," said Duan Feng while shaking his head. He then said, "It's just that it is a very complex matter. Family matters are always complicated, I guess. My family name is Duan, you already know that. What might be less clear to you is that it is the name which belongs to the Imperial clan. I am also a member of that clan. But because my grandparents made mistakes, we ended up in the Yun Yang. Nowadays, there is nothing that distinguishes me from the ordinary people in that small town." Duan Feng was speaking slowly as he told his story. Lin Feng was calmly listening to him. He was amazed because he would have never thought that Duan Feng was related to the Imperial clan. "Lin Feng, did you know that the Duan family are the Imperial clan at the head of the Shuiyu country?" "Yes. They are extremely strong and respected by everyone within the Shuiyu country," replied Lin Feng. "However, I don't know for how many years the Duan clan has been at the head of the country and how long they will be able to reign over the country in such a prosperous way," said Duan Feng. Lin Feng was surprised. He had never asked himself that question. Reigning over a country and keeping it prosperous was a difficult task, but the Duan clan had been in charge of the country for a long time. It wasn't possible for them to reign over the country indefinitely, but until now, they had always been the strongest clan at the head of the country. "Spirit!" suddenly shouted Lin Feng. Lin Feng thought of a possibility. The probability to inherit one's ancestor's spirit was extremely high, so maybe all the members of the Duan clan were extremely strong because of the spirit they inherited. "That's right. That's precisely it, our spirits. More precisely, it's the blood spirit," replied Duan Feng while nodding. "Blood spirit? I've never heard of that before," said Lin Feng, surprised. He had never heard about any blood spirit before. "Lin Feng, brother, the blood spirit is as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. It's a rarity of rarities. It's that way in the entire Tianlong region. It is normal that you have never heard of it," explained Duan Feng. "Even in the vast and almost boundless Tianlong region, the blood spirit is extremely rare, so it was even rarer in the Shuiyu country, which was only a small country within the region. It is said that the possessors of a blood spirit are extremely powerful. It is also said that all their energy can circulate freely into their blood system. This kind of ability greatly enhances the cultivation practices of the blood spirit possessors. Younger generations almost systematically inherit that spirit, but in some cases it becomes weaker through the generations." "Systematically inherit a blood spirit. How terrifying," said Lin Feng. "It is indeed terrifying. I don't understand all the benefits that come with a blood spirit though," said Duan Feng, making a wry smile. He was still too young. His strength was nothing in comparison with adult cultivators within the clan who possessed a blood spirit. "Lin Feng, after all my explanations, you probably understood why the Imperial clan rules over this country without question. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 105, The Sealed Doors. The Duan clan members all have it. My grandparents and my father had it. Lin Feng was astonished. No wonder that they could reign over the country for such a long time. They can circulate their energy into their blood, and the special strength which is created is transmitted onto the next generations. The possessors of that strength could increase their natural abilities many times over. They were not like ordinary people. They could increase their own power and that of their next generations. Because the strength which is created by the blood spirit, the natural abilities of a person also change. If natural abilities are increased and that they are systematically transmitted onto the next generation, it means that their power increases each time it is passed down. However, because the power can also be weak in some children, it is important for the male cultivators possessing the blood spirit to have many concubines and many children to ensure that there is greater chance of a pure lineage. Lin Feng was stupefied and smiled wryly. Because some children didn't get the purest power and had a weaker spirit, the Duan clan members decided that having multiple offspring would increase the chances at stronger generations. They only needed at least one genius to be born, and that would be enough. Lin Feng was not sure that he understood the logic of this properly. He could not think on the same wavelength. Because of that, there are many problems which were created between the members of the Duan clan. That is what happens when too many people live together in one place. Besides, it is also a harsh environment in which the competition is often extremely oppressive. There is a lot of pressure to be the strongest. If you are weak in the Duan clan, you are almost sure to get rejected by the clan. A moment ago, I told you that my grandfather had left because he had had some problems with other members, but I am convinced that he might have been rejected or expelled because he was too weak. That wouldn't be impossible considering the situation and rules of the clan. There are so many people who get expelled from the Duan clan because they are too weak. Duan Feng continued to talk while Lin Feng was calmly and attentively listening to him. If the members of the Duan clan had many concubines, it was normal for them to have many children. But it wasn't possible for the imperial clan to have hundreds of millions within the clan, so getting expelled from the Duan clan was a normal thing. Besides, too many people were hard to manage, and that often led to chaotic situations. Every single child of the Duan clan inherits strength from that blood spirit, but those who are expelled leave and try to stay hidden while never revealing their identity. However, there are always people who follow them closely, and then if they become extremely strong, then the Duan clan will accept them as members again. When Duan Feng was speaking, he suddenly made a pause and continued, Lin Feng, I also hid the truth from you. I told you that it was my big brother who had recommended me to the Celestial Academy. Well, he is like a brother to me, but he is not my real brother. His status is quite important. He is the second prince of the country. He is His Majesty's second son. He is extremely talented and knows many mysterious and mystical things. He is monstrously powerful. His Majesty's second son? Lin Feng wouldn't have thought that Duan Feng knew such illustrious people. Duan Feng, it seems like you have extremely high natural abilities as well as the inherited strength from the blood spirit, said Lin Feng while smiling at Duan Feng. Duan Feng had been invited to come to the imperial city by His Majesty's second son personally. Obviously, Duan Feng was extremely talented and possessed a purer blood spirit which had greater strength and energy within. It is impossible to determine how much of strength one has. It is essential to practice a lot, to develop one's own abilities and get to know one's spirit perfectly. But the blood spirit can't be extremely strong directly at the beginning. You need to develop its power. I can release my spirit, but it is still too weak. I am extremely far from the second prince's abilities. But there is someone even more powerful than His Majesty's second son. He is the same generation as us, but he is a true genius. In the entire history of the Duan clan, geniuses as powerful as him are rare. Besides, it had been at least 1,000 years since the Duan clan had someone with such a powerful blood spirit. Lin Feng was captivated by Duan Feng's words. From what Duan Feng had said, it already seemed like the second son of His Majesty was one of the strongest members of the Duan clan, but that other young man seemed to be even stronger. That person is the Crown Prince himself. He is destined to rule the country in the future. He is regarded as the genius of the millennium in the Duan clan. He is so strong that amongst the 8 high officials of the Shuiyu country, there has never been anyone who could take the first place in the rankings from him. It is probably normal for a crown prince to be extremely powerful. His abilities are endless and his bloodline is pure. His name is Duan Wu Dao. Duan Wu Dao is a real genius, always cold-blooded, strong and smart. He has killed many people. It is said that when he became strong, he challenged his teacher, and then killed his own teacher. He seems to think that if a teacher is weaker than him, then he isn't qualified to be a teacher any longer. Many people hate him bitterly, but nobody has ever dared to disobey him. He would kill anyone who dares to disobey him. Killing his own teacher, how cruel and heartless. He really has no moral values. If the Crown Prince is a genius and there is nobody stronger than him, it is a difficult situation, but his brother the second son could also become tremendously strong. He is younger than the Crown Prince right now, but he could become one of the 8 officials in the future. He also seems to be a modest person who is appreciated by many. Lin Feng was slightly nodding as if he understood much more of the inner workings of the Imperial clan as the discussion continued. Lin Feng now had a general idea of how things worked in the Imperial clan. Duan Feng continued, the Crown Prince is a genius that nobody dares disobey, but the second sometimes will go against his brother. It is said that the two are not on the same wavelength, but I don't know too much about it. I heard these things from my father when he was still alive. You were talking about Duan Tianlang. He is very close to the Crown Prince. So that's how it is, said Lin Feng while nodding, and then added, so when Uncle Wang said that Duan Tianlang had sent me, it was because he was trying to destroy our new friendship. Because if I was close to Duan Tianlang, I was indirectly on the side of the Crown Prince. Precisely. That must have been his reasoning, said Duan Feng while nodding. All this trouble had happened because the second prince had recommended Duan Feng to help him study at the Celestial Academy. Duan Feng had been in danger a few times, yet the second prince had never shown himself. The second prince seems to be very smart. Please be careful, warned Lin Feng. There is nobody who dares disobey the Crown Prince. Even if the second prince disobeys him, it doesn't mean that he can prevent him from doing things. Thus, the Crown Prince had most likely ordered people to kill me, and that is within his power. However, the second prince wouldn't try to help me, and that's normal. I'm too unworthy for him to fight with the Crown Prince. That could lead to a disastrous situation between them for nothing, said Duan Feng while smiling wryly. He looked sad. Maybe the second prince and the Crown Prince never go out. Their way of handling affairs is to delegate tasks to various people. This is their way of doing things, that's all. Lin Feng was still nodding. Lin Feng was really captivated by Duan Feng's words. Lin Feng was also impressed and astonished to hear such a young man talk with such eloquence. He was very smart for his age. He was right after all. The second prince and the Crown Prince were at the head of such a huge powerhouse filled with members ready to obey their orders at any given time. I have a question though. If all the members of the Duan clan have a blood spirit, how come Duan Tianlang and his son both use swords? This is what I meant when I told you about the fact that the blood spirit could weaken from generation to generation. This is also why the Duan clan members want to have so many children, because they need to be sure to have at least one with a strong blood spirit which is dominant. If the blood spirit weakens, then the cultivator would have another spirit which would normally be dominant. That dominant spirit will combine itself with the blood spirit in its weakened state. That is probably what happened in their case and why you noticed that they both use sword spirits. So, even if the strength of the blood spirit is weak, they will all have dual spirits. How terrifying, thought Lin Feng, who felt a shiver run down his spine. As far as the blood spirit and its special strength are concerned, there are some extremely gifted cultivators who inherit a pure and unadulterated blood spirit whose strength can increase infinitely, said Duan Feng. He looked strange at that moment and added, Lin Feng, brother, I inherited from a pure and unadulterated blood spirit, which is why I attracted the second prince's attention. Lin Feng slightly nodded. Lin Feng had already guessed that Duan Feng was a prodigy and probably has a blood spirit that was extremely powerful. That is why he attracted the attention of two people, one who wanted to help him and considered him important and another who wanted to kill him. Duan Feng smiled and said to Lin Feng, big brother, could it be that you don't know what kind of spirit the blood spirit is? I have never heard about the blood spirit before. I have never even seen Duan Tianlang and his son use it. It doesn't seem to be something that its possessors seem to enjoy showing to strangers, said Lin Feng while smiling. Lin Feng, big brother, you saved my life twice already. We are not strangers anymore. You are like my family. Have a look at my blood spirit. When Duan Feng finished talking, a strange qi enveloped his body and then his spirit appeared behind his back. There were 3 black doors floating calmly above his body. They diffused an extremely ancient qi which felt like the qi of a long-dead era. These doors were open and they led into endless dark holes. It was impossible to see the end by looking at them. Lin Feng was blankly staring at these 3 doors. Then, a strangely familiar impression invaded him. Lin Feng, big brother, if you ever meet members of the Duan clan in the future, then you really have to be careful. Our spirit is called sealed doors. It can confine and seal other people's power and strength behind these doors and even seal their life. The more seals you have, the stronger and the more powerful your spirit and your strength becomes. The second prince personally has 5 seals. He is extremely powerful. It is said that one of our ancestors could seal the souls of 5,000 people in a single strike. When a cultivator uses this ability, a seal appears on the opponent's body as a personal mark of the one who carried out the attack. Then, either his strength or his spirit is sealed. Duan Feng was speaking slowly, and Lin Feng was shaking. Meng Cheng and Duan Feng were suddenly astonished and were staring blankly at Lin Feng. That is, the sealed door. Lin Feng was speechless. A strong qi was emanating from his body. Suddenly, he remembered where he had felt that qi. It was when he was a child and the victim had been his father, Lin Hai. The seal had appeared between his eyebrows. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 106, The Prodigy of the Duan Clan. If Lin Hai had the mark of a sealed door between his eyebrows, it meant that Lin Feng's father had come into conflict with a member of the Duan clan. Before leaving Yangzhou City, Lin Hai had told Lin Feng that he was going to the Imperial City. Lin Feng's memories were a bit chaotic, but he remembered that his father hated the members of the Duan clan and vice versa. Lin Feng's father probably hadn't gone to the Imperial City for pleasure or for a short holiday. It was most likely he was going to settle a conflict. Did you run into danger for me, father? This time, I'm coming to the Imperial City and I will definitely find you. Lin Feng didn't know how his father had provoked the Duan clan. He also didn't know why there were tensions between them and his father. If he found his father, he would definitely try to understand what had occurred in the past between him and the Duan clan. Lin Feng had suddenly remembered that his father had never told him about his mother. Lin Feng found that it was very strange. Lin Feng. Meng Qing was looking at Lin Feng and thought that he was acting strangely, which is why she called out to him. Lin Feng was lost in thought, but at that moment came back into consciousness. Lin Feng's thoughts were agitated because of all the questions and possibilities. Lin Feng was surprised by Meng Qing and then said, I'm alright. Duan Feng, when will we arrive in the Imperial City? If we keep traveling at this speed and there are no problems on the road, then it should take another 5 or 6 days at a minimum. I'll drive the carriage later to let Jingyun have some rest. We'll make even quicker time that way, said Lin Feng. Even though Duan Feng didn't know what Lin Feng really meant, he still nodded. He was wondering why Lin Feng had been acting so strangely after he had seen the sealed doors. But Lin Feng didn't tell Duan Feng what was going through his head, and Duan Feng wasn't going to ask. Duan Feng was right. Even at full speed while traveling day and night, they would really need at least 5 or 6 days to arrive in the Imperial City. Because they had taken another road to the Imperial City, they had not come across any attackers. Maybe it was also because no one knew Duan Feng's location any longer due to them removing the spy. The Imperial City was vast, but roads leading to it weren't numerous. Actually, the entire city was surrounded by huge barriers and there was only one gate to enter it. The gate was gigantic and majestic. It was made of incredibly strong precious materials. The gate had a width and a height of several hundreds of meters. At the top of the gate, there were multiple guards with spears. The Imperial City was encircled by a huge moat filled with water, and the only gate was accessible only after crossing a large stone bridge. This was the only way to access the city. However, the entrance gate of the Imperial City was securely closed. It would only open during the day for a few hours. Pedestrians weren't bothered by that because outside of the Imperial City, there was another city which wasn't as big but still had millions of inhabitants. It was quite famous. At that moment, a carriage had arrived outside the Imperial City. Lin Feng was the one driving it. They were precisely in the city next to the Imperial City. There was a myriad of restaurants and shops. The city was incredibly lively. Lin Feng thought that it was much better of an atmosphere than when inside Yangzhou City. There are so many people, said Meng Qing, who had opened the curtain inside the carriage and was looking out of the window. We are not in the Imperial City yet. This is the periphery, but we're still close to the Imperial City, so obviously there are many people, said Lin Feng while laughing from outside. Lin Feng was also convinced that there were so many people in the region at the moment because many of them hoped to be chosen to practice their cultivation at the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu. For the inhabitants of the Shuiyu country, the creation of the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu was a unique moment in the history of the country. It was going to change the life and destiny of thousands of people. At that moment, nobody was paying attention to their carriage. Everybody was young and hoped to assist in the inauguration of the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu and eventually be taken to study there. Meng Qing, you must be exhausted because of the long trip. Considering the gate isn't open yet, it would be best to have a break and eat something. Lin Feng stopped near a restaurant. Duan Feng and Jing Yun came out of the carriage as well. The four of them entered the restaurant. In the middle, there was a huge tree, and that tree was growing through the roof of the restaurant. There was a hole in the middle of the restaurant so you could also see the first floor. It was filled with people, and many of them were either drinking tea or wine. They immediately headed to the wooden stairs and went to the first floor because the restaurant was very crowded. What surprised Lin Feng though was that the restaurant, even though it was filled with people, was very calm. There were many people, but they weren't talking loud at all, to the extent that you could almost perfectly hear the musician playing the guqin on the first floor. What a peaceful and serene restaurant. No wonder it has such a good reputation, whispered Lin Feng. Even though that place wasn't a luxurious one, it still looked elegant and refined. The decoration was also done with taste, which gave its customers a perfect environment to taste their tea and wine in peace. It was definitely a perfect atmosphere. Lin Feng, big brother, there is one free table over there. What a coincidence. Duan Feng noticed a table near a window. The four of them went and sat there. Hello, how may I help you? Asked a waiter who had to come the four of them while smiling. We'll have a big pot of the best wine that you have, as well as your best tea, and some pickles, ordered Lin Feng. Since Lin Feng was in that world, he hadn't really tasted good food and drinks. At that moment, he had the opportunity, so he seized it. Noted. Please wait for a moment, said the waiter and left. Lin Feng was listening to the other people's conversations. Even though they were almost whispering, Lin Feng had the strength of the Ling Qi layer, and his sense of hearing was thus extremely developed, and in general nobody would be revealing secrets in such a public place. It seemed that everyone was only talking about Feng, the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. Lin Feng also heard that some people were mentioning the crown prince and the second prince. Bro Han, you're saying that the Yunhai sect has been annihilated? Who could benefit from the destruction of the Yunhai sect? At that moment, a conversation drew Lin Feng's attention. Surprisingly, there were some people who were talking about the Yunhai sect. Well, the Yunhai sect and the Haoyu sect didn't get along that well. It had been that way for several years already. The destruction of the Yunhai sect was thus a great reason to celebrate for the members of the Haoyu sect. The Ice and Snow Mountain Village, whose disciples all have an ice or snow spirit, as well as the Wanshou sect, whose disciples all have a beast spirit, could also benefit from it in a way because they will have more influence and attract more disciples. Besides, the Haoyu sect must be really happy now because they can clearly be defined as the strongest sect. Hee, Brother Han, you were right. So then Duan Tianlang went to annihilate the Yunhai sect himself. That is the price to pay when you refuse to send outstanding disciples to the holy courtyard of Shuiyu like all the other big sects did. Duan Tianlang is really powerful. These people sounded proud and arrogant. They also seemed to be happy and excited about the destruction of the Yunhai sect. They were talking very loudly. At that moment, many people stopped talking and started staring at them. These two people were laughing loudly while talking, but when they noticed that almost everyone was staring at them, they stopped smiling. Ridiculous. A voice filled the restaurant. Suddenly, everyone turned around and stared at the people moving towards the flight of stairs. 3 silhouettes had appeared. One of them was a woman. She was extremely beautiful and was wearing very luxurious clothes. She also had a lot of jewelry made from precious stones all over her body, and she was wearing a cheongsam. She was holding a soft black iron staff in her hand, and she looked extremely domineering. Behind her were 2 men who looked extremely calm. You are only a mouse who can only see an inch, yet still thinks it can perceive both the past and future. How ridiculous. Everyone was surprised by the woman talking so loudly. She shouted, young people don't understand anything and never know when they should talk about certain things. Then they never want to bear the consequences of their actions and don't want to be punished for their mistakes. Face slap, said the woman. Immediately, an illusion appeared behind her back and slapped the owner of the voice who had just contradicted her. Blood was spilling out of the corner of his mouth. He only annihilated the Yunhai sect, that's all. The big sects have all taken the techniques that the Yunhai sect used to have. Not only has it enabled a great deal of people to acquire great skills and techniques, but it also helps other sects gain more influence. It is also a good thing for everybody that the Yunhai sect doesn't have too much power in the country. Those who have been chosen to go to the holy courtyard of Shuiyu will also be able to use some of those skills and techniques that they have taken from the Yunhai sect. Besides, there are also some former disciples of the sect who have betrayed it and can also use these skills and techniques. Nobody cares about the Yunhai sect. The woman was looking at the other man. That man didn't look good, but he kept listening to the woman and didn't dare interrupt her or even refute her statements. Therefore, he only nodded wisely. Most of the sects accepted to send some of their disciples to the holy courtyard of Shuyu, not because they were happy about the benefits it would bring to them but rather because they were scared of the consequences it could have. They were scared to end up like the Yunhai sect and vanish from the maps of the country. They all understood that there was no way out. That is why they accepted to help and destroy the Yunhai sect. That is how everything happened. But even if the Yunhai sect has already been annihilated, it won't last long before the other sects have to go through the same thing. In the Shuyu country, there can only be the imperial clan. There isn't enough space for other spheres of influence, especially when they have power. Sooner or later, the last group of people who will exercise authority in the Shuyu country will be the imperial clan. Lin Feng heard the woman say those things and laugh. What she said was partially true but was also too partial. It seemed like she was a supporter of the imperial clan. Since the imperial clan is so strong, why do they need to resort to such underhanded methods? Why do they need to annihilate sects if they are already so powerful? A voice spread in the atmosphere. Lin Feng was astonished. The one who had said that surprisingly was Jing Yun. She really took the woman's words to heart and decided to contradict the woman. The woman slowly turned around and stared at Jing Yun. She smiled coldly and said, "You are right, anyone who contradicts them should be annihilated, like what you're doing now." When the woman finished talking, a soft black iron staff shadow appeared and moved straight towards Jing Yun's cheek. When Lin Feng saw that woman was attacking Jing Yun, his pupils shrank and he was staring at that rude woman. Lin Feng then said to the woman, "She only said that randomly. Are you not overreacting a little bit? There are some things which cannot be said. If someone says such things, they have to pay the price for it because most of the time, people who say such things are worthless." The woman was coldly looking at Lin Feng and continued, You don't have the qualifications to talk that way either. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 107, To Slap or Not to Slap? When Lin Feng heard the young woman, his expression became even colder. He had never needed anyone's permission to speak. What was wrong with that young woman? Saying over and over again that other people didn't have the right to express themselves? What about her? Why would repeatedly attacking people with her staff give her the right to express herself? That woman is as vicious as a viper. Even though she's beautiful, her beauty is hidden by that disgusting behavior of hers. Lin Feng had bitter feelings. He didn't bear a grudge or hate her, but he was exasperated by the fact that Jingyun was going to be punished for having said an innocent sentence. Lin Feng had to block the woman's attack even if she attacked him afterwards because of it. She kept contradicting other people, but she didn't want to allow other people to contradict her. She was extremely rude. "You want to die?" shouted the young woman furiously. Her staff whistled the atmosphere. First Ling Chi layer and she thinks that she has the power to bully others? Thought Lin Feng, surprised. Lin Feng lifted his hand and started his 8 strikes of desolation. 6 intense and violent strikes spread through the atmosphere. He didn't need to carry out a full 8 strikes against her. 6 strikes were enough for her to be completely overwhelmed. Lin Feng's 8 strikes of desolation was an extremely powerful attack which had stopped the staff moving forwards. "Little sister, be careful!" shouted the 2 young men behind her as they launched attacks towards Lin Feng's 8 strikes of desolation. When the combined attacks of the staff and the 2 men collided with the 6 strikes, they vanished. People in the restaurant were frightened by the exchange and started moving away. It seems like these people have a high status in society. They are so young and yet they have all reached the Lingqi layer. The crowd was surprised because these people had all broken through to the Lingqi layer. They were stupefied. In the imperial city and its periphery, cultivators of the Lingqi layer weren't considered as extremely strong cultivators. However, considering the age Lin Feng, the young woman and her 2 guards, it was a very high achievement. The young woman's 2 guards were about 20 years old. Lin Feng and the young woman were about 16 years old, yet they had all reached the Lingqi layer. They were probably geniuses. "You surprisingly dare to attack me?" said the young woman who had been projected backwards by Lin Feng's attack. She looked furious and was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng groaned. He stood up and suddenly, an extremely oppressive chi started spreading through the restaurant. "You want to kill me and I'm not allowed to retaliate, is that what you mean?" Lin Feng thought that it was ridiculous. In the world, there were some people who constantly humiliated and bullied other people, but they couldn't stand being provoked themselves. The young woman's 2 guards were vigilantly staring at Lin Feng. They could feel that Lin Feng was a dangerous existence. "If you want to live, slap yourself and get the hell out of here," shouted the young woman. The young woman's face looked evil. She had never been humiliated in the outer part of the imperial city. "If I want to live? I don't know what you mean," said Lin Feng while smiling coldly and started walking forwards. At that moment, a strong chi pierced the atmosphere straight towards the young woman. "You say that I am not qualified to open my mouth, but I would like to ask you a question. What gives a useless piece of trash like you the right to humiliate other people? Constantly slapping other people and even slapping those who are close to you." When Lin Feng finished talking, he moved his hand and carried out another 8 strikes of desolation attack. This time, 7 brutal and violent strikes rushed forward. "How dare you?" said the 2 guards whose expression had drastically changed. Suddenly their chi and force emerged from their bodies. They were using all their strength to stop these 7 strikes. A vortex spread throughout the atmosphere and made rumbling sounds. Everybody was staring at them. That young man was extremely powerful. That young woman had provoked him without thinking about the consequences. "Get the hell out of here!" shouted Lin Feng. His 8 strikes of desolation attack was moving at full speed through the air. It looked nobody could resist such an attack. Boom, boom, boom. The atmosphere was filled with an extremely loud rumbling noise as if there was an earthquake which had just been summoned forth. The young woman's 2 guards were blown into the air and then heavily fell down onto the floor. Everybody was astonished. Not only was that young boy only 16 years old, but he was also extremely powerful. Saying that he was a genius was definitely not an exaggeration. It seemed like the external part of the imperial city was also home to some crouching tigers. The young woman was blankly staring at her 2 guards who had been sent flying by the attack. Her evil expression had disappeared from her face. "You," said the young girl looking at Lin Feng who was walking towards her. She wanted to talk but the words wouldn't come out of her mouth. "Answer my question. You say that I am not qualified to express my opinion. Well, what about you?" Lin Feng was walking towards her. He didn't like bully or threaten other people, but he could not stand seeing other people get bullied. Lin Feng knew what kind of person that young woman was. He was used to such people. If you gave her an inch, then she would take a mile, and besides, she would definitely bully other people even more. Could Lin Feng tolerate the fact that Jingyan had been humiliated by such a person? Lin Feng had no choice but to get involved. Lin Feng wasn't a person that you could bully or humiliate without regard. He had a strong personality and would resist anyone if they were unfair. "Don't you know who I am?" The young woman was terrified by Lin Feng's chi. She was slowly stepping back. She hated herself for not having brought along stronger guards. Of course, she also wouldn't have thought that anybody would surprisingly dare oppose her like Lin Feng. She thought that Lin Feng was probably a foreigner. "Who you are? What does that have to do with me?" said Lin Feng while smiling coldly, and then added, "Only a piece of trash relies on their social status to bully and attack other people. What you don't know though is that if you attempt to slap the wrong person, they might slap you back." "Slap me? That's a joke. Nobody has ever dared to slap me," said the young woman coldly. "Is that so?" said Lin Feng with a cold smile on the corner of his mouth, and then added, "What an honor, I will become the first to slap you." "You would dare to attack me?" said the young woman looking angrier and angrier. She continued, "If you touch me, you will die such a tragic death that you will not even need a grave for burial. There are some things which cannot be said, otherwise one has to pay the price for it. You said that a moment ago, do you remember?" said Lin Feng with the same ice-cold expression on his face. He then made another step and added, "Besides, there are some things which you cannot do without regard for other people. Now you will have to bear the consequences of your actions and be punished for your mistakes." "You want me to slap my own face? Well, then I will slap yours. Would you dare?" "Why wouldn't I?" said Lin Feng, who had finally arrived in front of the young woman. He then lifted his hand into the air. "Stop," said a sudden voice. The crowd then looked at who had spoken. It was a lithe and graceful woman. She was carrying a guqin. She was on the 2nd floor and was heading to the flight of stairs. She looked so graceful and elegant that it seemed impossible to criticize her. Many people were looking at her. She was the owner of the place. Her name was Ching Xin. She looked like such a pure and innocent person, however she was also stunningly beautiful. Her restaurant definitely had a well-deserved reputation. That woman looked more mature than the arrogant young woman, which made her even more beautiful and glamorous. It seems like the battle is not going to happen. Many people were looking at the beautiful woman who was personally getting involved. The tensions had definitely been started because of that arrogant young woman. Nobody liked her, but considering her social status, it was hard to oppose her. At that moment, Lin Feng turned around and looked at that woman. She was about 20. He thought that the woman was particularly attractive. But Lin Feng's expression didn't change much. Even if that woman was very beautiful, Meng Qing was much more beautiful than her. Besides, Lin Feng had been spending so much time with Meng Qing and they got along really well, so Lin Feng was started to be immune to other women's beauty. "Is there a problem?" asked Lin Feng calmly yet sounding cold and indifferent. Qing Xian looked at Lin Feng. She looked angry. People who talked to her coldly and indifferently were rare. "You shouldn't touch her," said the woman in a soft and gentle tone which was hiding a certain authority. Lin Feng knew that that woman wouldn't accept any other answer than a positive and agreeing one. "Is it an order?" said Lin Feng on the same cold and detached tone while frowning. When she heard Lin Feng, Qing Xian was surprised. Immediately, she started smiling and said, "No, it's not an order. Just don't make me lose face." "How does that sound, Dot?" "I understand," said Lin Feng while smiling indifferently. He then asked, "But do we know each other?" "Ha?" Qing Xian was looking at Lin Feng with the same gentle smile on her face and said, "Well, this is the first time we meet, but..." "Alright, we don't know each other it seems," said Lin Feng while interrupting Qing Xian and then said, "If we don't know each other, why should I care about you losing face?" Lin Feng's words astonished everybody. That guy was so aggressive. How could he talk to Qing Xian that way? Besides, she was so beautiful. Obviously, Lin Feng didn't know what everyone was thinking and he then continued, "When she started provoking my friend, you didn't come out at that moment, right? When she was provoking and slapping other people or when she ordered me to slap my own face, you also didn't come out, right? She's been acting arrogantly and setting herself above everyone else this whole time. She's been humiliating and bullying a whole bunch of people. She wanted me to slap my own face, so now, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly come out? What do you think you're doing?" continued Lin Feng. Qing Xian was speechless. Lin Feng's words resonated through the entire restaurant. Everybody was speechless. They were all thinking about what Lin Feng had just said. Maybe that he was right. A moment before, they had thought that because Qing Xian had come out, Lin Feng had to be quiet and respectful to her. However, at that moment, nobody thought that way anymore because everybody agreed with Lin Feng. Why had she suddenly come out? Why hadn't she come out earlier when that arrogant young woman was harassing the others? Qing Xian had been slapped by Lin Feng, but it was an invisible one. Lin Feng's words had slapped her in the face. She hadn't respected Lin Feng by coming out at that moment. She had even attempted to humiliate Lin Feng. People need to show respect if they want to continue living in dignity, said Lin Feng with a resplendent smile on his face. Suddenly, he landed a thunderous slap against the young woman's cheek. Under the crowd's amazement, he slowly lowered his hand. This was a real slap with a shocking sound on impact. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 108, One Terrifying Step. Qing Xian's restaurant was suddenly invaded by a heavy silence. Everybody was staring at the young woman's cheek. Lin Feng's hand had left a big red mark on her cheek. One could even see each of his individual finger marks on her face. Nobody would have thought that Lin Feng would actually slap such a beauty. He had slapped without the least bit of hesitation and with a good amount of force. He hadn't only humiliated the young woman by doing this. He had also made Qing Xian lose face. The crowd was blankly staring at the young woman. She slowly raised her hand and then touched her cheek. She had the feeling that her cheek was on fire. Her family name was Duan. She was a member of the imperial clan. Nobody had ever dared slap her, and at that moment, Lin Feng had slapped her. She had totally lost face. She looked so furious that her face had turned grotesque. "You shouldn't have done that," said Qing Xian, breaking the heavy silence that had invaded the restaurant. She was still looking elegant and graceful. It seemed like she never lost her temper. "What you mean is that I should have let her humiliate everybody without doing anything?" said Lin Feng while staring at Qing Xian. He sounded just as calm as her, but that was Lin Feng's temperament. He was actually boiling with fury inside. Even if she attacks you and humiliates you, you cannot fight back. Besides, it hadn't even gone that far yet, replied Qing Xian. "Well, sorry for having disappointed you," said Lin Feng coldly and ironically. Lin Feng thought that Qing Xian was a fake. She looked graceful, elegant, pure and innocent on the outside, but she was actually arrogant and unfair. Lin Feng didn't like her at all. The problem is not about me being disappointed or not, it is actually close to what you said earlier. There are some things you cannot do unless you are ready to bear the responsibility for it and pay the price. You are wrong, said Lin Feng while shaking his head, and then added, not only are you wrong but you are also extremely stupid. In the eyes of people like you, you think ordinary people like me are worthless. You can humiliate, bully and attack us while we are not allowed to strike back. Even if we don't do or say anything, the situation is always the same, you bully us ordinary people. Attacking or not attacking, it's all the same since the consequences are the same. The consequences are not that serious anyway. What should I have done then anyway? Escape after having been humiliated? Could it be that? Do you really think that you will be able to leave without paying the price for what you have done? The consequences, unlike what you're saying, will be serious. I know that there is a price to pay for such actions, but I will not be the one to pay the price, I can guarantee that. Lin Feng glanced at the young woman when he said that he wouldn't be the one paying the price. He was talking extremely calmly, which surprised everybody. What Lin Feng meant was clear to everybody. If she kept provoking him, the young girl should first think about her own safety and escaping this place alive. Even Qing Xian was surprised and was blankly staring at Lin Feng. Was he really only a 16-year-old boy? He was so cold, so mature. Are you threatening me? Said the young woman who had understood what Lin Feng meant. The mark left by Lin Feng's hand on her cheek still hadn't disappeared. Oh, you are not as stupid as I thought, you understood that I was threatening you. Congratulations, said Lin Feng sarcastically. Lin Feng thought that the young woman was pathetic. She was walking around and acting like a warlord. She was probably doing that everywhere. Lin Feng thought that relying on the social status of one's family was stupid if one wasn't strong enough to protect their own life. If one met a madman, one would be in a critical situation regardless of social status. Not everyone was able to brave death, most people would rather cling to life, which is why she had not been punished before. For some people though, dignity and honor were more important than life. Maybe when you know who she is, you will not be as calm and serene as now, said Qing Xian. She wanted to scare Lin Feng. She wasn't used to seeing such young people remain so calm and have so much self-control. Tell me. Her family name is Duan, said Qing Xian while fixedly staring at Lin Feng. She had the impression that Lin Feng was going to react even a little and give himself away. At the same time, the young woman was staring at Lin Feng as well. She hoped that Lin Feng would be terrified and would kneel down. Unfortunately for them, they were going to be disappointed again. Lin Feng's expression eventually didn't change and he still looked as cold and detached as before. A member of the Imperial clan? Lin Feng didn't look scared at all. Instead, he had a big smile on his face. He then said, I also have a friend whose family name is Duan. He's sitting there at our table. Even though he is a member of the Imperial clan, he is much more modest and amiable than her. He doesn't take advantage of his power to bully other people. He has not weak, so he doesn't need to manifest authority to feel superior. He knows that acting that way would just be a humiliation for the Duan clan. The young woman's face suddenly changed. She had tried to humiliate Lin Feng again and in the end, she had been humiliated yet again. Qing Xian was also puzzled. She looked at the people sitting at Lin Feng's table. One person drew her attention. It was Meng Qing. Meng Qing was wearing a fine veil on her face, so Qing Xian believed even more that Meng Qing was the member of the Duan clan. Her posture and other small things made Meng Qing look very elegant and noble. There was an aura of nobility which emerged out of Meng Qing which really made her look like a member of the Duan clan. Qing Xian seemed less confident after having looked at Meng Qing. Suddenly, Qing Xian turned around and looked at the second floor. On the second floor, there was a small room. She was the only one who could go there. But at that moment, it seemed like there were people in that room. We have never seen them. It was a simple sentence, but it made everyone feel frightened. We have never seen them. Lin Feng had said that he had come with a friend whose family name was also Duan. A second after, a mysterious voice came from the room on the second floor had said that they hadn't seen them. That was probably referring to Lin Feng's sentence, and these people had probably said that to refute what he had said. Seems like the rumors are true. Qing Xian is his wife, whispered some people surprised. It was surprising that Qing Xian had played the Guqin for everybody. Usually, she only played for him. When the young woman heard these words, the arrogant expression had disappeared from her face. That was him. In front of him, she was nothing. She was too insignificant to mention. He was like the sun and she was just the candlelight. When Cheng Xin heard that sentence, she slightly nodded. Since he had never seen them, then these people were not important. Do you have anything else to add? Asked Cheng Xin while looking at Lin Feng in a cold and detached way as if she was waiting for Lin Feng to explain what he had said. Lin Feng slightly shook his head. Cheng Xin said, "Since you are in my restaurant, I would like to invite you to leave now." Thank you. When Cheng Xin finished talking, she started playing music loudly as if she wanted people to forget about that story. At that moment, two people appeared, one was standing on her left and the other on her right. Lin Feng was still standing calm, looking calm, and suddenly an oppressive force crashed onto his body. These two silhouettes belonged to the people who had been talking in the room on the second floor. Extremely strong. I do not want to get involved in a fight with them. Lin Feng could feel how strong these people were. He then looked in the direction of the second floor and suddenly thought that the people he encountered could be the people that Duan Feng had told him about. Lin Feng was only trying to guess. Could it be that these people were friends with the cruel and evil crown prince? Or with the warm and friendly second prince? Who is annoying my daughter? At that moment, a strong and loud voice spread through the atmosphere. It was coming from the room on the second floor. A silhouette then appeared and came down the stairs from the second to the first floor. That person looked incredibly imposing. He was only standing there and people could already feel oppressed by the qi emerging from his body. It was a middle-aged man. Cheng Xin nodded and he then immediately looked at the two people standing next to her. They slightly moved their head and then stopped. For a moment, it seemed like nothing had ever happened. "Daddy," said the arrogant young woman. She wanted to walk towards him but realized that she couldn't. A strong and cold qi was enveloping her body and she couldn't move at all. It seemed like if she tried to resist, she could die at any moment. "How audacious," said the middle-aged man walking towards Lin Feng, while releasing some oppressive qi. At that moment, the entire restaurant was filled with an oppressive qi. Some of the people were ready to collapse because of that extremely strong qi and many were trying to move farther away. Lin Feng's body was being more and more oppressed with each passing second. He had the feeling his bones were going to crack. He had the feeling that he was carrying an object of several tons on his back. "Do you regret now?" said Cheng Xin cold and detached. She hoped to see Lin Feng express negative emotions and feelings such as fear or resentment. "There are some things, when you do them, you never regret them," said Lin Feng while smiling unperturbedly. He sometimes looked and sounded like a noble hero. Being drunk, singing, talking loudly, etc., all of these are humane things to do. But human beings need dignity, otherwise life is useless. There were some things which had to be done even if they were wrong. "Even if you regret, I will not give you any chance," said the middle-aged man when he saw the mark on his daughter's cheek. More strong and oppressive qi emerged from his body and moved straight to Lin Feng. "Getting drunk, singing and talking loudly, etc.," whispered Meng Qing, repeating Lin Feng's words. She looked perplexed. Meng Qing stood up and went towards Lin Feng. She then stayed behind him. She was looking at all these people attacking and oppressing Lin Feng's body at the same time. A light flashed in her eyes. "So many people attacking a single person, is that a normal thing for you people to do?" said Meng Qing slowly. In the blink of an eye, she moved at the speed of light and appeared in front Lin Feng in one step. At that moment, an incredibly and astonishing energy invaded the atmosphere and made everything and everyone in the restaurant freeze. People's hearts were pounding. They were terrified and frozen in terror. Everybody else, get lost. The atmosphere was getting colder and colder. People were shaking from head to toe in fear. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 109, Luo Shui the High Official. How powerful. That's the strength of the Xianxi layer. The entire crowd had the feeling that they were literally frozen. Especially the arrogant young woman who was stood close to Meng Qing. A layer of ice had appeared on her body and it was slowly getting thicker with each passing second. This power could make an entire lake or river freeze solid. What a monstrously terrifying power. In the entire Shuiyu country, any cultivator of the Xianxi layer was considered as an amazing talent and an extremely powerful cultivator. They could easily become elders in the biggest sects of the country or in some sects. Patriarchs. Even the fine veil that was covering Meng Qing's face was covered with ice. The qi emerging from her body was extremely pure. How old was she? Nobody had paid attention to that detail. Suddenly, her eyes looked even more beautiful than usual. Qing Xian felt a shiver run down her spine. She had tried to scare Lin Feng, but it hadn't worked. However, at that moment, her face underwent a drastic change. She suddenly looked frightened and her face had filled with terror. Qing Xian had noticed that Meng Qing was amazing when she first laid eyes upon her. Some people didn't need to talk to display their abilities, they gave an aura which allowed people to sense their strength unconsciously. Meng Qing was one of these incredibly powerful people. She was fascinating. But the scariest thing was her strength. Everybody could feel the cold sweat dripping down their backs, with a single movement they could all die. She had taken one terrifying step and it seemed that the entire restaurant was about to completely freeze. Lin Feng was standing behind Meng Qing, but he couldn't feel any of the cold qi emerging from her body. However, he had been able to sense how powerful Meng Qing was from the qi within the atmosphere. Lin Feng was astonished. Not only was this girl extremely beautiful, but she was also extremely strong. How was such a thing possible? Besides, she didn't seem to be aware of how incredibly strong she was. I knew it. She's been living in the Black Wind Mountain for her entire life. She obviously had to be extremely strong, thought Lin Feng while smiling. Such a monstrously beautiful and strong woman was traveling with him. It seemed like the future was going to be brighter for him. But a girl had come to protect him. How could he not feel slightly disturbed by that? "You heir!" shouted the middle-aged man loudly. He took a few steps towards the arrogant young woman, grabbed her and moved far away from Meng Qing. That girl was terrifying. "What the hell are you still doing here?" said Meng Qing coldly. The middle-aged man's pupils shrank and his facial expression looked extremely hideous. "Let's go," said the middle-aged man while moving his hand as a sign that it was time to leave. They left using the window and not the door on the ground floor. "You two, get lost too," said Meng Qing looking at the two men on Qing Xian's left and right. Her voice was cold as always. She didn't seem like she was losing temper at all. "This is my restaurant," said Qing Xian. "We have been disrespected in your restaurant, so I don't really care whose restaurant it is." Meng Qing took a step forward and raised her slender white hand in the air. At that moment, an extremely strong yet cold qi invaded the atmosphere of the entire restaurant. It suddenly seemed like the entire restaurant was caving in under the pressure. There was no sound, but the restaurant was being buried into oblivion. Suddenly, multiple rays of sun could be felt by the people standing inside the restaurant. Meng Qing had barely moved her hand and the entire restaurant had been completely destroyed. There hadn't even been a sound and the restaurant crumbled. Lin Feng was amazed by her power. His mouth was wide open, but he was speechless. This girl was way too strong. Outside on the road, the crowd could see that Qing Xian's restaurant had been destroyed. Rays of light and a strong qi had invaded the atmosphere around the restaurant. Many people stopped by and were looking at the restaurant. What is going on? Has Qing Xian's restaurant been attacked? How audacious, suddenly daring to destroy Qing Xian's restaurant. Everybody was looking at the restaurant and was astonished. Qing Xian's back was soaked with cold sweat. That girl was so strong. Revenge would be impossible. But it still wasn't a good idea to provoke the people on the second floor. At that moment, a silhouette fell from the sky where the second floor used to be and landed on the ground. That person was wearing black clothes and had a grave yet stern face. He was coldly looking at Lin Feng and the others. Duan Feng said that the crown prince was aggressive, brutal, heartless, etc., but this man doesn't seem to be such a person, so he can't be the crown prince. Besides, the second prince is supposed to be warm, friendly, and smart, but the qi emerging out of his body doesn't fit with that nature of person. So who could that person be? Thought Lin Feng. He was convinced that this person wasn't either the crown or the second prince, but he was probably another member of the Duan clan. "Xian Qi layer," whispered the man in black clothes. He then said firmly, "You are strong, but being a cultivator of the Xian Qi layer doesn't allow you to do whatever you wish in the imperial city and its surroundings. I will not tolerate such actions." When Meng Qing heard him threaten her, she made a very strange face and said, "What the hell are you still doing here?" When she finished talking, Meng Qing raised her hand again. "Let's go," said the man in black clothes, immediately grabbing Qing Xian and leaving. "Speaking so much bullshit," said Meng Qing while putting her hand down. The man in black clothes heard her from the sky and was extremely furious. Lin Feng was laughing. That girl really didn't like talking, instead she directly attacked. Some people were laughing at the man who had just left because he had threatened them but in the end had retreated like the rest. He probably did not have the strength to back up his words against Meng Qing. Meng Qing turned around and looked at the others. The rest of her group were looking at her as she was a monster. "Meng Qing, sister, you are so incredibly strong," said Duan Feng while making a wry smile. He already thought that Lin Feng was monstrously skilled, but Meng Qing was surprisingly even stronger. It was almost as if she wasn't a human being. How was she practicing her cultivation? Jingyun's beautiful eyes were wide open in shock. Immediately after, a sorrowful expression appeared in her eyes. She felt ashamed of her inferiority. Meng Qing was stronger and much more beautiful than her. "Are you a human being or a monster?" whispered Lin Feng. "That girl was way too amazing." "Nia Xiao Qian," whispered Meng Qing, looking strange. Immediately after, she walked towards the table and sat down. Lin Feng was speechless. "Lin Feng, big brother, who is Nia Xiao Qian?" asked Duan Feng, looking confused and staring at Lin Feng. "The sister of a supernatural entity," whispered Lin Feng, which made Duan Feng shiver from head to toe. Lin Feng sat down next to Meng Qing and whispered, "You are so amazingly strong, why have you never told me?" "You never asked," replied Meng Qing, which made Lin Feng's eyes roll. He felt depressed. "Well, how strong are you?" asked Lin Feng. Meng Qing looked at Lin Feng. A light flashed in her eyes and she said, "I'm not telling you. But I should be strong enough to protect you from any dangers," added Meng Qing, which made Lin Feng feel much better all of a sudden. Such a wonderful and beautiful woman said she would protect him. That wasn't a bad idea. "But after this, you should tell me at least 5 stories a day from your home," continued Meng Qing, which stupefied Lin Feng. 5 stories a day. When Duan Feng and Jingyan heard Lin Feng and Meng Qing's conversation, their minds were filled of questions. Nia Xiao Qian? The sister of a supernatural being? Lin Feng's home? Jingyan was feeling particularly bad to see that Lin Feng and Meng Qing were already so close and intimate. Besides, she couldn't understand anything from what they were saying. Jingyan felt her heart grow sick. Maybe only a girl like Meng Qing can make Lin Feng fall in love with her, thought Jingyun. Suddenly, a smile appeared on her face. For Jingyun, Lin Feng was an outstanding genius. The people who were in the restaurant were leaving one after the other. Lin Feng and the others, against all expectations, were calm and unperturbed. They ate their fill, drank a lot, and then left what remained of Qing Xian's destroyed restaurant. At that moment, a myriad of people were moving towards the Imperial City. The gate of the Imperial City was about to be opened. Lin Feng was driving the carriage towards the Imperial City. A short time after, they arrived in front of the magnificent and grandiose gate. "That gate and the gate of the Yunhai sect really have nothing in common," whispered Lin Feng. There was a huge queue on the stone bridge leading to the gate of the Imperial City. "Look! There are some people entering from the sky. How strong!" The entire crowd, who was queuing on the ground, could not help but stare at them with envious eyes. They had raised their head and could see people were entering the city from the sky. Lin Feng raised his head and saw gigantic black wings in the sky. They were creating whirlwinds in the air as they moved through the air. "It looks like a legendary rock? Could it be Chu Zhanpeng?" thought Lin Feng, surprised. The person on the bird looked at the crowd on the ground and then entered the Imperial City at full speed. "Chu Zhanpeng is really extraordinary. Looking down at the gate of the Imperial City like this and then directly entering into the Imperial City," thought many people. He was extremely strong. Wherever he was respected. Even the Imperial clan members respected him. He could even enter the Imperial City like this and nobody would prevent him from doing so. Those who were strong enough to fly had enough power to do as they wished. They could all enter the Imperial City without waiting. "Chu Zhanpeng, wait for me," said a distant voice in the sky. At that moment, snowflakes started falling from the sky. That person was wearing snow-white robes. Immediately after, that person followed Chu Zhanpeng and entered into the Imperial City. "The high official Luo Shui," said the crowd, surprised. The Shuiyu country had 8 high officials. 6 of these high officials were from the Imperial City and 2 were external. There was one in the Haoyu sect and one in the Ice and Snow Mountain village. If the 2 external high officials came to the Imperial City, it meant that all of the high officials were going to have a meeting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 110, Behind the Heavy Curtains. In the very center of the imperial city there was a huge and magnificent palace. Around the palace, there was a myriad of guards walking around. That palace was the core of the imperial city but also of the entire Shuyu country. That palace belonged to the imperial clan. The rumors say that there are 8,100 checkpoints in the palace. These checkpoints had heavy curtains which would need to be passed through. Only those who managed to go through all of these checkpoints could reach the inner palace. At that moment, there was a silhouette walking inside the palace. That person was walking normally as if they were walking on a normal street. Nobody was obstructing their way. That person was wearing black clothes. That man's facial expression was rigid and motionless like a mountain. That man passed through various heavy curtains and arrived in front of a pond. By the pond, there was a bench where someone was sat as they fished in the pond. That person was wearing simple white robe and looked very friendly. He was about 20 years old. The man in black clothes and the one in the white robe looked similar. The man in the white robe was sitting on the bench and fishing, looked quite enigmatic. The man in black clothes had arrived behind the man in the white robe and didn't say anything. An instant later, the man in the white robes who was fishing suddenly started shaking, especially his hand, and with a quick pull he suddenly pulled a silver fish out of the water, which landed next to him in his bamboo basket. The fish was about half a kilo. The way the man in white robes had caught that fish was both graceful and elegant. Immediately after that, a big smile had appeared on his face. "Nanshan, come, sit down," said the young man in white robes to the man in black clothes while smiling warmly. "Your Majesty," said Nanshan while bowing. He didn't sit down. "Nanshan, I haven't seen you in a while. What brings you here?" He smiled Nanshan while nodding his head and then said, "Your Majesty, Zhu Zhanpang and Luo Shui are here. The holy courtyard of Shuyu is about to be inaugurated, so this is not at all surprising. You probably haven't come only to tell me this." The young man still had a warm and friendly smile on his face, but he also looked very wise. His Majesty has a sixth sense and can see the future with supernatural accuracy. Today, Cheng Xian's restaurant was destroyed. I also met with two very interesting people. Cheng Xian's restaurant? Her restaurant is quite a nice place to go. Nanshan, Cheng Xian is not a small girl anymore. When do you intend to marry her? I will gladly arrange for your wedding. The young man didn't seem to be interested in what Nanshan was saying. He rather changed the subject and started talking about Nanshan's private life. The young man in black clothes looked grateful. His Majesty always unconsciously moved the hearts of other people. He was indeed a very kind man. Cheng Xian was the woman he liked, so if the young man approved their union, the woman's family had no choice but to accept it, no matter how illustrious they were. Therefore, the young man's sentence had been enough to make Nanshan's heart beat faster with joy. But Nanshan thought that it wasn't the right moment to talk about his wedding. "Your Majesty, today, Duan Yu went to Cheng Xian's restaurant." She acted childishly and made a scene, and when she came across a 16-year-old young man, he slapped her. "Ha!" The young man smiled and said, "Well, that is a funny and interesting story. People who would dare slap her outside of the imperial city are indeed rare. I am sure that Duan Lai helped her to deal with this situation. It is also unlikely that Cheng Xian watched with folded arms, right? Your Majesty, you are right. Everybody got involved, but in the end, it wasn't enough and the restaurant ended up being destroyed. I also had to escape with Cheng Xian. There was a young teenager of the Xianxi layer." Nanshan smiled, which made the young man look even more interested in his story. The young man then said, "A teenager of the Xianxi layer? It's impossible. What clan could he be from?" "Your Majesty, I didn't express myself clearly. There was indeed a teenager of the Xianxi layer, but it was a young girl. She is extremely beautiful. She looks very delicate, innocent, and graceful. The clan she comes from. Nanshan was deliberately trying to make his story sound more interesting, which made the young man laugh. The young man then said, "Nanshan, you know how to keep me in suspense, but that young girl of the Xianxi layer, what is her social status? I really don't know. I've never seen her before, but I think that your Majesty will definitely be more interested in that young man." "Oh?" The young man was really curious at that moment. Who could be more interesting than a young girl of the Xianxi layer? "What's his name?" "Lin Feng," replied the man in black clothes. "Lin Feng," whispered the young man. "On the day when the Yunhai sect was destroyed, one of the disciples was saved, and I'm pretty sure his name was Lin Feng." "Indeed. That's him. The story of his life is even more interesting," said the man in black clothes, keeping the young man in suspense. "Tell me. said the young man with excitement flashing in his eyes. Lin Feng is from Yangzhou City, said the man in black clothes. Yangzhou City. Lin Feng, repeated the young man in a low voice. He thought for a few seconds and then his face became rigid. His eyes were sparkling and then he said, "Her son?" "Indeed. Her son," nodded the man in black clothes. The young man seemed fascinated and then said, "I'm indeed really interested in him. Please tell me more. By the way, Nanshan, you should not tell too many people about this." "Your Majesty, I know what to do," replied Nanshan while smiling. Lin Feng didn't know that people were talking about him at that moment. One important thing was that Lin Feng didn't have a social status in Yangzhou City or in the Imperial City. He was just an ordinary person with no powerful background to protect him. The four of them got out of the carriage and were looking at the gigantic Celestial Academy. There were many cultivators walking by. Most of them looked excited and incredibly arrogant. The name of the academy was written in huge, bold, and flamboyant cursive calligraphy at the entrance of the city. Under the arch of the entrance gate, there were some old men sitting on chairs and had tables in front of them. On the tables, they had ink and brushes. People who arrived next to them gave them a letter which the old man signed. After that, the cultivators happily entered the Celestial Academy. Rayor. At that moment, a ferocious beast roared which drew the attention of many people. Everybody turned around and saw a woman in red robes sitting on a ferocious beast. That ferocious beast was a brown goblin lion. Its hair was thick and looked like flames. Its roaring sufficed to make anyone feel intimidated. Sitting on a Ling-level ferocious beast. How imposing. Some people were amazed. Some of them looked jealous, some others looked envious. Zhong Ling. At that moment, an illusion flew through the air and arrived behind the woman in red robes. A moon wolf, another ferocious beast of the Ling level. The eyes of the people in the crowd shrank. They could only see a young man sitting on the back of that ferocious beast. The young man was about 16 years old. The Celestial Academy really deserves its reputation. Everyone was astonished. Even though the Celestial Academy wasn't well known in the Imperial City, its reputation was obvious at that moment. It was also known for accepting only extremely outstanding disciples as well as disciples coming from the best clans and families of the country. Of course, some of them weren't paying attention to the ferocious beasts. Some of the people only had eyes revealing determination and willpower to succeed. "Duan Feng, it seems like we look a bit downtrodden," said Lin Feng, who was driving the carriage. They could feel the qi released by the ferocious beasts. Suddenly, the horses of their carriage stopped. They refused to move further, scared of the ferocious beasts. Lin Feng smiled wryly and tried to make the horses move forward. "Lin Feng, brother, I came here to practice cultivation and not for fun," said Duan Feng while shaking his head and smiling. At that moment, some people turned around and, while looking at Lin Feng, Duan Feng, and the others, they said, "Another group of beggars has arrived. They look so miserable. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 111, Conflicts. Lin Feng and the others coldly looked at those who were saying these things about them. They only saw that these people were smiling. "What are you guys saying?" asked Duan Feng coldly. But contrary to one's expectations, Lin Feng immediately said, "Duan Feng, let's go. Go and enter your name on the list." When he finished talking, Lin Feng continued driving the carriage forwards. "Lin Feng, big brother," said Duan Feng, who was surprised while looking at Lin Feng, who was smiling and shaking his head. "There are so many idiots, can you afford wasting your qi against so many idiots?" Duan Feng was surprised. He hadn't expected such a funny answer. He laughed and shook his head. However, Lin Feng's words made these people angry and they made a hideous face when they heard his words. "You filthy beggar, if it wasn't forbidden to make trouble near the Celestial Academy, I would cripple your cultivation," said a young man coldly. However, Lin Feng just ignored him. He was starting to get used to idiots in this world. "Zuoqiu, whom are you arguing with?" said a voice which had come from behind Zuoqiu. At that moment, Duan Yu's staff had appeared. "Nobody, a mere beggar, that's all," said Zuoqiu indifferently. At that moment, Zuoqiu jumped down from his moonwolf. Even though Duan Lai's status wasn't high in the hierarchy of the Duan clan, their family name was still Duan and they required respect from other people. The vision they had of life was that people could be classified into different classes, lower, middle, and upper classes. Their thoughts were strictly confined into that system. That was why they had insulted Lin Feng when they saw that Duan Yu had arrived. Therefore, they could show that their social class was lower than that of Duan Yu but still higher than that of Lin Feng. Since he's a beggar, there's no need to get angry. Go and enter your name on the list, said Duan Yu coldly. At that moment, the mark left by Lin Feng's hand on her cheek had disappeared. Her house had enough pills so it was easy to cure such a small injury, but her dignity had been affected and he had wounded her deep within her heart. An emotional injury wouldn't be easy to cure. One of the most horrible things for her is that such news spread quickly in the imperial city. What would other people think about her? Duan Feng arrived at the desk where the old men were. One of the old men immediately said, "Please give me your recommendation letter." "All right," replied Duan Feng and handed it over to the old man. The old man looked surprised. He raised his head and asked, "Your family name is Duan?" "Indeed," replied Duan Feng. "Oh, okay. Go over there and get your card, then you can enter the academy. Of course, some people will welcome you when you arrive," said the old man while pointing at the place where Duan Feng could get his student card. Duan Feng nodded. "Lin Feng, big brother, let's go inside," said Duan Feng to Lin Feng. Right after, the old man said, "How many people are you? Where are their letters of recommendation?" Letters of recommendation. Lin Feng and the others didn't have a letter of recommendation, how could they? Lin Feng shook his head and said, "We are just accompanying him. We don't have letters of recommendation. If you don't have a letter of recommendation, you don't belong to the Celestial Academy, and if you are not members of the Academy, you are not allowed to go inside. Even family members cannot go inside. You can leave on your own," said the old man calmly but still sounding strict as if he was giving them an order. Lin Feng had just realized that many people who had come there were of noble families but that nobody was accompanied by their group. That was probably because of that rule. Bloody beggars who can't understand the rules. They don't even have a letter of recommendation and are making fools of themselves, said Zuoqiu, who had arrived near them and heard the old man. Zuoqiu is right. Where are these filthy beggars from? Such a disgrace, said a girl next to him whose name was Zhongling. All the words she said were harsh and poignant. "Duan Yu, what do you think?" asked Zhongling to Duan Yu. She knew that Duan Yu was the most arrogant of all of them. She also thought that Duan Yu wouldn't hesitate and slap these lowly beggars. But at that moment, Zhongling noticed that Duan Yu was staring at a certain young man's back. She was shivering in fear. She looked strange and was both angry and frightened at the same time. Lin Feng turned around and saw Duan Yu. Lin Feng smiled, which surprised Duan Yu. As expected from people who would be your friends. You and your friends are the same type of trash. Only bullshit comes out of their mouths just like it did from your mouth, said Lin Feng coldly, which made Zhongling and Zuoqiu furious. That beggar had suddenly dared to provoke them? Besides, he also dared to provoke Duan Yu, how audacious. But Zhongling and Zuoqiu looked at Duan Yu and saw that apart from looking embarrassed, she didn't look like she was planning to act. Duan Yu was usually so proud and easily lost her temper, but at that moment, she remained silent. Zhongling and Zuoqiu were very surprised and found the situation extremely strange. "Whose mouth are you talking about?" said Zhongling while staring at Lin Feng, when she saw that Duan Yu wasn't talking. The lion on which she was sitting roared in anger. Ling ferocious beasts were extremely smart and could feel their master's emotions. No intelligence, stupid as hell. I really don't understand why the Celestial Academy would accept such trash, said Lin Feng while shaking his head. He had humiliated them twice already. Lin Feng could tolerate certain things, but these people really seemed insatiable. He couldn't bear their ignorance anymore. A beggar like you who doesn't even have a letter of recommendation dares call in question the decisions of the Celestial Academy. You are really shameless. Today, even though the Academy doesn't allow such things, I will slap you, said Zhongling coldly. Nobody had ever dared call her a trash. That's enough. Today is the registration day of the Celestial Academy. Get lost, said the old man who looked furious. Teacher, here is my letter of recommendation. Please, said Zhongling, who walked over to the old man. She was standing next to Lin Feng and gave her letter of recommendation to the old man. When the old man saw the signature on her letter of recommendation, he seemed surprised. He then immediately said, "You can go and get your card over there. Then, you can enter the academy. Don't be impatient," said Zhongling while looking at Lin Feng. At that moment, Zuoqiu also went to the old man to hand over his letter of recommendation. The old man looked at it careful and said, while nodding his head, "Not bad, not even 17 years old and already at the second Ling Chi layer. That Zhuo clan has given birth to a good young man." "Thank you, honorable teacher," said Zhuoqiu while smiling and looking proud. Zhuoqiu. However, don't get too excited. There are many geniuses in the Celestial Academy, and next time, try and refrain from making the Zhuo clan lose face. Of course, I understand. I won't, said Zhuoqiu while shaking his head. He then immediately glanced at Lin Feng and said coldly, "However, teacher, right now there is someone who deserves to be punished." A light flashed in the old man's eyes while glancing at Lin Feng. Even though today is the registration day of the Celestial Academy and it is forbidden to create a disturbance, fighting against the people who don't have letters of recommendation is indeed possible, said the old man, which surprised Lin Feng and the others. He then added, "The power and influence of the Celestial Academy is very wide. If I don't slap your filthy mouth, I don't deserve to be a member of the Celestial Academy," said Zhuoqiu while smiling. After all, those people didn't even have a letter of recommendation and they were acting recklessly. They were asking for trouble. At that moment, more and more people were coming closer to see what was going on. They wouldn't have thought that some people would be causing trouble while next to the academy. Beggars will be beggars. They should be punished for being shameless, said a young man in the crowd. He was wearing magnificent clothes and sounded extremely arrogant. These people thought that ordinary people should never be accepted to the Celestial Academy even if they were strong cultivators, because cultivators who belonged to rich and powerful clans had more resources and more money to invest in cultivation goods. Therefore, poor cultivators, even if they were strong, could never reach the level of rich cultivators. What a bunch of trash. Only taking advantage of their power to bully other people. Apart from being able to buy extremely expensive pills to increase one's cultivation power, what's the point of being that wealthy? Said a voice in the crowd who contradicted all that the others were saying. That person was, on the contrary, despising cultivators who came from wealthy and noble clans. Two more people agreed with him. Different views and opinions were suddenly emerging amongst the people in the crowd. In the imperial city, there were many cultivators who came from wealthy and prestigious clans and families. Many of them were really arrogant. As time passed, conflicts and tensions were rising between the different social classes. That was something specific to the imperial city. In other cities, such things almost never happened. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 112, Who's slapping who? Humph, what is the point of talking so much shit? A good fight would the best way to find out who is stronger than whom, said some wealthy and noble cultivators in the crowd. There were some people who knew the Zhuo clan and its most outstanding junior cultivator, Zhuoqiu. Because he wasn't even 17 at the time and had already broken through to the second Ling Chi layer, Lin Feng, who wasn't 17 yet either, could never hope to defeat him. Challenging him, who doesn't even have a letter of recommendation, is that really fair? People like us shouldn't challenge weaker people, said Zhuoqiu. He felt secure in the knowledge that he had backing. If you don't dare, just say it and don't try to find excuses. Zhuoqiu, just slap that guy a few times and show to the wealthy and noble cultivators that these beggars cannot compete with us, said a young man in the crowd who had already been talking for a while about how strong the noble cultivators were. The young man who was talking was wearing yellow clothes and looked unbelievably arrogant. He seemed to be about 18 years old. Don't worry, Bai Zhe. No need to tell me this. Even without you telling me this, I would still slap him and make him close that filthy mouth of his, said Zhuoqiu while smiling. Ha, everything's alright then. You just can't afford to make the Zhuo clan lose face, said Bai Zhe with an enigmatic smile on his face. Even though Zhuoqiu was strong and had been accepted into the academy, he still didn't attack Lin Feng even though he just had to stretch out his hand and slap him. Bai Zhe was just wondering why Zhuoqiu had required so much time to act. Is it even possible for the Zhuo clan to lose face, said Zhuoqiu with his head held high and while looking at Lin Feng in a disdainful way. He then coldly said to Lin Feng, if you slap your own face, I will not attack you. I've rarely met such a moronic group of people, said Lin Feng while exasperated. He didn't even pay attention to Zhuoqiu. He was looking at Duan Yu, who didn't even try to warn Zhuoqiu of the danger. Instead, she was calmly watching the scene and was waiting for the show to start. Everybody was quickly going to learn about the fact that Lin Feng had slapped her, but if Lin Feng showed his strength then at that moment, she wouldn't lose as much face because everybody would see how strong he was and people wouldn't think that she had been slapped by a random nobody. Moronic? The crowd found Lin Feng intriguing and were getting more and more interested. Zhuoqiu, the one you called a beggar has just called you a moron. Hee hee, Zhuqiu, seems like you're intimidated by this young man, said another voice. These brutal comments had made Zhuqiu look angrier. Not only I will slap your face, but I will slap their faces too. I will teach you and your friends a good lesson, said Zhuqiu, looking at Meng Qing and Jing Yun. This had made Lin Feng furious. He didn't like provoking people, but people always decided to provoke him. Why did these nobles always look down on those they thought were weaker than themselves? Are you still not done talking utter nonsense? Said Lin Feng coldly, making Zhuqiu even more enraged. His body shivered. He raised his hand with the palm of his hand wide open. The qi emerging out of it created a whirlwind in the air. He swung his hand directly towards Lin Feng. Such a strong slap sufficed to send anyone flying on impact. A cold and indifferent smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. He raised his hand as fast as a lightning and stopped Zhuqiu's hand halfway. Ha! Said Zhuqiu, surprised. That guy was not weak if he was able to stop his hand like that. Do you think that using all your strength to block a slap is useful? Said Zhuqiu coldly. Suddenly, flames emerged from his body. Immediately, he opened his mouth and spat out fire. Suddenly, the flames began to rush straight towards Lin Feng. What a strange skill, said the crowd, surprised. Lin Feng was definitely unlucky, and it didn't look good for him if he took this surprise attack. But at that moment, Lin Feng used his other hand to carry out an attack. An incredibly strong qi emerged out of his palm and moved straight towards Zhuqiu's flames, extinguishing them and then continuing towards Zhuqiu. Immediately, Zhuqiu retrieved his other hand and then joined both his hands to release an incredibly powerful flame which moved straight towards Lin Feng's attack. The air was hot and heavy, but Zhuqiu's eyes were ice cold. He had greatly underestimated Lin Feng and had been forced to use his full power to protect himself. But Lin Feng's had attacked again. Even though Zhuqiu had blocked Lin Feng's first slap, his eyes were wide open and fixedly staring at a palm moving towards his face at full speed. Retreat! Thought Zhuqiu, surprised, but wasn't it too late? Clap! At that moment, a clear and loud clapping noise spread in the atmosphere. The entire crowd was dumbfounded. He wanted to slap Lin Feng, but he had been slapped by Lin Feng in return. Lin Feng had not used much of his strength. Zhuqiu was still standing there, but his dignity had been hurt more than his cheek. His dignity had even been completely trampled over, and he had completely lost face. You dared to hit me? Said Zhuqiu, who didn't realize what had just happened. He touched his cheek. It was burning, and he had a large bruise on his face. What gave you the first clue? Said Lin Feng in reply to his stupid question. You have tested my patience enough today. I'm tired of your ignorance. Get lost, said Lin Feng while raising his hand and slapping Zhuqiu again. That time, Lin Feng didn't restrain himself from using his strength. The palm of his hand immediately crashed onto Zhuqiu's face, which sent him flying several meters backwards. When the crowd heard Zhuqiu's body heavily fall down onto the ground, they shivered for a second. That slap, how cruel! Lin Feng turned around and looked at Zhongling. She looked surprised and made a step back. You deserve the same thing, said Lin Feng. Zhongling's pupils shrank. She looked incredibly scared. What a humiliation! I will kill you! Suddenly shouted Zhuqiu furiously while slowly standing up. Whistling Moon Wolf! Yelled Zhuqiu. Zhuqiu's whistling moon wolf was moving towards Lin Feng at an incredible speed. It looked like it was traveling faster than light. It emitted a dazzling light as it moved and seemed like it was tearing the atmosphere apart. Animal! Said Lin Feng. A bright light flashed between the wolf and Lin Feng. Suddenly, there was no light remaining between them and no sound could be heard. The moon wolf's body fell heavily onto the ground with no sign of life. That light came from a sword. It was definitely a sword, said some people in the crowd. It had been an extremely quick and agile sword attack. One sword strike and he had killed the Ling-level moon wolf. You, said Zhuqiu, extremely furious. His face looked demonic. If you don't want me to close your filthy mouth for eternity, then don't force me listen to your bullshit again, said Lin Feng while emanating a ruthless killing intent. Obviously, Zhuqiu quickly closed his mouth but still looked extremely furious. No matter how furious he was, he did not dare say a word. Hee hee, and they are so arrogant. Noble and wealthy cultivators really are such a joke. They're not even able to withstand a single attack. Such a bunch of trash, said someone in the crowd. Those who had been encouraging Zhuqiu to attack Lin Feng. Not only had Zhuoqiu not managed to slap Lin Feng, but he had been slapped twice. That had caused a great humiliation for all of the wealthy and noble cultivators who had previously been acting arrogant. They had the feeling that they had been slapped themselves. "Zhuoqiu, you're the disgrace of the Zhua clan," said Bai Zhe coldly, which made Zhuoqiu feel embarrassed at his own actions. Zhuoqiu had already been humiliated, but Bai Zhe was ruthless with his insults. Zhuoqiu was furious. But when Zhuoqiu thought of how strong the Bai clan was, he controlled himself and continued to endure the torment. At that moment, Lin Feng was fixedly staring at Bai Zhe, which made Bai Zhe wonder what Lin Feng wanted. Bai Zhe's pupils shrank and he looked at Lin Feng. "A moment ago, are you not the one who said to Zhuoqiu to slap me a few times?" said Lin Feng to Bai Zhe indifferently. The crowd suddenly quieted down again. Lin Feng wanted to fight yet again? Lin Feng was starting to grow angry and impatient when he saw that Bai Zhe wasn't replying at all. "You ordered him to slap me, but he failed. Shouldn't you try it yourself now? Shouldn't you show to everyone that you were right about the fact that wealthy and noble cultivators are the best?" said Lin Feng, whose words were resonating throughout the crowd. At that moment, all the cultivators who were not from wealthy and noble families started giggling and laughing at Bai Zhe. "Bai Zhe, a moment ago, you provoked and humiliated someone. What are you doing now? Could it be that you are scared? Bai Zhe, weren't you saying that wealthy and noble cultivators were 1,000,000 times better than ordinary cultivators? Why can you not prove your statements with your actions? Give us evidence. Show it to us. Could it be that the only thing the wealthy and noble cultivators possess is a big mouth?" All of these harsh words were stabbing into the ears of the noble and wealthy cultivators. Everybody without exception, noble and ordinary cultivators, were staring at Bai Zhe, looking forward to hearing his response. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 113, One Finger. Bai Zhe was standing in the middle of the crowd. His magnificent clothes could not hide the evil expression on his face. He had a gruesome and blood-curdling facial expression. He looked like an evil monster. Lin Feng's words had made him extremely angry. If he didn't fight, people would ridicule him to death. The fight between Lin Feng and Zhuoqiu had made it impossible to determine Lin Feng's real strength. They did not even have a chance to see Zhuoqiu's level of strength. The only thing people could be sure about is that Zhuoqiu was weaker than Lin Feng. He is about 16 years old, but he is already very strong. He is most likely at the peak of the second Ling Qi layer, and he is much stronger than Zhuoqiu, thought Bai Zhe as he tried to reassure himself. Bai Zhe had already broken through to the third Ling Qi layer and could easily defeat Zhuoqiu if he wished. Initially, he thought that Lin Feng was a mere beggar, but Lin Feng's strength as well as his personality left Bai Zhe perplexed. He was puzzled. For him, his downtrodden appearance didn't correspond to his personality and strength. Bai Zhe was not convinced because for him, no matter if he won or lost that battle, there would be no benefit for him in the slightest. If he won, nobody would acknowledge his strength. Indeed, winning against a beggar was something normal and obviously expected from him. Nobody would think it is a glorious thing for him to win against a nobody. Some people would even think that he abused his power to bully the weak. However, if he lost, he would lose face and would maybe be regarded as someone not worth mentioning. He would maybe lose everything that he had worked so hard to build all of his life. "Are you sure that you want me to show you how strong I am?" asked Bai Zhe in an extremely evil tone. His manner of speaking reminded Lin Feng of Wen Renyan. Bai Zhe also sounded like a snake, or more precisely, an evil and venomous snake. "Yes, I am sure," replied Lin Feng while nodding. "Have you thought about the consequences yet?" said Bai Zhe, looking even more evil. "If I show you my strength, then you will be sure to regret it forever." He laughed Lin Feng while a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He then coldly said, "You, rich and wealthy cultivators, have really filthy mouths. I'm starting to get used to how much you guys like to talk. You don't need to keep talking. I have heard enough bullshit already today." At the same time, while talking, Lin Feng glanced at Zhuoqiu. Zhuoqiu and Bai Zhe looked the same to him. "Ha, did you hear that? Bai Zhe should stop talking about other people." "Yeah, absolutely. These rich and noble cultivators seem to be extremely strong when you listen to them, but if you challenge them, they cannot withstand a single attack." Ordinary people were excited, but the cultivators coming from wealthy and noble families looked more and more furious, especially Bai Zhe. He felt like killing Lin Feng on the spot. "Are you sure that you clearly understand the consequences of your actions?" said Bai Zhe while walking out of the crowd. He really sounded like a snake. Have you thought of the consequences each time you called me a beggar? Said Lin Feng while taking a step forward. Sharp and brutal chi started emerging out from his body. I am a noble, I am rich, I am a member of the Bai clan in the Imperial City, I am not even 18 years old yet I have already broken through to the third Ling Chi layer. I have a high status in society. I am a genius. I am extremely strong. I have everything that I want. What's your problem? Is it wrong to say that you're a beggar? Is it not the truth? Said Bai Zhe while making another step. A brutal and cold chi moved towards Lin Feng. It seemed like the purpose of the attack was to damage Lin Feng's internal organs. Bai Zhe used all the strength he had after breaking through to the third Ling Chi layer. I was born as an ordinary person, never had much money to invest in resources and always relied on myself to progress. I just turned 16 and I've already broken through to the third Ling Chi layer. Can you compete with me? Said Lin Feng, whose words were sharp as a sword. Suddenly, an incredible sword chi and force whistled through the air. The earth and the sky were emitted rumbling sounds. The crowd was stupefied. Lin Feng had just turned 16 and was at the same level as Bai Zhe. They had both broken through to the third Ling Chi layer. However, Bai Zhe had grown up in a much better cultivation environment than Lin Feng. Bai Zhe had everything he needed to increase his cultivation. Besides, he was about 2 years older than Lin Feng. The difference was too big. Such an outstanding disciple doesn't have a letter of recommendation for the Celestial Academy? Said some people in the crowd who thought Lin Feng was incredibly talented. Zhuqiu, who was standing next to Zhongling, wasn't saying anything. He didn't know what to think. He had criticized Lin Feng about the fact that he wasn't a wealthy and noble cultivator, he had also made fun of him for not having a letter of recommendation. But at that moment, he realized that Lin Feng had many more natural abilities and was more gifted than them. Even Bai Zhe had lost his splendor in front of Lin Feng. The path of cultivation is full with such events. Cultivation was about being stronger than the others, no matter what their background. The goal was to stand high above all mortals. When the force released by Lin Feng crashed into Bai Zhe's body, Bai Zhe felt that he was losing in strength. He said he was a genius so he couldn't lose so easily. He took a few steps backwards and released his force in an attempt to make Lin Feng's attack collapse. He hadn't thought about the fact that he was probably going to embarrass himself. Lin Feng's force was much more powerful than his. It was sharper and more violent. On the path of cultivation, apart from one's speed of progress, one must also understand skills and techniques. That is indispensable. However, of course, the spirit is the most important thing. The spirit belongs to the soul. I have a beast spirit, more precisely, a white snake spirit. How could you even compete with me? Said Bai Zhe, who was oppressed by Lin Feng's force. He was not going to accept losing to a beggar. He released his spirit. Immediately, a snake shadow and two hideously bestial eyes appeared above his body. They were evilly staring at Lin Feng. As expected, it's a beast spirit. Said Lin Feng while smiling. The eyes of the white snake staring at him reminded Lin Feng of Wen Renyan's pupils, as expected as they both had snake-type spirits. Indeed, the spirit belongs to the soul, but there are some people who, regardless of their spirit, can't withstand a single attack. Said Lin Feng indifferently. He used his moonlight feather agility technique to immediately appear in front of Bai Zhe as he raised a single finger. You want to die? Said Bai Zhe while smiling coldly. Lin Feng despised him that much that he was attacking with a single finger. Bai Zhe started moving his hand to block the attack and his white snake spirit followed suit. At that moment, Bai Zhe was suddenly surprised. An extremely strong and powerful chi crashed onto his body. It seems like Lin Feng's finger had become as sharp as a sword. The atmosphere was filled with a deadly chi. It was terrifying. I cannot dare face that finger attack head-on, thought Bai Zhe. He suddenly started to panic. He had the feeling that a single finger was going to rob him of his life. Lin Feng's chi was present in the atmosphere yet was invisible to the extent that the crowd had no idea what was going on at that moment. But for Bai Zhe everything was clear, he was surrounded by sword chi. He had the feeling that he would be completely crushed at any moment. Crack! Bai Zhe had an extremely painful sensation in his hand on which a thin mark of blood appeared. He couldn't stand the pressure of the attack any longer. His entire body was being crushed and bruises had started to appear all over his body. Retreat! Bai Zhe was about to collapse under the pressure and decided to retreat, but Lin Feng's finger was still releasing even more terrifying force. Die! Lin Feng said only word. Then, Lin Feng's finger started emitting a bright light and powerful energy immediately lacerated the atmosphere. Cracking noises spread through the air. Bai Zhe groaned. His white snake spirit started releasing strong qi. But at that moment, his white snake spirit dispersed and disappeared. Bai Zhe was kneeling down on the ground. Everybody was stupefied and was blankly staring at Bai Zhe. The atmosphere became entirely silent. Splash, splash. At that moment, the crowd saw blood dripping out of Bai Zhe's head. Lin Feng's finger, how terrifying. Lin Feng's meaning was that some people used their spirit but couldn't withstand a single attack, while some others didn't use their spirit but were still extremely strong. The crowd knew that Bai Zhe had used his spirit but still couldn't withstand a single attack because Lin Feng didn't need to use his spirit, which proved he was stronger than Bai Zhe. At that moment, Lin Feng was looking at Bai Zhe kneeling down on the ground. He was surprised. He wouldn't have thought that one finger would be enough to bring down his opponent, so he was very satisfied of himself. I am still not able to completely unite with the power of the sword. Only some parts of my body can use sword force. I recently started using forces. It's not been such a long time. That's why my body and my sword force can't completely unite, but being able to use a finger to harness sword force is already a great achievement and was enough to make Bai Zhe kneel down. How powerful will I be when I fully unite with my sword? Thought Lin Feng. A moment before, he had managed to make his finger and his sword force fuse together. It had been an extremely powerful attack. Lin Feng had made great progress as a swordmaster. He was much stronger than before and also understood much more about the way of the sword. I am still far from being able to make my body and the sword force fuse together, but I need to understand how it is meant to work first. It was clear to Lin Feng that he was still far from being able to achieve such an incredible feat, but he needed to progress slowly, step by step, so he could base his strength on solid foundations. Cough, cough. Bai Zhe was coughing blood. He was still unable to stand up. He had been so arrogant a moment before and had sounded as if he was levels above Lin Feng. Lin Feng was smiling. Lin Feng had used only one finger to defeat Bai Zhe after he released his spirit. There would be nowhere within this world where he could hide away from his shame. Lin Feng was cruelly looking at Bai Zhe. His eyes didn't express the least bit of compassion. Lin Feng suddenly said, "You say that you are a genius. You are extremely proud of coming from a wealthy and noble clan. You called me a beggar. Well, what do you intend to do now?" said Lin Feng indifferently. Lin Feng's words made Bai Zhe feel like he was being slapped. That slap was much more painful than Zhuo Qiu's one, as it stabbed into his pride. Besides, not only Bai Zhe was humiliated, but all the others noble and wealthy cultivators who were making fun of him. Each and every single one of them was making a hideous face. They had all been indirectly slapped by Lin Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 114, The Menacing Old Man. Not so long before these events, they were all arrogantly calling Lin Feng a beggar. At that moment, not only had the beggar slapped Zhuo Qiu and humiliates Bai Zhe, but he had also slapped all of them, indirectly. All of them had lost face from their arrogant words. If Lin Feng was a beggar, what were they? You are all a band of arrogant and presumptuous brats. I don't know if you are even able to learn from your mistakes. These few words made the rich and wealthy cultivators even more furious. Shut the hell up. Let me fight against you, said a cold voice suddenly, which surprised everybody. Rong Yan, don't challenge someone who's stronger than you, as it will surely lead to death. What do you think about having a fight against me? People in the crowd were starting to argue. At that moment, the old man said, "Let me talk." Everybody stopped talking when they heard the old man's voice. In the Celestial Academy, every teacher was extremely strong. The wealthy and noble cultivators didn't dare make teachers lose face. In the Imperial City, there were a great number of wealthy and noble cultivators. There wasn't a single teacher of the Celestial Academy who didn't previously have a great reputation or wasn't famous in the past. After all, these teachers educated cultivators coming from the extremely wealthy and noble families. They could only be the highest class of individuals. Stop making a scene. Don't forget what day it is today, said the old man, glancing at the crowd. Everybody quieted down. The old man walked towards Bai Zhe and coldly said, "Stand up." Bai Zhe raised his head and looked at the old man. Bai Zhe looked ashamed. After all, he had been defeated by a single finger. He had completely lost face. Everybody would laugh at him for the rest of his days because of this event. "Teacher," said Bai Zhe while standing up. He was looking at the ground. He really had completely lost face. "Humph, you still have the face to call me teacher. groaned the old man, making Bai Zhe turn even a brighter shade of red. The teacher despised him for causing such a humiliating scene. The path of cultivation is partially about being strong and being a good fighter, but that is not the only goal of cultivation. Another important aspect is to be strong in one's heart. In the continent, there is a myriad of extremely strong cultivators. Nobody should ever consider themselves as the strongest cultivator in the world, no matter their natural abilities or how strong they are. There will always be someone stronger than you. The most important is to be strong in your own heart and true to yourself. Winning a battle isn't about glory, it's about one's personal goals and achievements. Losing isn't about being humiliated, it's about learning how to improve yourself. Even in case of defeat, one should remain determined and not give up. Especially after losing a battle, one should be even more determined to become stronger, said the old man to Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe's heart started to beat faster. These words were resonating in his heart like the evening drum and the morning bell. "Teacher, I understand," said Bai Zhe while bowing in front of the old man as a sign of respect and gratitude. "If you understand, then that's good. Please go back for now and don't forget to search your soul. Introspection is essential," said the old man indifferently. Immediately after, the old man turned around and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was also staring at the old man and was surprised. These teachers were extremely wise and would benefit the students greatly. He had only said very few sentences and he had easily made Bai Zhe change his state of mind. If he had not done so, then Bai Zhe may have struggled to advance on his path of cultivation. However, even though the old man was an amazing teacher, he was still working for the academy and Lin Feng wasn't a student here. Besides, he had humiliated students of the academy. During our registration day, you come here and cause trouble. I would like to ask you, what is your motive behind all of this? Said the old man while looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was surprised. Lin Feng had been causing trouble? He had been trying to ignore these evildoers from the beginning. Why do you come provoke and insult my students in front of the academy? Asked the old man again on an extremely cold tone. The wealthy and noble cultivators had a smile on the corner of their mouth. The teachers of the academy were not only teachers, they were also normally members of wealthy and noble clans. Lin Feng was out of luck. He had made the teacher angry. The students who came from ordinary clans and families knew that the teacher was trying to turn things into a bad situation. They knew that he was trying to accuse Lin Feng of things he hadn't committed. However, nobody could say anything. After all, the old man was a teacher at the academy and he was much stronger than all of them. His social status was much higher as well. All they could do was observe how Lin Feng would be dealt with after reaching the end of his luck. Lin Feng looked exasperated. He thought that the old man was ridiculous. He looked at the old man and said, I remember that when Zhuqiu said he was going to teach me a lesson, you said that it was possible because I didn't have a letter of recommendation. You didn't have any objection when he decided to attack me, and now you are saying that I came to cause trouble and that I humiliated the academy. I would like to ask you, is this what you teach to your students? Unfairness and injustice? You teach them to bully the weak? How audacious! Shouted the old man. He looked furious and said, I know exactly what I'm doing. Who do you think you are? Do you think that you are my teacher? What do you intend to do? How insolent! Lin Feng was smiling coldly deep in his heart. Only because the old man had the strength to do so, he wanted to bully Lin Feng. Initially, the old man thought that Zhuqiu could defeat Lin Feng, so he hadn't prevented him from fighting, but Lin Feng had won, so that was a humiliation for the academy. Therefore, the old man was angry. Old man, how can you be so unfair? The others provoked him first, said Duan Feng. He was going to spend a lot of time in the academy in the future and obviously hoped that it was a good place to study. He hadn't thought that there would be a conflict on the first day. Besides, the teacher himself was causing the trouble. You shut up. Don't forget that you are also a student of the Celestial Academy, or could it be that you do not wish to be one of its students anymore? Said the old man coldly, looking at Duan Feng and threatening him. Duan Feng was about to say something else when Lin Feng interrupted him and said, Duan Feng, you are also a student of the Celestial Academy. This thing has nothing to do with you. When he finished talking, Lin Feng looked at the old man and said, So, after saying these things, what do you intend to do? Damaging the reputation of the academy is a serious crime and you should die for that. However, because today is the registration day, it is an auspicious day, therefore I will just cripple your cultivation. Said the old man, sounding like he was saying something normal, but his eyes revealed murderous intentions. Lin Feng was a genius and had extraordinary natural abilities, but how was he supposed to compete with the old man? He was still young and too weak. The old man could easily cripple Lin Feng's cultivation if he wished. Lin Feng was extremely gifted and he wasn't joining the academy. This made the old man want to cripple his cultivation even more. This way, the academy would have one less rival in the future. Lin Feng might have wanted to go and study at the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. Cripple my cultivation? It sounds like a rather easy task when you say it, said Lin Feng in an ice-cold tone. When these extremely strong people said such things, they meant it and usually applied what they said without hesitation. If they wanted to kill, they killed. If they wanted to cripple someone's cultivation, they crippled their cultivation. There was no way to change their mind. In front of such people, no matter how gifted someone was, if that person wasn't useful to them, then they would dispose of those people without hesitation. This world was about being the strongest. Academies, sects, etc. were all the same. Only strength mattered. But Lin Feng didn't feel scared anymore since Meng Qing was with him. She had already shown him that she could protect him. She was incredibly powerful. Therefore, Lin Feng was not even slightly worried. Besides, Meng Qing had promised Lin Feng that she could protect him. Meng Qing didn't like talking, especially to say superfluous words. So when she said it, she definitely meant it. "Teacher, is it necessary to be so furious?" said an indifferent voice at that moment. A silhouette came out of the crowd and continued, "This young man is a real genius. If he agreed to join the academy, he could definitely become an extremely strong and powerful person." It was a young man. He had beautiful long hair. His voice was soft and gentle, which surprised a lot of people. Besides, his face looked graceful and delicate to the extent that the word pretty could be used to refer to his facial features. His face looked even prettier than that of an ordinary woman. His name was Wen Ao Shui. "What are you doing?" said many of the crowd when they saw Wen Ao Shui. They were surprised. When the old man saw and heard Wen Ao Shui, he nodded at him. "And you? What do you think about what he said?" asked the old man to Lin Feng. Everybody was stupefied. When Ao Shui said a single sentence, it had been sufficient to change the old man's mind. "What? About me joining the Celestial Academy?" asked Lin Feng to Wen Ao Shui. Lin Feng immediately shook his head and said, "I'm not interested." "Huh?" The old man was astonished. He glanced at Lin Feng and said, "You are definitely not able to recognize what's good for you. I gave you a chance, the chance to join the Celestial Academy, and you refused it. Well, since it's like that, don't blame me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 115, Joining the Academy. "Teacher, don't be angry. I will persuade him," said Wen Ao Shui. He looked so clean. His clothes were unstained by even a speck of dust. Nobody would think that he was actually a man. The Celestial Academy is not very famous, but if you became one of its students, then you would understand how great it is. You could fully exploit your natural abilities and you would greatly improve your skills as a cultivator. You shouldn't doubt at all that it would be greatly beneficial to you," said Wen Ao Shui to Lin Feng. His beautiful eyes were staring at Lin Feng. He had a big smile on his face. "It doesn't look like it when I see your teacher," replied Lin Feng indifferently. Everybody was stupefied. Each and every single one of the wealthy and noble cultivators pulled a long face. Lin Feng was attacking their dignity and making the academy lose face. The teacher was also stupefied. A murderous light flashed in his eyes. He thought that Lin Feng didn't know how to behave in such a delicate situation. He was acting much too bold and was being completely reckless. "Your opinion is too biased. Your vision of the situation is unilateral," said Wen Ao Shui while shaking his head. But Lin Feng, as before, was not convinced. Academies and sects had the same purpose even if they didn't work the same way. The entire Yunhai sect had been annihilated and everyone had sacrificed themselves for him, so his main mission was to rebuild the Yunhai sect and make sure it does not repeat any of its past mistakes. Wen Ao Shui is right. What you see is only the tip of the iceberg. I hope that you can join the academy," said another voice. A silhouette which looked like an illusion suddenly jumped from a distant place towards the crowd. It was an old man. When the people saw him, everybody was surprised and looked at him with eyes filled with worship and respect. That old man was the vice principal of the academy. The vice principal of the academy was personally inviting Lin Feng to join the academy. Everybody was astonished. Could it be that Lin Feng is already so powerful that even the most influential people of the academy have an eye on him? Whispered some people in the crowd. Some of the people, much like Zuoqiu and Zhongling, were furious because Lin Feng didn't have a letter of recommendation, but Lin Feng, who didn't even need a letter of recommendation to join the academy, wasn't even interested in joining it, and because Lin Feng wasn't interested in joining, even the vice principal himself was trying to convince him to join. You are right. There are some really pathetic students in the academy. They are good for nothings, but you have already humiliated them, which was a fitting punishment. As far as the teacher is concerned, he is very narrow-minded. I will make him apologize to you for his actions, said the vice principal to Lin Feng. Immediately after, he looked at the old teacher with a look which made the crowd shiver. The vice principal was going to make the teacher apologize because of Lin Feng? Lin Feng was stupefied as well. He knew that he was a good cultivator, but the academy was full of outstanding students as well. Even if he had defeated Zuoqiu and Baizhe, it was only the tip of the iceberg. Why would the vice principal attach so much importance to him? Vice principal, said the old man, stupefied. The vice principal frowned, which scared the old man. Then, the old man turned around, looked at Lin Feng and said, "Please accept my most sincere apologies. I acted without thinking. Be kinder and more sincere," said the vice principal, who wasn't satisfied with the old man's apology. The entire crowd, and especially the old man, could not help but be surprised at such actions. Was Lin Feng so strong that the vice principal needed to be that kind to him? Did Lin Feng actually come from an incredible background? That was hard to imagine. All the teachers were personally invited by the academy. They were all famous and extremely strong. Surprisingly, the vice principal was forcing the teacher to apologize to Lin Feng even though Lin Feng hadn't even made such a request. Everybody was trying to understand why. Why? The teacher that had just apologized pulled a long face. He hated the looks that he was receiving from everyone, but when he saw the vice principal's face, he had no choice but to look at Lin Feng, and he then said, "I am sincerely sorry. I am worthless and I hope that you forgive me, Your Excellency." "What do you think?" said the vice principal, looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the vice principal. Lin Feng had the impression that the vice principal had something in mind, but Lin Feng was unable to guess what it was. Lin Feng wanted to say something, but then the vice principal interrupted him. "If you are not willing to join the Celestial Academy, I can propose something else for you. I can give you a special permit to enjoy all the advantages of a student without restrictions, but also without the obligations. Nothing would bind you to the academy, but you could even have a personal teacher. You could benefit from all the resources of the academy for free. You could also leave whenever you want. You would have the same status as a student of the academy without restrictions. There would only be the advantages for you and absolutely no disadvantages." These words made the hearts of the people in the crowd start to pound. They were all astonished. Lin Feng could leave whenever he wanted. He could benefit from all the advantages of the academy. Besides, these words came from the vice principal himself. He had made a promise to Lin Feng, which meant there was no hidden intention, and it was not something that he could take back. Could it be that his family name is Duan? Maybe his family is Yu? Or Yu? Said some people in the crowd, but if his family name was Duan and he was this much of a genius, then everybody would have already heard about him. Besides, every single person in the Yu clan was way too arrogant and would never join the academy. They were as strong as a powerful sect and wouldn't study outside. The thoughts of the people in the crowd were moving at full speed in their brains. Even if Lin Feng was an outstanding genius and was extremely strong, that still wasn't enough for the vice principal to be this generous to him. The crowd was puzzled and really didn't understand how such a thing was possible. Lin Feng was even more confused than the people in the crowd. Lin Feng couldn't bear it anymore and had to ask, "How could I be so lucky? How is this possible? I really want to know why you would give me such an opportunity. Why? It is actually a strike of luck. You don't even have the possibility to refuse because everything will be decided by you," said the vice principal with a big smile on his face before adding, "I can only tell you that I had similar experiences in my life. I was also supported by others along the way." Supported by others? Thought the crowd, who still didn't understand. Lin Feng knew nobody in the imperial city. Why would the vice principal be so good to him? Besides, Lin Feng couldn't refuse because there was no obligation when joining the academy. He could go there whenever he wished and leave whenever he wished as well. How could he refuse something that was only benefits and completely under his control? If the vice principal had malicious intentions, then he wouldn't have acted like that. He could have easily eliminated him. After all, Lin Feng had only broken through to the Lingqi layer. Maybe I really do have good luck, thought Lin Feng. He then smiled and said, "My friends and I will join together. We must be able to stay together." "No problem. You can bring anyone as long as you are close with them. Besides, you don't have to respect our rules and regulations, but the others, including your friends, will have to," said the vice principal honestly. "Of course," replied Lin Feng while smiling. "That's great. Then, everybody can disperse," said the vice principal. Suddenly, he stretched his hands over to Lin Feng and gave him something. The entire crowd was dying from curiosity. They didn't know what the vice principal was giving to Lin Feng. "Welcome to the Celestial Academy," said Wen Ao Shui. Lin Feng nodded, and then the group began to enter the academy. They walked under the arch of the gate to discover wonderful and magnificent palaces. Oh my, when Lin Feng saw these parks, palaces, and rivers, he couldn't help but be amazed. Everything was perfect. Besides, the architecture of each palace had its own magnificent style. "You can explore all of these places in depth during your stay here," said Wen Ao Shui. Lin Feng was really amazed at sight of the palaces. Celestial Academy. The main palace, the name of the academy, was written in huge letters. It looked like it was really a unique place within this world. "Welcome to the academy. You will not regret it," said Wen Ao Shui while smiling. Lin Feng looked at that boy who looked like a beautiful woman and asked, "Why did you defend me?" Wen Ao Shui shook his head and said, "For the same reason as the vice principal. What I mean is that we've never met before. We don't know each other. Why would you help me? There are some people who are so mysterious that you see them for a few seconds and you instantly know that you like them. You are that kind of person," said Wen Ao Shui, whose cheeks had turned red. Lin Feng stared at him, stupefied by his response. When Wen Ao Shui saw that Lin Feng was making a strange face, he also made a strange face. "Get lost. I'm not one of them," said Wen Ao Shui, which made Lin Feng laugh. Of course, there are people in this world who were attracted to the same sex. Some people liked that type of thing, but Wen Ao Shui obviously didn't even know he looked the type. At that moment, in a distant place, the vice principal and the teacher were walking together on a path within the territory of the academy. The vice principal saw that the teacher didn't look like he was feeling at ease. Who liked having to apologize to a junior cultivator in front of all the students? Of course he would not be happy about such an event. "Are you still angry?" asked the vice principal indifferently to the teacher. "I would never disobey your orders. You are the vice principal," said the old man. He had actually been invited by the vice president himself all those years ago. "Ha, no need to react that way. You should understand that I never do things for myself, but I understand your reaction," said the vice principal, and then added, "I did things this way for a reason. You remember that skill which you were telling me about? Go and take it. Just say that it's an order I gave you." The old man was surprised. Then, the sadness his face expressed was replaced with joy. He looked overjoyed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 116, the third category. While walking within the academy, Lin Feng found out that some people were as friendly as him while some of the people were not friendly in the slightest. For instance, Lin Feng had come across a girl who had a resplendent smile on her face which was lit with innocence, yet some of the other girls had similar smiles which were filled with evil intentions. He had come across another young man whose body released a sharp and cold chi. He seemed incredibly evil and dangerous. "Have you seen anything peculiar?" asked Wen Ao Shui with a faint smile on his face when he noticed that Lin Feng looked strange as he looked around. He looked particularly strange as he stared at the different people. "The chi they release is quite strange," replied Lin Feng. Lin Feng wasn't the only one who had noticed it. Duan Feng and Jingyan both agreed with him and nodded. "You're right. This is because they are very weak. This is why the chi they release is so strange," said Wen Ao Shui while nodding. Immediately after, he raised his thin white womanly hand up and pointed at some distant palaces. He then said, "In the Celestial Academy, there are 3 different categories of people within the academy. Each has their own path of training. This is one of the choices which you are confronted with after entering the academy. Depending on the type of cultivator that you wish to become, I will show you where to go." 3 types of people? Thought Lin Feng. He was perplexed. He then asked, "What are these 3 types of people?" "The ones who are able to fight on a battlefield while commanding troops. These are the cultivators who are not afraid of bloodshed and violence. They are the first category." "Commander," thought Lin Feng, surprised. The first type of training the academy delivered was surprisingly of military nature. These people were able to command troops, were not afraid of blood, and had to have great wisdom in the art of war. The second type of training you can get teaches you how to become a great leader. It teaches you how to control and manipulate a group of people from the shadows. That sounds a lot like me, thought Lin Feng, whose pupils shrank. Wen Ao Shui seemed to be that kind of person. What about the third one? Asked Lin Feng. He was very curious. Surprisingly, the first two types of people the academy trained were those who wished to become commanders or leaders. Lin Feng had a good impression of the academy. The third category is about learning how to move as swiftly as the wind at night. It teaches you how to become invisible as if you were in the middle of the fog. This is the most mysterious and mystical category, but also the most dangerous. Usually, people don't see them, but if they do see them, then blood will flow, said Wen Ao Shui slowly. Lin Feng was amazed again. The third category was an assassin type of training. Who built the academy? Wondered Lin Feng. They trained military commanders, political leaders, and assassins. These three categories were all that is required to lead an entire country. Who could have such a wild ambition? Could it be the emperor? Asked Lin Feng to himself. He then immediately refuted that thought. If the emperor had built the academy, why would he have allowed Duan Tianlang to build the holy courtyard of Shuiyu? However, if the emperor was really at the origin of the academy, why would he have created such a dangerous place? Who is the principal of the academy? Asked Lin Feng to Wen Ao Shui. Wen Ao Shui was surprised. His beautiful eyes stared at Lin Feng and he said, "Many people want to know, but it seems like the academy only has the vice principal. We have never seen the principal with our own eyes. There is only one thing that we can be sure about. The principal must be a member of the imperial clan. He must have an amazingly high status. I think that you should clearly understand that." Lin Feng slightly nodded. If it had been built by a member of the imperial clan, then it was made to train people who would later serve the country. This is precisely why the academy prefers to remain discreet and doesn't accept people who don't have a letter of recommendation. It has many students who have a prestigious background. They all happily joined the academy and to know the other students. They know that the academy is an extremely good learning environment. That is why I can assure you that you will have no regret for having joined the academy, said Wen Ao Shui while nodding. Oh, by the way, you probably already know my name, but I don't know yours. Lin Feng. Lin Feng, that's a nice name, said Wen Ao Shui. He then said, I just told you about the three categories of training which can be chosen in the academy. The academy has a lot of students who come from wealthy and noble families, therefore a great majority of them choose the second category because they want to do things similar to their parents. They want to have more responsibilities when they go back to their families. There are many ordinary people who try to learn these skills, but later on, when they want to occupy such functions, they often face a great deal of difficulties. The hot-blooded young men of both noble and ordinary families tend to choose the first category and become military commanders. The third category is the one which people choose the least. This is the most dangerous category. Nobody really knows what they do there and it is shrouded in mystery. Lin Feng was carefully listening to what Wen Ao Shui was telling him. Ordinary people wanted to quickly rise up in the hierarchy. It was very difficult to rise up in the hierarchy for a cultivator who didn't already have a specific background. They required contacts and political influence to gain a higher position. As far as the third category was concerned, it was a difficult choice to make, considering that whenever an assassin came out, his life was at stake. Of course, there are other factors to take into consideration. The spirit as well as students' natural abilities play an important role in their decision. However, no matter what a student chooses, the most important thing is that he is definitely going to greatly improve his strength. If a cultivator is not strong, then everything else is useless, because strength and willpower are extremely important on the path of cultivation. No matter what you learnt, if you have to fight against someone who is strong, then you will die if you are weaker than them. When Ao Shui looked at Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, now you have to think carefully, what cultivation category would you like to choose? The first one, replied Lin Feng immediately. Lin Feng didn't like the second category because it came down to fighting and plotting against people. He wasn't interested in using other people for his benefit. Besides, he thought the third category was useless. Therefore, the first category seemed to fit him the best. He could use these skills in real battles. The cultivators of the first category need to be brave, hot-blooded and loyal. Hot-blooded and brave, no problem, but loyal? Loyal to whom? Asked Lin Feng to Wen Ao Shui. He was surprised. Don't look at me that way. I don't know either. replied Wen Ao Shui with a womanly expression in his eyes. Lin Feng, I will bring you to the place where you ought to go, Ot. And you? You haven't told me to which category you belong? Asked Lin Feng to Wen Ao Shui. Wen Ao Shui looked like a girl and he obviously came from a noble family, but he didn't look as arrogant as the others. He also didn't look very brave and did not seem hot-blooded. Try and guess. The third one, replied Lin Feng without hesitation, which surprised Wen Ao Shui. Immediately after, the latter smiled but remained silent. Duan Feng, what about you? Asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng hadn't forgotten that he was there because of Duan Feng. He would have never thought he would join the academy before that. Me? Said Duan Feng while smiling. I will choose the same one as you, Lin Feng, the first one. That's great. Let's go together then, said Lin Feng while smiling. A short time after, they arrived on a huge square. Many people were sitting upright. Some gyukins could be heard. If you want to become one of the first category, then you first need to pass a test. Only if you succeed you will be admitted as a student of the first category, explained Wen Ao Shui while looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, if the first category requires a test, what about the two other categories? Is it the same? The second category doesn't require any test, but the third one requires passing a test, and it is by far the most difficult one, said Wen Ao Shui while smiling. Lin Feng was surprised. Most people were absolutely not interested in the third category, but its exam was the most difficult. Lin Feng was puzzled. Besides, it seemed like the first category, in which a great majority was interested, was also the easiest one. On the square, there were many new students, but some old students as well. Some of the people who noticed Wen Ao Shui smiled at him. Lin Feng noticed that many people who passed by or saw Wen Ao Shui were avoiding him as if they were terribly scared of his presence. Lin Feng found that very strange. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 117, The Zither. It seems like they're scared of you, said Lin Feng to Wen Ao Shui. What was surprising was that a boy who was as beautiful as a girl scared other people to the point that they avoided him. Maybe they just hold me in awe and veneration, replied Wen Ao Shui while laughing. At that moment, Lin Feng and the others noticed that there were suddenly less people around them. The reason was obviously Wen Ao Shui. The exam is not so hard. It should be no problem for you to pass. Because the first category is the one in which most people are interested, it is also the category in which the students are the strongest. Every year during the registration and test week, we allow the older students to participate to see how much they have progressed, said Wen Ao Shui to Lin Feng in a low voice while looking at the crowd, which was getting bigger and bigger. Will the test be listening to music? Said Lin Feng while looking at a silhouette of an old man who was putting his hands on a zither. He was slightly closing their eyes. You're right, the test is to listen to the melody that he will play, replied Wen Ao Shui while laughing. What? The test consisted in listening to a song? Duan Feng and Jingyun were astonished as well. Listen to a song? What kind of test was that? Only Ming Qing looked indifferent as ever, as if the entire story had nothing to do with her. You will understand quickly enough, said Wen Ao Shui, who noticed Lin Feng, Jingyun and Duan Feng looked really strange and seemed to be thinking very deeply. In a short time, the number of people on the square rapidly increased to 200. Some of the people, when they saw Lin Feng and Wen Ao Shui, looked very strange and even stupefied. It's Lin Feng from the events that happened earlier. He must have surprisingly chosen the first category like us. He's quite strong and has solid natural abilities. He could even defeat the noble and wealthy students, but will he be able to pass the test? There should be no problem. You also saw how easy it was for him to defeat Bai Zai and Zhuqiu. And you also saw how he didn't hesitate and confront the teacher. Courage and determination will be no problem for him. Everybody, the ordinary but also wealthy noble disciples, had seen how strong and brave Lin Feng was. Therefore, even if they didn't necessarily agree on certain points, they still admired him and held him in very high esteem. Besides, he had the qualities required to become a very good commander. At that moment, those who were sitting upright opened their eyes and glanced at everybody else. They looked calm and serene. All right, let the tests begin. Those who fail or miss the test start can come again tomorrow to attempt it again, said the old man who was holding a zither. He was sitting and surrounded by students sitting as well. The crowd slightly nodded. There were some new students and some old students. Of course, everybody knew the rule and immediately sat down cross-legged. Alright, sit down properly and listen to the zither tune, said Wen Ao Shui to Lin Feng and the others with a smile on his face. Alright, let's sit down then, said Lin Feng and the others. Immediately after, they all sat down cross-legged. Alright, let's start, said the old man while starting to move his fingers over the strings of the zither. But Lin Feng's eyes stopped on the old man's hands. They looked as thin and delicate as Wen Ao Shui's hands. They actually looked very similar. Every single note emitted by the zither was harmonious and melodious. It seemed like the atmosphere had stopped. A short instant later, there was no other sound except that of the zither. Absolute calm reigned over the atmosphere. Progressively, more and more people were closing their eyes and were enjoying the music. It was as if the air they were breathing was completely fresh and contained boundless joy. Lin Feng was almost closing his eyes too, but each time he felt like dozing, he couldn't help but struggle and remain cold-blooded. Hypnotize. Lin Feng suddenly understood. The goal of the tune was to hypnotize people. How powerful. It must be a mysterious skill, thought Lin Feng, and then immediately closed his eyes. He was falling asleep even though he was struggling. He really wanted to see how powerful the skill was, so eventually stopped resisting. Suddenly, he had the impression that he was alone in the world. Maybe the skill was too powerful, or had Lin Feng voluntarily fallen asleep without the hypnosis taking effect. On his side, there were suddenly many cavalry holding their long daggers. They were releasing an overpowering killing intent, and it was clear they wanted to kill him. Blood was splashing everywhere. At that moment, blood started splashing all around him. There was even blood splashing over his face and body. Blood began to cover everything in sight. Suddenly, a head without its body flew towards him. The huge eyes on that head were still wide open in shock. Very quickly, he was surrounded by a bunch of bones, flesh and blood. The corpses were piling up endlessly. Under the setting sun, a crying woman's voice spread through the atmosphere. All these departed spirits were demanding vengeance for the grievance of their death. Under the pale light diffused by the moon, they walking around in an apocalyptic landscape of blood and death. At that moment, a certain number of people on the square opened their eyes. They were breathing heavily and were still in shock. Their clothes were soaked with cold sweat. Those who had just woken up with a start were hurriedly looking around them at everyone else taking the test. They noticed that some of the other students still had their eyes closed, especially the older students who seemed completely immersed in their dreams. Lin Feng's back was also covered with cold sweat. Who could stay that calm and serene with such nightmarish visions? Besides, the melody which emanated out of the zither strangely made the scene look especially real. A strong and intense feeling invaded Lin Feng's heart again. He had the feeling that his brain had been struck once again. He could feel the cold sweat flowing down his back. An illusion. That zither, what a great power! The melody of that zither could surprisingly make people fall asleep and have nightmarish visions out of which it was almost impossible to free oneself. How horrifying. If the one who was playing the zither intensified the strength of his melody, couldn't it be possible to make the sleeping victims go insane and collapse? Around Lin Feng, Duan Feng was still tightly closing his eyes, but he was slightly shaking. Regarding Jing Yun, she had already opened her eyes, and her heavy yet erratic breathing gave the impression that she was previously suffocating. Otherwise, many other people had already opened their eyes while some others were still closing them. However, the bodies all of those who had their eyes closed were already reacting to the music. That's an intense exam, thought Lin Feng. He had a strange smile on his face. A moment before, because he was immersed in the dream, he hadn't had the time to think too much, but at that moment, he understood the purpose of the exam. It seemed like by opening his eyes he had failed. A short time later, the melody of the zither stopped. Everybody started opening their eyes, one after another. The musician looked at the crowd and said, "The purpose of the exam was to test your endurance and your determination. If that kind of environment is unbearable for you and that you hastily woke up, it means that it would be hard for you to be on a battlefield. Therefore, those who woke up a moment before, please leave. You cannot become commanders." So that's how it is, thought Lin Feng, making a wry smile. However, Lin Feng actually hadn't woken up because he couldn't bear being in that place. He had woken up because his spirit made him unable to become the prisoner of the illusions, and he had broken free. Many people seemed very disappointed and were leaving one after another. They clearly understood that staying was of no use. Besides, some of them already doubted that they could become commanders and thought that their choice wasn't the correct path for them. The musician looked around and saw Lin Feng. He then asked, why are you not leaving? Eh? Those who knew Lin Feng were stupefied. Had Lin Feng failed the test? Wen Ao Shui was astonished. Could it be that Lin Feng couldn't stand bear seeing such a horrible scene? The exam wasn't easy, but it initially didn't seem impossible for someone like Lin Feng. After all, he had already demonstrated his strength. "Teacher, I wasn't woken up by the horrible visions," said Lin Feng, smiling wryly and shaking his head. When he finished talking, many people were looking at him and he felt oppressed by all these eyes staring at him. The teacher was supposed to have an outstanding level. How come he hadn't noticed that Lin Feng hadn't been woken up by the horror of the vision? Besides, the way he was looking at Lin Feng even looked like he was despising him. "If you really want to become a commander, don't give up and come back tomorrow at the same time," said the teacher. Tomorrow? Lin Feng was annoyed. The inauguration of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu was taking place on the day after. "Teacher, let me try again," said Lin Feng with the same wry smile on his face while shaking his head. "You're really shameless. You just had a chance. Come back tomorrow. No need to be impatient," said the teacher, which surprised Lin Feng. Everybody was looking at him. Lin Feng shook his head, smiled and said again, "Teacher, I beg you, give me a second chance." The teacher looked at Lin Feng in a strange way and said in a low voice, "Determined and motivated as you are now, it is hard to believe that you couldn't pass the test. I will make an exception and break the rule for you and let you try again today. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 118, The Holy Courtyard. As a cultivator, keeping face was important, but it wasn't always the way it seemed. Lin Feng had been asked to leave for failing the test, but he hadn't. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng in a strange way. Even if some people found him ridiculous and thought that he was humiliating himself, Lin Feng kept smiling and asked for a second chance. That smile showed that he didn't care about the fact that he was losing face by requesting a second attempt. However, the teacher understood that Lin Feng wasn't acting this way because he didn't care about dignity. On the contrary, Lin Feng was stubborn and only stubborn people persevered and never gave up. The crowd was surprised. The teacher had suddenly accepted and gave Lin Feng a second chance. On top of that, the teacher's voice sounded like he really had faith in Lin Feng's future due to his stubborn beliefs. "Thank you very much, teacher," said Lin Feng while nodding his head. Lin Feng had a good impression of the teacher. He seemed friendly and easy to approach. Besides, he didn't look arrogant at all. "I'm going to start playing the zither again. This time you are the only one who is going to listen to it," said the teacher indifferently. Immediately, he started playing again. However, just as he said, the crowd couldn't hear the music at all. The teacher could surprisingly control the flow of his music to make it audible to only the people whom he selected. How strong, thought the crowd stupefied. The teacher had never displayed such a masterful control in front of them before. At that moment, Lin Feng had the feeling that the melody was a river flowing into his ears. He could already feel that his eyes were starting to feel heavy under the hypnosis. He focused his entire attention on the music and tried to abandon himself to the illusion. He could feel himself slowly drifting into the illusion with each passing moment. However, something strange was happening. How cruel! If my celestial spirit remains like this, then I will not be able to fall into the illusion, thought Lin Feng. A cold chi had invaded into Lin Feng's body and he no longer was affected by illusion, and the music had no power over him. Everything around him was extremely clear and calm. His eyes were wide open. Even though the melody was the same as before, his eyes remained wide open and were staring at the teacher playing the zither. "Ha!" The teacher was astonished when he saw that Lin Feng was surprisingly not falling asleep and was not struggling to stay awake in the slightest. He suddenly started playing a completely different tune. This time the rhythm was faster and the power was much greater. However, Lin Feng's eyes were wide open as before. He had been staring at the teacher from the beginning. He still wasn't falling into the illusion. The teacher played another tune with an even faster rhythm and its power was on another level compared to the original test. His fingers were moving at full speed above the strings of the instrument as they elegantly created the music. Lin Feng seemed completely unperturbed and unaffected. A short moment after, the teacher smiled as he started playing slower and slower and finally stopped. He then looked at Lin Feng and asked, "What's your name?" "Lin Feng. It seems that you didn't fail the test originally. Congratulations on passing the test," said the teacher. The crowd was stunned. Lin Feng had passed the test? Why and how was that even possible? Why hadn't Lin Feng been hypnotized even though the teacher had played for him? What did that mean? "Thank you for having given me a second chance, teacher," replied Lin Feng with a big smile on his face. If the teacher hadn't given him a second chance, he would have had no other solution. Teacher, what does that mean? He woke up from the dream the first time. Why did he pass? Besides, he insolently asked for a second chance. How could you let him pass after being so shameless? Asked a tall and robust guy walking towards the teacher. The thing that you do not understand is that during the first test he hadn't fully fallen into my illusion and could not be fully hypnotized. He had just closed his eyes and fallen into a very light sleep. At most it would have only given him a brief look into the illusion, and he was never under its control. The second time, he wasn't even affected by the melody and stayed awake the whole time even when I increased the strength of the melody. This is the first time I have seen such a remarkable display, and I have been working in the academy for many years," said the teacher while smiling and shaking his head. He wasn't affected by the melody? Asked the people in the crowd, stupefied. They were strangely looking at Lin Feng, wondering if he was even a human being. When Ao Shui couldn't imagine it either. He was really puzzled at how Lin Feng had rejected the hypnosis. The tall and robust guy's eyes were wide open. Immediately after, he scratched his head and walked towards Lin Feng before saying, "I'm sorry. I said unpleasant things about you without thinking. I have misunderstood you. If you are angry at me, then please tell me what I can do for you to forgive me." Lin Feng raised his head and saw the huge guy standing before him. Lin Feng wasn't angry at him. That guy was really huge though, almost as big as Han Man. He was probably like Han Man and spoke without thinking because he was one of the simple and honest types. When Lin Feng thought about Han Man, a cold feeling invaded his heart. Duan Tian Lang. Duan Han. What did you say a moment ago? I have already forgotten, said Lin Feng while smiling. That tall and robust guy was surprised and then smiled. He stretched his big hands towards Lin Feng and said, Yuan Shan. Lin Feng. Both of them shook hands and smiled at each other. Perseverance, willpower, courage and strength are the required skills to become a great commander, said the teacher while nodding his head. He packed up his instrument and said, Lin Feng, if you want to learn how to play the zither or the guqin, come to me and I will teach you. When he finished talking, he turned around and left. Lin Feng was stupefied as well. He was smiling and, while looking at the silhouette of the teacher in the horizon, said, Teacher, I will do my best to show you that you did not make the wrong decision. Everybody in the crowd was staring at Lin Feng with eyes full of admiration and envy. These musical cultivation skills were extremely powerful. Lin Feng, congratulations. I've always wanted to learn how to play the zither or the guqin, but the teacher will not teach me his methods, said Wen Ao Shui while smiling at Lin Feng. I'm just lucky, replied Lin Feng while shaking his head and smiling. It seems like you are often very lucky, said Wen Ao Shui and added, now, you are also a student of the academy. I will show you where we sleep. All right. Thanks. I'm coming too, said Yuan Shan, who seemed to be very easygoing. All right, you are also a student of the academy. I do not see why you cannot join our group of friends. When Ao Shui brought them to the next palace, they quickly went inside. Lin Feng raised his head and was amazed. That castle had about 20 floors. From the center, one could see the sky through the open roof of the palace in the center. These are all rooms for the students. You should choose your rooms first. The middle is dedicated to practicing cultivation under the open sky. The palace was huge. There was a lot of free space within. Lin Feng found out that all the rooms were extremely large and had multiple living quarters inside as if it was a large house. It even had a large living area which was shared by the multiple living quarters within that room. All the rooms are the same. If you want to choose a room where nobody else is occupying a living quarters, that is not a problem. Do as you wish inside the palace. There's only one thing that you should note. Men and women all live here, so please be respectful. Besides, there are some people who like peace and do not enjoy being disturbed. Don't move yourself into the same shared living space as them until they have given you their permission. Doing so is forbidden. Of course, said Lin Feng while nodding. He didn't have any special requirement when it came to his living quarters. He hoped to find a place with a few empty rooms though, so that he and his friends could live next to each other. Let's choose this one. I want this room, said Lin Feng pointing at a stone door. Jing Yun and Duan Feng chose the living quarters which were next to that of Lin Feng. Yuan Shan chose the living quarters which were next to Duan Feng's. What about you? Asked Lin Feng to Meng Cheng. I can stay with you. It's not as if space is lacking here, said Meng Cheng indifferently. She sounded calm as always. However, Lin Feng was surprised. When Ao Shui looked at Lin Feng while smiling, The expression in Wen Ao Shui's eyes made Lin Feng feel very uncomfortable. Ha ha, that's not a bad idea. Laughed Yuan Shan wholeheartedly. Lin Feng glanced at him and felt even more uncomfortable. Alright, that's a good idea. I will be able to take good care of you, said Lin Feng. Duan Feng was astonished. Lin Feng wanted to take care of Meng Chang? Lin Feng, big brother, you're truly great, thought Duan Feng, but the words didn't come out of his mouth. If we live together, you will be able to tell me at least 10 stories a day, whispered Meng Chang, which made Lin Feng's legs go weak to the point that he almost fell down. What a cruel girl. The next day during the morning at the Celestial Academy, people kept arriving one after another, but there were less people than the day before. In the Imperial City, there was a large public square where people were gathering. There was already a large group of people, but people continued to rush over. At the end of that public square, there was a huge gate which had a few words engraved, Shuiyu Holy Courtyard. That was precisely the day on which the inauguration of the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu was occurring. After the news had spread, a myriad of people had rushed over to that place. Some of them were hoping to study at the Holy Courtyard, while some others had just come to watch the ceremony. The creation of the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu was a grand event in the history of the country. It would possibly change the destiny of the Shuiyu country. This day was probably not going to be a tranquil one, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 119, Magic. The Gathering. Chapter 119, The Gathering. It looks like the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu attracts many more cultivators than the Celestial Academy. Lin Feng was standing in the middle of that sea of people. He was wearing his bronze mask to conceal his identity. Meng Qing and the others were all standing next to Lin Feng. Wen Ao Shui and Yuan Shan had followed the group as well. They wanted to see how popular the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu was with their own eyes. Jing Yun was looking at Lin Feng's bronze mask. Her heart was frantically pounding. He probably had a good reason for wearing a bronze mask. It obviously meant that he didn't want other people to recognize him. It reminded her that she still didn't know what had happened to him during the destruction of the Yunhai sect. Sunlight passed through the clouds that were in the sky and shone down upon the crowd. It felt warm and comfortable. It was truly a good day for the ceremony. Look, they came out. How majestic, said a multitude of people in the crowd one after the other when they saw the valiant silhouettes passing under the huge gate of the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu. They were all wearing magnificent white robes. 2 words were sewn into their robes, Holy Courtyard. The letters looked splendid and luxurious. Their robes gave the impression that they were ready to do battle at any given moment. There were hundreds of them who were all wearing the same robes. They were all extremely young cultivators. A short time later, they had all passed through the gate of the courtyard and walked towards the extremely vast public square. Within the public square, there was a huge stage which they would all climb up, one after the other. They then looked at the crowd in a cold and detached manner. They all had extremely arrogant and domineering expressions on their faces. These were the first people chosen to study at the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu. They came from each corner of the country to this location. At that moment, they were standing on the huge stage in front of millions of people. They couldn't help but feel extremely proud. Lin Feng looked at them through his bronze mask. His heart was growing colder and colder until it had become completely ice cold. Amongst all these people, he already knew many of them. Ling Huishan, Tu Fu, Wen Rinyan. These people used to be extremely popular in the Yunhai sect. They were all considered as outstanding geniuses and were very important for the prosperity of the sect. When the Yunhai sect had been destroyed, they had betrayed it and sided with Duan Tianlang, and at that moment, they were standing with him on the stage and sharing his joy. Other than these 3 people, Lin Feng recognized other people from the Yunhai sect. They were all ranked disciples who had gratefully accepted Duan Tianlang's offer. There were not only disciples of the Yunhai sect. There were also disciples from other big sects as well. He noticed his cousin Lin Xian from the Haoyu sect as well as Lin Hong from the Ice and Snow Mountain village. Haha, Lin Rui, look at Lin Xian and Lin Hong, they're already students of the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu. Their future will be bright and wonderful. We will become the strongest clan in Yangzhou City and annihilate all the other small clans in no time. Lin Badao, Lin Feng's uncle, was surprisingly there and was loudly speaking about such matter without regard for those around him. He was surrounded by members of the Lin clan. Lin Rui was there as well. Indeed. I think that Lin Qian and Lin Hong are definitely reliable. They will definitely become the most important pillars of our Lin clan in the future, replied Lin Rui while smiling. He was extremely polite to Lin Badao. These days, Lin Badao often relied on his two children to solidify his position. The higher they would rise, the greater his influence became. The problem is that Nalan Xiong, Nalan Feng was also accepted. That's not too good. Nalan Feng is currently studying at the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu, said Lin Badao while glancing at the crowd. He noticed many people from Yangzhou City, including the Nalan clan. No need to pay attention to them. Our Lin clan has 2 disciples who are now students at the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu. Besides, Lin Xian is extremely strong and her spirit is incredibly powerful. Nalan Feng could never compete with her, said Lin Rui coldly. Of course, when Lin Badao heard these words, a huge proud smile appeared on his face. At that moment, Lin Feng was standing far behind the Lin clan and could see their silhouettes. It seemed like they had all rushed over from Yangzhou City to the Imperial City. The entire Lin clan thought that the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu provided the students with an incredibly high social status. What they didn't know though is that someone whose family name was also Lin had refused to study at the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu. They also didn't know that the entire Yunhai sect had sacrificed themselves to save him, and that was the person they had expelled from their clan. Ha ha. Today, so many people have come to see the inauguration of the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu. This is a great honor for me, said a loud voice from far away. 2 silhouettes then climbed onto the high stage. They were Duan Tianlang and Duan Han, who both still had faces filled with arrogance. It looks the rumors were not groundless. It is indeed Duan Tianlang who created the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu, thought some people in the crowd. In the past, when people didn't know who intended to create such a place, some people thought that its creator was going to be either Duan Tianlang or Lu Zonglan. At that moment, everybody finally knew that it was Duan Tianlang who had created the Holy Courtyard. I, Duan Tianlang, would like to say a few words. You all have traveled over huge distances to come and assist to the inauguration ceremony of the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu. Some of you though have come with the hope to be able to join us and become one of our students. If that's the case, please note that you should be young, outstanding, and should at least have broken through to the Ling Qi layer. If you meet our requirements, please write your names on the list. If you are chosen to study at the Holy Courtyard, we will provide you with the best skills and techniques. Many disciples will even have access to high-quality Xian level skills. But when Duan Tianlang finished talking, many people in the crowd were astonished. Xian level skills were not easily obtained, especially high-quality ones. Unless a cultivator was the disciple of one of the biggest sects or was very rich, obtaining such skills was extremely hard. Even in the biggest sects, disciples had to have reached a certain level before gaining access to such high-level skills. The crowd was extremely excited by Duan Tianlang's words. The only thing that annoyed some people was that one of the requirements was to have reached the Ling Qi layer. Besides, there is something that I would like to announce today. There are 2 people that everybody would like to see today at the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu, said Duan Tianlang with a weird smile on the corner of his mouth. The crowd was dying out of curiosity. Everybody wanted to see these 2 people? Who could they be? Considering the way Duan Tianlang had said these words, these 2 people were probably going to be extraordinary talents. You 2, please come out, said Duan Tianlang. Everybody started shaking in anticipation. There was a person who was falling down from the sky like a snowflake, slowly and softly. The high official Luo Shui, said the crowd stupefied. How incredibly strong and powerful. He was the strongest disciple ever in the Ice and Snow Mountain village. He was one of the 8 high officials. Why would he come to the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu though? At the same time, an extremely strong wind started blowing over the area. Snowflakes were fluttering in the air. Suddenly, the crowd noticed a shadow in the sky. It was a legendary rock that was flying through the air. Chu Zhanpeng. The eyes of the people in the crowd shrank. The crowd was shaking in excitement and surprise. The 2 high officials Luo Shui and Chu Zhanpeng were there and were surprisingly going to join the courtyard. Nobody would have ever thought that. Chu Zhanpeng was Chu Qing's son and the future patriarch of the Haoyu sect. Why would he want to join the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu? So that's how it is, Luo Shui and Chu Zhanpeng came to join the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu. Thios is indeed a strange and wonderful event. Duan Tianlang is very famous and has a great deal of power. All sorts of comment were rising amongst the crowd. As expected, extremely famous people had come to join the Holy Courtyard. Luo Shui and Chu Zhanpeng were standing on Duan Tianlang's left and right. The Imperial clan and the 2 external high officials were standing next to each other shoulder to shoulder. And now, let me announce the official opening of the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu. I, Duan Tianlang, am the first principal. said Duan Tianlang in such a loud voice that people could hear him from far away in the crowd. Duan Lai, congratulations, said voices amongst the crowd. Many people in the crowd then took out golden ceremony boxes. They were presents for the godlike celebrities who were present. Bai clan. Congratulations. Zhang clan. Congratulations. Gu clan. Congratulations. People were unceasingly coming out of the crowd with golden boxes and rushed to hand over their gifts as if they had been waiting patiently this whole time to offer their congratulations. Duan Tianlang had a big smile on his face. Thank you everybody. Those concerned, please go ahead and take your gifts. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 120, Justice. Those who were congratulating and offering presents were nobles of the imperial city. The crowd understood that those at the origin of the creation of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu were the imperial clan. It is useless to mention that those who could join the holy courtyard of Shuiyu were extremely powerful. Those who were offering the presents then slowly moved back towards the crowd. Duan Tianlang had a big smile on his face, expressing his satisfaction at the way things were turning out. Everybody knew that the next step was the recruitment of new disciples. But at that moment, a strong qi emerged from the atmosphere. Everybody had the sensation that the top of their head was suddenly under heavy pressure, which made them raise their heads towards the sky. Arrow! Suddenly, coming from the heavens like a meteor whose trajectory had the shape of a beautiful and perfect arch, was piercing through the air at full speed straight towards Duan Tianlang on the high stage. What's going on? Shouted people in the crowd, alarmed. Someone was surprisingly attacking Duan Tianlang with an arrow on the day of the inauguration of the holy courtyard. How heartless! Duan Tianlang was surprised. The smile on his face vanished and was replaced with a cold and evil expression. Break! A strong and powerful sword qi spread through the atmosphere and blocked the arrow and causing it to fall down onto the ground. At the same time, a strong rumbling noise invaded everybody's ears and the ground started shaking. Lu Zonglan offers his congratulations for the establishment of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu, said a loud voice which stupefied the crowd. Lu Zonglan, also known as Divine Arrow Lu Zonglan, he had come and attacked Duan Tianlang. Qi Xia cavalry troops offer our congratulations for the establishment of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. The reason for the rumbling noises and the shaking ground soon revealed itself. Far away in the horizon, the qi of a multitude of Qi Xia armored cavalry suddenly revealed itself in the air. The entire crowd could feel the qi growing nearer and nearer. What's that? What's going on? Cried out the crowd in alarm. Their expressions were drastically changing. Suddenly, a storm of arrows filled the sky above the crowd. The scene was strangely beautiful. Everybody was stunned. They couldn't help but blankly stare at all the arrows which were blotting out the sun. The sky was filled with so many arrows that the sunlight was struggling to pierce through. Had Lu Zonglan really come to congratulate the establishment of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu? How audacious! Furiously shouted Duan Tianlang, making an evil face. Duan Tianlang suddenly jumped in the air while holding his sword, which emitting a bright, resplendent light. At the same time, many people jumped in the air as well, releasing an extremely strong qi and attacking the arrows in the sky. Numerous arrows were falling down at that moment and people in the crowd chaotically tried to avoid being caught in the crossfire. The Qi Xia armored cavalry quickly arrived and dispersed crowd. A strong wind surrounded them. Their leader particularly attracted everybody's attention. He had long snow-white hair. He was very handsome and his clothes looked beautiful and clean. It's Lu Zonglan. How come his hair has entirely turned white? Said some people in the crowd while looking at Lu Zonglan. Could it be that he had come to the ceremony of the holy courtyard to cause trouble? The Qi Xia armored cavalry had stopped. There were about 200 of them. Each and every single one of them looked determined and majestic. They all looked like battle-hardened conquerors. Lu Zonglan, do you know what you're doing? Said Duan Tianlang evilly while fixedly staring at Lu Zonglan, who was sat atop his Qi Xia armored horse. I have come in the name of justice, said Lu Zonglan, sounding calm and serene yet extremely determined. Justice? Said Duan Tianlang while smiling coldly. Today is the inauguration of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. It's the biggest and most important celebration of the country, and you dare talk about justice, whatever that is supposed to mean. I have been serving our country for at least 20 years, I have fought on many battlefields and I have never complained about it, even once. Then, I even sent my own daughter to all the corners of the country to find outstanding disciples who could join the holy courtyard of Shuiyu and become pillars of our nation. Said Lu Zonglan while raising his head towards the sky. His long white hair was floating in the wind. I dedicated my life to the country. I am the commander of the army of Qixia cavalry, and you, Duan Tianlang, asked me to lend you my army, which I naively did. You then united with other large sects and used my Qixia cavalry to go and annihilate the Yunhai sect, the sect which made me into the man that I am today, the sect that trained me and cared for me. In one day, you exterminated all of them and left an unceasingly flowing river of blood behind you, and then, you dare say you don't know what I mean by justice. Said Lu Xanlan while slowly turning his head towards Duan Tianlang. Lu Xanlan's words were filled with a sharp coldness. When the crowd heard Lu Xanlan's words, they sighed with emotion. The imperial clan was indeed cruel. Lu Xanlan was an amazing person. He was a hero of the nation, and surprisingly, the imperial clan had ordered the destruction of his sect, the Yunhai sect. Nobody would have thought that Duan Tianlang was capable of such a thing. The Yunhai sect disobeyed the order of the imperial clan and refused to send some of its disciples to the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. This is what happens when one disobeys imperial orders. Therefore, the destruction of the Yunhai sect was a logical punishment for its defiance. Besides, today, you dare enter the imperial city with the Qixia armored cavalry and cause trouble at the inauguration ceremony of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. This is a serious offense. Said Duan Tianlang while glancing at Lu Xanlan coldly. He then added on the same ice-cold tone, besides, making the Qixia armored cavalry rebel against the imperial clan is another serious crime. Rebel against the imperial clan? The crowd was stupefied. Duan Tianlang was suddenly accusing Lu Xanlan of being a rebel. However, Duan Tianlang and the ones close to him looked calm and didn't seem too affected by the series of events. So, asking for justice is a crime. I see. I, Lu Xanlan, have a clear conscience and have nothing to be ashamed of when it comes to the imperial clan. However, I feel ashamed for my sect, for my brothers and sisters who died with our general until death. Shouted the cavalry on their Qixia armored horses in unison. They had voluntarily followed their general. They were fearlessly defying death. When the crowd heard the voice of the troops filled with righteous ardor and expressing loyalty to their general, they were all moved. The scene was so tragic and touching. What is the point in living such a life? Said Wen Ao Shui in the middle of the crowd. His eyes were filled with sorrow. He looked heartbroken. Lin Feng was standing next to Wen Ao Shui. Under his bronze mask, his eyes were sparkling. Lu Xanlan had come to the imperial city with his army of Qixia armored cavalry. He had come to fight for justice, but it was also clear to him that he could die at any moment. Lu Xanlan took a deep and desolate breath and glanced at every single member of his army. Since it's this way, today is going to be our last battle. Too bad that we're on that square in the imperial city and not on a battlefield. Said Lu Xanlan while grabbing his bow. He then put an arrow in it and aimed at Duan Tianlang. However, Duan Tianlang looked extremely calm and peaceful. He even had an evil smile on the corner of his mouth. At the same time, many strong cultivators moved towards Duan Tianlang's side at the same time and released some intensely powerful qi which seemed to be lacerating the atmosphere. The situation was explosive. A great war was about to break out. Wait! Shouted someone in the crowd. Immediately after, a silhouette started walking out of the crowd. That person was wearing a bronze mask. It was impossible to see their expression. Lu Xanlan glanced at him and was about to attack him when he recognized the bronze mask. He was stupefied. He put his bow down. That's him. Lin Feng had prevented Lu Xanlan from crippling his own cultivation in the Yunhai sect. Back then, he had understood that that person who was wearing a bronze mask had been Lin Feng. Therefore, at that moment, he was able to recognize him. The entire Yunhai sect had sacrificed themselves to protect and save Lin Feng's life. This has nothing to do with you. Get lost. Said Lu Xanlan coldly. As if Lin Feng hadn't heard Lu Xanlan, he calmly shook his head and said, General, let bygones be bygones. We cannot bring them back now. Why bother and come to the imperial city? For justice. Replied Lu Xanlan. He wouldn't have thought that Lin Feng would appear and start talking. Lu Xanlan was already starting to be puzzled by this dilemma. Justice? But what is justice for the general is in other people's eyes considered as suicide. You just look like a general who wants to die, nothing more. If justice is what you think it is, then it's worthless. Replied Lin Feng while shaking his head. He started moving towards Lu Xanlan. Lin Feng then stood next to him and glanced at Duan Tianlang. Duan Tianlang, today is the inauguration of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. May I ask some questions? Duan Tianlang wouldn't have thought that Lin Feng would appear on that day. Considering that it was the inauguration day of the courtyard, he had to handle things cleanly and properly. Thus, he couldn't refuse and then said, "Go ahead." The holy courtyard of Shuiyu, why is it called the holy courtyard? Because we want it to be a pure and holy place, a place where morally elevated people come to become great cultivators. People who are chosen to study at the courtyard should also have pure souls. Replied Duan Tianlang. I see. Said Lin Feng while slightly nodding. He then pointed at the crowd and said, "In the middle of the crowd, there are people from the Haiyu sect, from the Ice and Snow Mountain village as well as people from the Yunhai sect which you destroyed. Now you are saying that you want these people to rebel against their own sects to join the holy courtyard of Shuiyu for the sake of purity and moral values. Is that right?" When Lin Feng finished talking, a complete silence invaded the entire area. Duan Tianlang was stunned. "A moment ago, you used the word rebel in a negative way, but the Yunhai sect disciples who followed you after you destroyed their sect, are they not rebels of the Yunhai sect as well? But no, according to your logic, these rebels are considered as pure and holy because they joined the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. That's a weird contradiction," said Lin Feng to Duan Tianlang, who remained silent. Duan Tianlang opened his mouth but no words came out. Lin Feng's poignant words made him speechless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 121, What an Expression. Lin Feng didn't care about Duan Tianlang's facial expression and continued talking. "Duan Tianlang, I really don't know if you are the one who chose the name Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu or if it was someone else." "Of course it is my idea," replied Duan Tianlang immediately. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. He was evilly staring at him. What a skillful manipulator, thought members of the crowd as they watched the scene unfold. Lin Feng had just said that the holy courtyard of Shuiyu didn't deserve such a name as it was recruiting rebels. Duan Tianlang was unable to refute Lin Feng's words, which obviously made the crowd agree with Lin Feng. Lin Feng had just asked him whose idea it was to call it the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. He obviously knew that Duan Tianlang would reply that it was his, saying anything else would have been making the ones above him bear the responsibility for that, and he didn't dare to accuse them. Besides, Duan Tianlang had been unable to deny the fact that the courtyard didn't deserve its name, which meant that he was recognizing that Lin Feng was correct in what he was saying. He had no argument remaining to defend himself. That's the way it is. You, Duan Tianlang, convinced the biggest sects to hand over their best disciples to you and destroyed the Yunhai sect, then finally created the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. How prestigious. But didn't you know that the Yunhai sect was General Lu Zonglan's sect? Continued Lin Feng while Duan Tianlang remained uncommunicative. That was a very smart move from your part, Duan Tianlang, because Lu Zonglan was a disciple of the Yunhai sect. Besides, everybody knows how kind and honest Lu Zonglan is. You knew that he would never tolerate your actions of destroying his sect. He would definitely come to you seeking revenge. That way, he would be forced to abandon his official functions and would come to the imperial city to try and kill you. Then, you would be able to call him a rebel and damage his reputation and make him lose everything that he has built throughout the years. What a perfect plan. Your methods are absolutely perfect, but what was your agenda when you started to plot against one of the pillars supporting this country? Lin Feng was speaking uninterruptedly. Everybody was astonished by every single word that came from his mouth. That's right. What Lin Feng said was entirely true. That was a demonically perfect plan. However, at that moment, many people thought that Duan Tianlang probably wasn't the one at the origin of this plot. Everybody was shaking. They were moved by Lin Feng's words. After everything that Lu Zonglan had done for his country, who could have dared to plot against him? How tragic. Stop babbling nonsense. Shut up, shouted Duan Tianlang furiously. An ice-cold chi which smelt like death suddenly surrounded Lin Feng's body. Could it be that I am wrong? That you are not the author of all these horrors? Added Lin Feng, who seemed like hadn't noticed that Duan Tianlang wanted to kill him. Lin Feng's last remark shook up the crowd. Of course it was me who was the origin of all of these events. Are you done talking now? Said Duan Tianlang unperturbedly, admitting that he was the one who had undertaken all of this. But could it be that the people in the shadows were actually the ones who had come up with the ideas first? However, there weren't many people above Duan Tianlang in the hierarchy of the country, so if he wasn't the one who had undertaken these horrors, who else could it be? Of course. I see. Since you admit that you are the who started all of this, I would like to ask you, since you plotted against General Lu Zonglan and also hurt and killed so many people of the Shuiyu country, are you not a rebel yourself? Is it not still considered a crime if a member of the Duan clan rebels? Asked Lin Feng. He glanced at Duan Tianlang and then at the crowd and said, and all of you who have helped him do evil, haven't you also committed a crime against the country too? The crowd was stunned. Lin Feng was using the arguments which Duan Tianlang had used against Lu Tsonglan, but this time they were directed against Duan Tianlang himself as well as the crowd. Lin Feng believed in justice and knew that he was right with what he was saying. Not the crowd or even Duan Tianlang could deny what Lin Feng was saying. Those who had committed crimes were accusing the innocent people of being guilty. Lin Feng had just brought about a radical change in the situation and was exposing the truth. His tongue was sharp as a sword. If it was another location, then Duan Tianlang would have killed Lin Feng without hesitation. But that was the inauguration day of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu in the imperial city, so he had to be prudent and cautious about everything he did. People coming from everywhere in the country were paying attention to his words and behavior. He couldn't attack Lu Tsonglan except if Lu Tsonglan behaved like he did a moment before when he was ready to attack him. If Duan Tianlang took the initiative to attack, then that would definitely be a rebellion against the country. If Lu Tsonglan took the initiative, then its blame would fall onto him. Why did you come to talk nonsense today? On the day of the inauguration ceremony? What evil intentions have brought you here? Duan Tianlang seemed like he had completely forgotten Lu Tsonglan and was now getting excessively angry at Lin Feng. Besides, he had changed the subject completely. How am I causing trouble? I just spoke a few truths, that's all. If everybody thinks that everything that I said is unjustified and unreasonable, then I will leave. Said Lin Feng. Actually, he had come to the holy courtyard of Shuiyu because he was really interested in disrupting the ceremony. Besides, he was hoping to be able to fight against some of its disciples for the sake of it achieving enlightenment. But reality had been different because Lu Tsonglan had appeared unexpectedly. How could Lin Feng let him carry out a suicide attack in the name of justice when his action would have had nothing to do with justice? Lin Feng found out that his words gave Duan Tianlang the impression that he was being slapped in the face. Lin Feng was quite satisfied even if he thought that it was not near enough punishment for him. General, in this world, justice can be protected if you are powerful, but for that you need to be alive. So please take care of yourself and at the right moment, you will be able to fight for justice. Said Lin Feng to Lu Tsonglan, who was surprised. Remember to keep growing stronger. Take care of yourself, only then you can fight for justice, only those who could understand such things could be really free in the world. Lu Tsonglan had come on that day to show that Duan Tianlang had unfairly destroyed the Yunhai sect. Because of his past in the Yunhai sect, he felt like he had to avenge it. He thought that it was the right thing to do. However, in Lin Feng's eyes, Lu Tsonglan's behavior was just blind devotion and nothing more. If Lu Tsonglan acted recklessly and caused his own death, then wouldn't that make the enemy happy? How could that avenge those who unfairly died at their hands? He was just acting like a desperate man with no other course of action. General, just leave. Said Lin Feng. At that moment, Lu Tsonglan slightly nodded. Would you like to come with me for a walk? Asked Lu Tsonglan to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was surprised and then said, all right. After all the trouble you caused today, do you think that you can leave that easily? Said Duan Tianlang, who looked furious. They had humiliated him in the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. I'm taking him for a walk. Who will dare and oppose me? Said Lu Tsonglan while glancing at Duan Tianlang. At that moment, Lu Tsonglan looked like the real divine arrow Lu Tsonglan. At the beginning, Lu Tsonglan wanted to fight but hadn't yet initiated a full-blown conflict. Since Lu Tsonglan wasn't provoking him anymore and hadn't committed any offense, Duan Tianlang couldn't do anything. Lu Tsonglan, you came here without permission and on top of that caused trouble, don't forget that these are serious offenses. Said Duan Tianlang coldly. What makes you qualified to proclaim my faults? If His Majesty said that I had committed crimes and wanted to dismiss me, then I would accept his decision. You however are not qualified to speak against me. Said Lu Tsonglan indifferently. Duan Tianlang pulled a long face. Dismiss him? Lu Tsonglan was a very famous general with a great history on the battlefield. He had accomplished many wonderful things for the country. Give him a Qi Shui horse. Said Lu Tsonglan to one of his troops to his side. Immediately after, a soldier jumped down from his horse and climbed onto the same horse as one of the other soldiers while Lin Feng took his horse. Let's go. Said Lu Tsonglan to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was sitting on the Qi Xia armored horse. Before leaving, he nodded at Meng Qing and the others. Lin Feng felt reassured because Meng Qing was there to protect them. At that moment, Lin Feng passed near Lin Ba Dao and Lin Rui. He looked at them through his bronze mask. They were surprised and didn't understand why that masked man was looking so deeply at them. But at that moment Lin Feng and the other Qixia armored horses all left. Lin Badao and Lin Rui, who were confused, just stared at these silhouettes while frowning. Their facial expression remained in an intense frown for a long time. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 122, Shuiyu. The armored horses were galloping at great speed on an old and ancient road. At that moment, two horses were gradually slowing down. Lin Feng looked around. Milky white smoke could be seen coming from some chimneys in the distance. Surprisingly, they had come a small village. It wasn't that small either. In the continent of the Nine Clouds, cultivators were respected and had the power, but there were many ordinary people who didn't have a spirit and who couldn't practice cultivation. Lin Feng, we have arrived at the border region of Duanren City, said Lu Lan to Lin Feng, pointing at the city. We finally arrived, thought Lin Feng, seeing that they were getting closer and closer to the city. The Qixia armored horses were extremely fast, but as before, the Shuiyu country was still as vast as ever. Therefore, they had required 6 days to arrive in this city, which was situated in the north of the country. Duanren City. This road is weird. Everything is open and accessible. Anybody could attack and destroy it, said Lin Feng to Lu Lan. They don't even think about that, replied Lu Lan indifferently, which made Lin Feng shiver. They didn't think about that? In this city, it seemed like there were only ordinary people. They could easily be killed by even weak cultivators. Lin Feng, do you know how huge our continent is? I'm not sure, replied Lin Feng, shaking his head. The continent of the Nine Clouds is extremely vast and has many countries. There is the imperial country of Yuan, our country, the Shuiyu country, which is inside Shuiyu, said Lu Lan slowly, and then continued, Shuiyu has 13 countries, amongst which 4 of them are extremely large. Lin Feng was stupefied. He had never heard of Shuiyu. 13 countries, and the Shuiyu country was inside Shuiyu. Lin Feng didn't really understand what that meant. He didn't know what these territories looked like on a map. All of our countries are interconnected. There are agreements in place, and our Shuiyu country also respects these agreements. We wouldn't attack each other. However, in case that something like that happened, then the weak would probably become the prey of the strong. Being strong is one of the most important rules in the continent of the Nine Clouds. However, every 10 years, the 13 countries choose the most outstanding disciples of their country and organize the Great Competition of Shuiyu. The Great Competition of Shuiyu consists of battles between these disciples. It is said that the winner can win an incredible amount of wealth and items. Besides, the winner has the opportunity to go to a mysterious and secret location to practice cultivation. The Great Competition of Shuiyu, a mysterious and secret location. Lin Feng was shivering. Maybe Luo Shui and Xu Zhanpeng had joined the holy courtyard of Shuiyu for that exact reason. Lin Feng was wondering if there was a correlation between what Lu Lan was saying and the fact that these two high officials had chosen to study at the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. Nonetheless, there are some countries who wish they could become extremely strong and annex other territories. This is something that is made possible during the Great Competition of Shuiyu. Everything always comes down to power. If they manage to annex other territories, it means that they would gain power and have access to a greater number of outstanding talents. Many countries wish they could become the imperial country. I see. Lin Feng would have never thought that countries would fight each other in the frame of a great competition. You should be able to understand now why they destroyed the Yunhai sect. That is why they are trying to put all their best disciples into one place, the holy courtyard of Shuiyu, said Lu Lan. Lin Feng slightly nodded. They had built the holy courtyard of Shuiyu because they needed more outstanding disciples, and they needed to greatly increase the strength of the disciples in the country. They want to kill me because the sphere of influence of my army is too large. They destroyed the Yunhai sect because they want to unify the country under one banner. The other sects have been magnanimous, but at some point, the imperial clan will probably start paying more attention to them, and their fate will be the same as that of the Yunhai sect, said Lu Lan while sighing. Lin Feng was feeling angrier and angrier. They definitely had their prey in sight. General, get down from your horses and come drink some water. At that moment, there were 2 people who had come from the village, and one of them was a woman. She was the one who had shouted these words to Lu Lan. General, your hair. No time. We are in a hurry. We cannot stop, replied Lu Lan to the woman while smiling. At that moment, many people were coming out of their houses and looking at Lu Lan. Their eyes were filled with respect and admiration. Lin Feng was looking at Lu Songlun the same way. The masses had always feared the army, but these ordinary people were looking at Lu Songlun with respect and affection. He had managed to win the hearts of the people. Lin Feng found it unfortunate that they weren't in the previous world. Lin Feng thought that a person like Lu Songlun could have become one of the most important people in his previous world. He could probably achieve great things. At that moment, another small town appeared in front of Lin Feng. "General, you came back. Quickly, open the gate." Many people, when they saw that Lu Songlun had come back, looked excited. A short moment after, a multitude of people came to the gate. "General!" shouted the crowd loudly. They all knew that the Yunhai sect had been destroyed and that their general had left to the imperial city because of those events. They were terrified by the idea that their general would maybe never come back. They were thus very happy to see him return safely. When Lu Songlun saw all those people, he took a few deep breaths. His heart was filled with joy. These people were his people and their lives were in Lu Songlun's hands. "I came back," said Lu Songlun. He then urged his horse onwards and galloped into the town at full speed. He was moving so fast that the wind around him created whistling sounds as he passed through the air. Lin Feng's Qixia armored horse was closely following Lu Songlun. This town wasn't exactly big and was only a small part of the territory. Lu Songlun lived in another region of the city near another gate. Lu Songlun hadn't arrived yet, but there was a silhouette on a horse was coming towards him. She was urging on her horse forwards using a whip. She was wearing fire-red robes. "Father!" Lu Fei's eyes were red and full of tears. Not many people understood why he had gone to the imperial city. Lu Fei didn't understand clearly either. When she heard that her father had come back, she rushed over to see him with tears in her eyes. Lu Fei was worried about her father and thought that he may not return alive. "Fei," said Lu Songlun. He seemed to be a very affectionate father as he looking lovingly at his daughter. Lu Fei looked at her father and a few seconds later, said, "Lu Songlun, you're finally here. How could you be so stupid?" A soldier next to Lin Feng was surprised and couldn't help letting his shock escape his mouth. Lu Fei was really rude. Immediately after, Lu Songlun smiled in an even more affectionate way. It was a wry smile though. After all, he was indeed really stupid sometimes. "Alright, Fei, I'm here. Are you not happy that I have returned?" "You are feeling happy that you have returned, but I am still not happy." She said, galloped towards her father and said, "Father, promise me that you won't do something like this again in the future." "I won't," said Lu Songlun while shaking his head. He then pointed at Lin Feng and said, Fei, you can thank him. He's the one who saved your old father from making a mistake which he could not come back from." "Ha?" Lu Fei looked at Lin Feng. That young man's robes were full of dirt because of the long journey they had taken to get here. Besides, his bronze mask looked terribly evil the more that one looked at it. The qi emanating from his body was very strange as well. "Father, who is this young man?" said Lu Fei while looking at Lin Feng with a perplexed face. Lu Songlun laughed and said, "Don't you recognize him?" Lu Fei was stunned. Recognize him? She didn't know anyone who went around wearing a bronze mask. Lin Feng smiled and said as a joke, "What? Can you not even recognize your boyfriend?" When he finished talking, he took off his mask. When Lu Fei saw his face, her lips started to tremble. She was overwhelmed with all different kinds of emotions, but eventually a huge smile which was filled with warmth appeared and covered her face. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 123, Duan Rin Border. Lin Feng. The one who was wearing that bronze mask, surprisingly, was Lin Feng. And he was the person who had saved her father's life? Lu Songlun looked at Lin Feng's face. He had met Lin Feng only twice, and both times, he was wearing a bronze mask. It was the first time that he saw Lin Feng without his mask. He was smiling and seemed like a very good-natured person. Despite his age, he looked mysterious and mature. Only his mouth revealed a frivolous and unruly smile which showed that he probably had a good sense of humor as well. "How young?" shouted Lu Songlun, stupefied, and then whispered, "How mysterious he seems, almost mystical." The first time Lu Songlun had seen Lin Feng had pronounced a few deep and mysterious sentences which had deeply influenced his thoughts and opinions. The second time that he had met him, Lin Feng had fearlessly contradicted Duan Tianlang, leaving him dumbstruck and unable to reply. He had also damaged the reputation of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. The one who had taken such brave actions inside the imperial city was the smiling young man. These things didn't only require intelligence. They also required a person to be courageous, fearless, and quite audacious to dare make Duan Tianlang lose face in front of so many people. It also required a person to be quite unconventional and unrestrained. Lu Xanlan would have never thought that such an extraordinary person could be so young. Lin Feng, you just said that you are Lu Fei's boyfriend. Suddenly said Lu Xanlan, recalling what Lin Feng had just said. He had a strange expression on his face and asked, "Is it true?" Lin Feng suddenly became very shy and scratched his head while remaining silent. Lu Fei was staring at him stunned. "Father, don't listen to that bastard. He's just a despicable pervert." At that moment, she was angry at Lin Feng for having dared say that he was her boyfriend in front of her father. How embarrassing. A despicable pervert? Lin Feng looked very awkward after hearing such words. He then resolutely said to Lu Fei, "Fei, are you not the one who asked me out and said that we were in a relationship in front of everyone the other day? If I'm a pervert, you are one as well." Lu Fei's eyes almost rolled. What a crazy bastard. Lu Xanlan's eyes were huge and wide open. He didn't understand what was going on at all. Lin Feng stared at Lu Fei's beautiful face, making her blush. Why had she started calling him a pervert again? While looking at both of them in such a strange situation, Lu Xanlan couldn't help but smile and said, Fei, that's alright, I have seen enough. Let's go now." Lu Fei angrily looked at Lin Feng and then made her horse turn around. The three of them were riding their horses. Suddenly, many of the soldiers of Lu Xanlan's army, when they saw Lin Feng with the group, started to approach them. The crowd suddenly kneeled down and bowed to the extent that their heads made a loud thud when colliding with the solid ground. Lin Feng was astonished and found it very strange, especially that these people were not prostrating themselves in front of Lu Xanlan or Lu Fei, but in front of him. "Thank you for having saved our general's life." The people in the crowd were thanking Lin Feng one after another. Lin Feng was stupefied. "Please stand up. There is no need to do such a thing," replied Lin Feng. These people were incredibly strong and had experienced many extraordinary things throughout their lifetime. How could they bow and worship Lin Feng? "Young man, you didn't save only our general's life, but you also saved 200 Qixia armored cavalry soldiers. If our general died, our town would probably be in danger and might be invaded. It means that you saved and protected many people's lives with your actions," said a soldier looking solemn and grateful. Lin Feng was still surprised. He had never thought about these things. "Oh, I see, but that's enough, please stand up now." Lin Feng wasn't an arrogant person and everybody could see it. Everybody stood up when Lin Feng told them. They could see that he looked embarrassed from having so much attention on him. "That's alright, everybody can disperse now," said Lu Xanlan while waving to everyone. Everybody then quietly left. "Lin Feng, these people are not soldiers. They are officers. They are the best elements of my army. They can all lead groups of a few hundred people. I have only 500 officers. I trust them more than anyone else in the world. The soldiers who came with me to the imperial city are all guards. You saved their lives. In the future, if there is an opportunity, they will be your assistants," said Lu Xanlan. Lin Feng was surprised and replied, "My assistants? Indeed, your assistants," said Lu Xanlan honestly while nodding. He then added, "You noticed that some people want to do me harm. At some point, they might succeed. If in the future you are also involved in these battles, then they will all come to help you." Lin Feng was smiling wryly. Who knew what would happen in the future? Lin Feng noticed the other gate of the town and sighed. They were in the very north of the country at the border with another country. If there was an attack someday, even if it wasn't supposed to happen, Lu Xanlan's territory would be the first one to be involved in battles. Fei, you go first. Lin Feng and I are going on a walk," said Lu Xanlan to Lu Fei. Lu Fei was surprised and strangely stared at her father. "All right," she said while nodding. She didn't ask her father for explanations and left. "Lin Feng, let's walk to the gate," said Lu Xanlan while looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was also surprised. He didn't know why Lu Xanlan wanted Lu Fei to leave them alone. "All right," said Lin Feng while nodding. They galloped towards the western gate of the city. There were lots of troops in that area. Even though they were looking at Lu Xanlan, they didn't move away from their respective positions. They got down off their horses and Lu Xanlan then brought Lin Feng towards a flight of stairs on the left of the gate. The flight of stairs led to the gate tower, which was very large. They went up all the way to the top of the tower. Lin Feng suddenly just felt an extremely strong and cold wind blowing on his face. Lin Feng then looked at the landscape and was completely amazed. Duanren City, the city of 1,000 blades, thought Lin Feng. In front of him was a vast field which looked boundless. There was a myriad of bladed weapons lying on the ground. Some of these weapons were already completely rusted and worn down over time. Since the battle, I have never given the order to remove these weapons from their positions. I rather prefer leaving them there in remembrance of those heroic souls, said Lu Xonglun slowly. He pointed his finger at the distance. It looked like a gigantic sword had cut a mountain into two. It strangely resembled the mountain where he could see sunlight shining in the Yunhai sect, the place where Lu Fei used to practice cultivation. That place was surrounded by a moat. As that natural moat was surrounded by high hills, it was easier for Lu Xonglun's troops to shoot at people who would try and come from that location. They were extremely vulnerable if they came from that location. That place is the border. If you were to go there, then there is a good chance that you will not make it back alive. It's called Duanren Border. Duanren Border. Logical, whispered Lin Feng. This is the border with the Mou country. The Mou country and our Shuiyu country are very different. In the Mou country, they don't have sects and they are completely united. Therefore, they are much stronger than us as they have a combined power. They have a huge army which is under a single banner. If they weren't scared of my army in Duanren City, they probably would have attacked a long time ago, said Lu Xonglun. That is why Lu Xonglun, a long time ago, had spared no effort and had fearlessly led his army into great battles. He had emerged victorious and created a legend which brought fear to his enemies. Lin Feng, you saw how dangerous the situation is for me. Someday, I will probably have my life taken from me, and I'm not speaking carelessly when I say this. Lin Feng understood why Lu Xonglun had abandoned the Yunhai sect in the past. He had left everything behind to protect his country from invaders. In the Shuiyu country, there were internal and external threats. The situation was extremely complex. Lin Feng, there is something that I would like to ask you. Lin Feng was stupefied. He was staring at Lu Xonglun. What could Lu Xonglun have to ask from him? Lu Xonglun slowly said, please take good care of Fei Fei. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 124, Heartless Imperial Family. Take care of Lu Fei? Lin Feng first blankly stared at Lu Xonglun and then smiled wryly. It wasn't that easy to take care of Lu Fei. If only Lu Fei was similar to Meng Qing. But at that moment, Lin Feng was living with Meng Qing. What about Lu Fei? That was a difficult situation for Lin Feng. He didn't know what to do. Besides, Meng Qing wanted to take care of him and wanted for him to tell her stories all the time. Uncle Lu Xonglun, why do you trust me? When the Yunhai sect was destroyed, they all sacrificed their lives to protect you. If I can't trust you, then there is nobody in this world that I can trust, said Lu Xonglun while fixedly staring at Lin Feng. He then smiled and said, besides, I think that Fei Fei and you are a very good match. If you want to take care of her forever, I have no objection to your union. A's. Lin Feng was really stunned. Lu Xonglun was surprisingly trying to make Lin Feng and Lu Fei become engaged. Because of her incredible beauty, this offer would be hard to resist for any ordinary man. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't an ordinary man. Uncle Lu Xonglun, I am not that kind of person, but I have listened to what you have to say and I can promise you that I will do my best to take good care of her, replied Lin Feng in a low voice. Lu Xonglun smiled. He liked Lin Feng. He then said, I understand. I know that you are not that kind of person. Lin Feng, it is Lu Fei who expressed this. When Lin Feng heard Lu Xonglun's ambiguous words, he felt like crawling into a hole and disappearing from the world. He was extremely embarrassed. Maybe Lu Xonglun thought that what Lin Feng had meant when he said he was not that kind of person was that he wasn't talented enough when it came to women, but Lu Xonglun found it strange. But did Lin Feng have a choice? If he refused Lu Xonglun's offer, it would be too suspicious. When Lu Fei had heard her father tell her that he wanted to spend some time alone with Lin Feng, she felt incredibly furious in her heart. At that moment, Lin Feng and Lu Fei were in her house. Lu Fei angrily looked at Lin Feng and said, what did you tell my father? She remembered that Lin Feng had said that he was her boyfriend in front of her father. It was very possible that her father had misunderstood Lin Feng. At that moment, Lu Xonglun had asked Lu Fei to leave with Lin Feng without asking for her opinion and gave her no chance to respond. Poor Lin Feng. He didn't want to argue. He was just smiling wryly. Father, I'm not leaving, said Lu Fei while shaking her head and looking at her father. Don't make trouble, Fei Fei. I have made this decision and I will not change my mind. I told Lin Feng to stay in Duanren City for 3 days. 3 days from now, you will both leave together," said Lu Lan strictly. He was extremely firm and strict with his words. "Father!" shouted Lu Fei, who wanted to say something else but was interrupted by Lu Lan. "No. You have nothing to add. I am your father and you will listen to me." Lu Fei was shaking while staring at her father, which made Lu Lan want to take back his words and give her a choice, but he was convinced that Lu Fei had to leave, so he did not take back his words and stayed silent. "I'm sorry. I will not disobey." Lu Fei didn't say anything else and ran towards her room with a bright red face. When Lu Lan saw Lu Fei run like this, he felt powerless. Lin Feng felt powerless as well. Because of all the problems Lu Lan had, he would constantly be worried to death if Lu Fei stayed. Some people are really heartless, thought Lin Feng. 3 days later, dust rose all around the galloping horses. Several hundreds of Qi Xia armored horses were galloping on that ancient road. "Uncle Lu Lan, you can accompany us to here, we should be fine from this point on," said Lin Feng to Lu Lan. Their horses gradually slowed down and stopped. Lu Lan looked at Lu Fei. He looked reluctant to part with them. He also didn't know when they would meet again. "Father, you can go back now," said Lu Fei reluctantly. She was gritting her teeth. "Fei Fei, please listen to Lin Feng," said Lu Lan while strictly staring at Lu Fei. Even though Lu Lan hadn't known Lin Feng for a long time, he knew that Lin Feng was extremely strong. He felt reassured to know that Lin Feng was there to take care of Lu Fei. Lu Fei glanced at Lin Feng, nodded and said, "Father, I will." "Take care of yourself," said Lu Lan while turning around and galloping away. "Lin Feng, please take good care of her," shouted Lu Lan from far away. "Sister, have a safe trip. Brother, have a safe trip. The cavalry on their Qi Xia armored horses shouted these words to Lu Fei and Lin Feng and left by following Lu Lan. Lu Fei stared at them for a while, motionless. Lin Feng stayed next to her and remained silent. "Yesterday, my father told me that he had abandoned the Yunhai sect in the past even though they had taught him so much. He thinks that he is responsible for the destruction of the Yunhai sect. He feels endless regret in his heart about the events which occurred. My father also told me that during the great battle against Duanren border, my mother had been killed. He hadn't even talked to her before she was killed. He feels extremely guilty. My father also said that because of the issues with the Duanren border, he hadn't had time to take care of me, which is why he had sent me to the Yunhai sect. Because he didn't assume his responsibilities as a father, he also said sorry to me, his daughter. My father also said that during the war of the Duanren border, he had lost many of his troops, 100,000 or more. They are buried outside of Duanren city and he is still alive. He feels regret in his heart that he could not save any of them." Lin Feng was calmly listening to Lu Fei. He found all these stories extremely complex. "I know why my father wants me to leave. He doesn't want me to get involved. He feels sorry and regrets many things, but one thing I know is that the Shuiyu country should feel regret for what they did and are doing to him. They are the ones who should say sorry to him." Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the sky while listening to Lu Fei. Even if the Shuiyu country said sorry to him, that would never be enough. If Lin Feng was strong enough, he would go to the Imperial City and ask the Imperial clan how they feel about it. He was really curious to know how these people really felt from the bottom of their hearts. Only those who were strong enough could influence others. In that world, if someone was strong enough, he could destroy an entire country with a wave of his hand and no one would stand against him. Lin Feng would never understand why strength was so important in this land. "If you want to cry, then you can go ahead. It's okay," said Lin Feng to Lu Fei in a soft and affectionate voice. Lu Fei had too much pressure. What a pity for such a beautiful 16-year-old girl. When Lu Fei heard Lin Feng's words, tears started unceasingly flowing along her beautiful soft cheeks. Suddenly, she started sobbing loudly. She was shaking. She could barely breathe from all the tears that endlessly fell from her eyes. Lin Feng smiled wryly. Girls were all the same. Enough pressure would make them cry even though they tried to hide it. Lin Feng made his horse go next to Lu Fei's one and put his hand on her shoulder. He then jumped down from his horse onto Lu Fei's horse and said, "It's okay, you can wipe your tears on me." Lu Fei turned around, looked at Lin Feng with her eyes full of tears and then pushed her face into his chest while sobbing in his arms. A while after, Lu Fei calmed down. She looked at Lin Feng and said, "You're a real pervert. You're taking advantage of the situation." Eh? Lin Feng was stupefied. What a moody girl. It seems like someone is in love with me, said Lin Feng. Lu Fei looked at him and said, "Get over yourself. You like manipulating people, don't you?" said Lin Feng while laughing. He then jumped back onto his Qi Shui armored horse. Lu Fei still had tears in her eyes and her face was red, but she didn't want Lin Feng to see her. "Let's go," said Lu Fei to Lin Feng. The Qi Xia armored horses immediately left as if they were able to understand the ones riding them. They left at full speed. Lin Feng smiled. Making Lu Fei listen to him was going to be such a difficult task. On the old and ancient road, a picturesque scene unfurled of a young handsome boy and an extremely beautiful young girl galloping on their horses, swiftly into the horizon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 125, When They Met. Outside of the Celestial Academy, 2 horses had appeared. At that moment, the recruitment procedure had already finished. A crowd formed and started getting bigger and bigger. People were staring at these 2 Qi Xia armored horses and the 2 people who were on top of them. They were particularly interested in Lu Fei. "The Celestial Academy," said Lu Fei looking at the large gate. She then asked Lin Feng, "Why the hell did you bring me here?" "To practice cultivation, obviously," replied Lin Feng and then added, "Let's go inside, but I don't have a recommendation letter, besides, I will not join the Celestial Academy," said Lu Fei and then continued, "And you shouldn't either. Are you forgetting about the Yunhai sect?" Lu Fei was Lu Songlan's daughter, so she obviously knew about the Celestial Academy. "I haven't joined it either and I can bring you in without a letter of recommendation," said Lin Feng while shaking his head. He knew what Lu Fei meant. After so many people had sacrificed their lives to save him, including some elders, studying in another place would be a kind of betrayal to the Yunhai sect. "Don't forget that your father told you to listen to me," said Lin Feng. When he saw that Lu Fei wasn't reacting, he urged the horse forwards and went into the academy. Lu Fei looked at Lin Feng's silhouette and then galloped behind him. She was shocked by the fact that nobody prevented her from entering in the academy. "How did you do that?" asked Lu Fei. She clearly knew that the academy didn't allow anybody to penetrate into the territory of the academy. She didn't know why they would make an exception for her. How could it be that easy to enter? The only explanation was Lin Feng. Besides, he had said it himself a moment before, that she didn't need a letter of recommendation to enter. "Well, it's nothing extraordinary considering who my girlfriend is," Lin Feng said with a smile. Lu Fei angrily stared at him. "What are you looking like that for? I didn't say that you're my girlfriend. I'm sorry, but it seems like your love for me is not reciprocated," said Lin Feng while arrogantly looking at Lu Fei. That girl thought too much. When she heard Lin Feng's words, she started shaking in anger. That damn bastard. It was the first time that Lu Fei went to the Celestial Academy. She found that the scenery was majestic and imposing. Lin Feng and Lu Fei had arrived outside of the palace where the students' rooms were located. He looked at Lu Fei and asked, "I guess you already know about the 3 different categories of cultivators that are studying at the academy. I know that it produced army officers, government officials, and assassins. In Duanren City, my father's army is composed of many people who studied at the Celestial Academy. They are all very strong individuals. Many cultivators who studied here became strong Qi Xia protectors." Lin Feng looked surprised, looked at Lu Fei and said, "Qi Xia protectors? Uncle Lu lets them become protectors that easily?" The Qi Xia protectors were Lu Songlan's closest troops. Besides, Lin Feng had asked himself before about the status of the people who graduated from the Celestial Academy. If they could become such prestigious cultivators, didn't it mean that the Imperial City had to be supporting it? Lu Fei was looking at Lin Feng as if she was looking at an idiot. "Do you think that my father is that kind of person?" Lin Feng smiled wryly. Indeed. Lu Songlan could easily recognize people with high abilities. He wouldn't let anyone become a Qi Xia protector. Here is the place where those who study military skills stay. Even though we are not students of the academy, we have the right to live here. We can study about military skills and techniques. Lu Fei was astonished. She was really wondering how Lin Feng had achieved such a thing. She had asked him already, but he didn't reply. She didn't feel like asking him again, so she just nodded her head. When they arrived in Lin Feng's living quarters, Yuan Shan and Duan Feng were chatting. When they saw Lin Feng and Lu Fei, they were pleasantly surprised. "Lin Feng, big brother. Lin Feng, my friend." The 2 of them happily said Lin Feng's name in unison. Immediately after, they looked at Lu Fei. Yuan Shan looked at Lu Fei in an ambiguous way. Lin Feng, big brother, who is she? Asked Duan Feng while looking at Lu Fei in such a way that gave the impression he was worshipping her. Meng Qing and Lin Feng had already decided to live together. How could Lin Feng go out and come back with a new amazingly beautiful girl? Lu Fei, said a voice behind Duan Feng. Jing Yun walked towards them. When she saw that Lin Feng and Lu Fei were together, she made a strange face. In the Yunhai sect, Lu Fei was considered as the most beautiful girl. A countless number of men were courting her. Since the Yunhai sect had been destroyed, Jing Yun had thought that Lu Fei had died like the others. She wouldn't have thought she would see her again, especially with Lin Feng. Besides, on that day at the holy courtyard of Shuiyu, hadn't Lin Feng left with Lu Xanlan? Lu Fei, the girl who possesses the divine arrow spirit, said Lin Feng. Duan Feng and Yuan Shan were stunned. That exceptionally beautiful girl was Lu Xanlan's daughter. No wonder Lin Feng was with her. Jing Yun was even more astonished. She didn't know that she was Lu Xanlan's daughter until that moment. Hello, said Yuan Shan, whose expression had slightly changed. His eyes were suddenly filled with respect. Lu Xanlan was one of the people whom Yuan Shan respected the most. Too bad that on the other day, he had only seen him from far away and hadn't been able to talk to him. He wished he could have followed Lin Feng and Lu Xanlan. Yuan Shan wasn't the only person who was like that. Many disciples who were studying military skills also idolized Lu Xanlan, who was a great general, who could kill people from very far away with incredible accuracy using his arrows. Lu Xanlan. Many boys were very excited even if they only heard Lu Xanlan's name. And Lu Fei was his daughter. When Lu Fei noticed Yuan Shan's fanaticism, her heart was filled with sorrow. Everybody knew how heroic and great Lu Xanlan was, but nobody knew how difficult the situation was for him. Nobody knew that some people in the country wanted to eliminate him and take all of the power for themselves. Lin Feng, I would like to rest, said Lu Fei calmly. Lin Feng sighed. He noticed that Lu Fei hadn't completely recovered. Here, or do you want to choose your own place? There are many free apartments. Choose one for yourself, said Lin Feng. No need. I'm going to rest in your room, said Lu Fei calmly. Everyone was stunned. Lin Feng was even more stupefied. He was speechless. At that moment, he thought that the most complicated thing to understand in the world was women's logic. Lin Feng scratched his head and said, "It's not very convenient. You should definitely find your own place." "Don't worry, I don't mind." "Why would you?" said Lu Fei and continued, "Where is your place?" "That one," said Lin Feng, who had no alternative while pointing towards his own room. At that moment, Yuan Shan quickly moved in front of Lin Feng's door and said while shaking his head, "You should choose another place." When Lin Feng saw that Yuan Shan was obstructing the way to his room, he was surprised. Everybody had a suspicious expression on their face. Then, Duan Feng and Jing Yan nodded their heads, indicating that they didn't approve Lu Fei staying in Lin Feng's room either. Nothing worked though. They hadn't managed to convince Lu Fei. No need. I'll rest here. Lu Fei moved closer to Yuan Shan. Yuan Shan then said, "Lin Feng, my friend, you should get in there first." "All right," nodded Lin Feng. He moved towards the big stone door, opened it and entered his room. Lu Fei followed him. "Who's that? What a terrifying strength," thought Lin Feng. At that moment, an extremely strong qi came out and crashed onto Lin Feng's body. He almost fell down. At that moment, Lin Feng understood why Yuan Shan had told him to enter first. "How kind. It's me," shouted Lin Feng. Suddenly, the qi disappeared. Lu Fei was standing behind Lin Feng and shaking from head to toe. That oppressive qi a moment ago had almost made her collapse. What a powerful strength. Yuan Shan was outside of the room and had a wry smile on his face. Fortunately, he had asked Lin Feng to enter first. That rumbling sound emitted by the release of that strong qi had resonated in the entire palace. His heart was still fluttering with fear. That girl was terrifyingly strong. "How come you didn't come back earlier?" asked Meng Qing coldly from the back of the room. Meng Qing was still wearing a fine veil on her face as well as her beautiful white robes. She looked so divine, as if she was above the material things of this world. She still looked extremely beautiful. When Lu Fei saw Meng Qing, it seemed her eyes were about to pop from their sockets. At the same time, when Meng Qing saw Lu Fei, her eyes shook for a second and suddenly her eyebrows seemed to indicate that she was extremely unhappy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 126, Meng Qing's Pain. But very quickly, Meng Qing stopped looking at Lu Fei and calmly looked at Lin Feng. Right after that, she went into a small room of the living quarters and closed the door. Meng Qing's reaction made Lin Feng smile wryly. From Meng Qing's cold and detached reaction, Lin Feng couldn't guess what she was thinking. He had no idea what she was feeling in her heart. Lin Feng, you're a real bastard. Lu Fei was biting on her lips and looked at Lin Feng with her eyes filled with sadness. She then immediately left the living quarters. Lin Feng was puzzled. Millions of questions passed through his mind. Wasn't she a bit moody? How could she look at him with such eyes? She looked completely heartbroken. Could it be that she really liked him? Lin Feng was lost and didn't understand anything anymore, so he was just smiling wryly. Women's hearts were really incomprehensible for him. Of course Lin Feng didn't understand Lu Fei's inner thoughts. When Lu Lan had asked Lin Feng to take of Lu Fei, his purpose was to make them more intimate by spending longer periods of time with each other. Lu Lan didn't know how long he would be able to stay alive. He was in great danger after all. The only person Lu Fei could rely on if he died was Lin Feng. Even though they didn't like each other at the beginning because of a few misunderstandings, afterwards Lin Feng had shown that he was the kind of person that she could believe in. He had displayed outstanding physical abilities and was very enlightened on spiritual matters. While getting to know Lin Feng, Lu Fei had gradually forgotten about all of the bad things she thought about Lin Feng originally. Especially, when he left the Yunhai sect on the day of the bloodbath, she only thought positive things about Lin Feng. Lu Fei already had feelings for Lin Feng, which is why she had accepted to listen to her father and follow Lin Feng. Besides, deep in her heart, she was starting to get used to being together with Lin Feng. Therefore, she found it very normal to live alone with Lin Feng. But when Lu Fei opened the door of Lin Feng's living quarters, the first thing she was a girl, and on top of that, an incredibly beautiful girl. She felt like her heart was broken, which is why she had rushed out of the living quarters. She couldn't stand it any longer. Lin Feng, whom are you going to comfort first? The one inside? Or are you going to chase the other one outside? Asked Yuan Shan, who was standing outside. Lin Feng frowned after hearing his words. I should go and talk to Lu Fei first, thought Lin Feng. Lu Fei was still particularly vulnerable because of all the things that had happened, including those with her father. Lin Feng was really worried about her. Lin Feng went out, jumped through the air and tried to catch up with Lu Fei. She was heading towards the exit. She seemed like she was really angry and wasn't even saying a word. Lin Feng followed her and finally caught up with her. At that moment, they were already outside of the ancient palace. Why are you doing this to me? Asked Lu Fei to Lin Feng. She looked at him with an ice-cold glare. Lin Feng clearly noticed that she was jealous. Lin Feng was feeling weird deep in his heart. He had never felt in love during his lifetime, so he didn't know what it felt like, but at that moment, delicate and subtle emotions filled his heart. Lin Feng remained speechless and was just fixedly staring at Lu Fei while walking with her. I ask you a question, said Lu Fei, glaring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was still staring at her. Lu Fei was stupefied. What the hell was he looking at? Do you like me? Said Lin Feng in a small and weak voice while scratching his head. Lu Fei was startled with surprise and almost fell down. She turned around, blinked and looked at Lin Feng. Suddenly, she started laughing loudly. Me? Like you? In your dreams, replied Lu Fei coldly. She then turned around and walked at a faster pace. She had never had such feelings and emotions before. Her heart was pounding extremely fast. Really? Said Lin Feng, surprised. Could it be that he had just imagined it? Lu Fei, stop walking away please, shouted Lin Feng to Lu Fei, who was moving farther and farther away. Lu Fei suddenly stopped walking. Don't forget what you promised to your father. You must listen to me, said Lin Feng impolitely. Lu Fei obviously found it hard to turn around. She gnashed her teeth while furiously looking at Lin Feng. That bastard was using her promise to her dad as an excuse. But at that moment, Lin Feng walked up to her. When he arrived next to her, his hand grabbed Lu Fei's hand and he said, let's go back, alright? Lin Feng was holding her hand so tightly that she couldn't get away from him. That bastard was using strength against her. As she couldn't break her hand free from his, she just angrily glared at him. Relax now, Lin Feng was proud of himself. Coping with women wasn't an easy thing, but Lu Fei was being docile at that moment. Of course, he wouldn't be able to do the same thing with Meng Qing. If he tried to use force against her, she would probably attack him, and in the blink of an eye he would be sent flying. A short time after, Yuan Shan and Duan Feng saw Lin Feng and Lu Fei coming back hand in hand. When they saw that Lu Fei wasn't struggling and was holding his hand too, they were astonished. They looked at Lin Feng in a way which looked like they were worshipping his prowess with women. What a truly talented young man! There are many rooms in my living quarters, you can choose one and stay there. If you don't agree, you can live with Jing Yun, said Lin Feng, releasing Lu Fei's hand. Who would want to live in the living quarters of a bastard like you? Said Lu Fei, looking at Lin Feng with cruel eyes. Lin Feng suddenly felt relieved though, and had the feeling that Lu Fei had returned to her usual self. Uncle Lu had asked him to take care of her. It seemed like better days would be in the future, because today he felt terrible. Lin Feng shook his head and went back into his apartment. He moved towards the room in which Meng Qing was and softly knocked at her door. There was no reply for a few seconds, and then Lin Feng heard Meng Qing's voice from behind the door say, "I want to have a rest. Go and have fun with her." Eh? Lin Feng was smiling wryly. Could it be that the divine and spiritual Meng Qing was jealous? But Lin Feng quickly refuted the idea that she could be jealous. Meng Qing always gave the impression that she had a stone-cold heart. Lin Feng never knew what she was thinking. "I said that I wanted to rest. Leave now," shouted Meng Qing from inside the room. Lin Feng was stupefied. What was going on? What was wrong with her? Meng Qing had always sounded cold and detached. Her mood seemed to never really change, but at that moment, she almost sounded angry. "Meng Qing," said Lin Feng again, but Meng Qing immediately interrupted him and said, "Go away." Something was wrong. A light twinkled in Lin Feng's eyes. There was obviously something wrong. Lin Feng resolutely pushed the door of her room, but it didn't open. It seemed to be locked from inside. Lin Feng pushed the door with all his strength and eventually managed to open it. He then immediately entered the room. Lin Feng just felt an extremely strong and cold qi starting to oppress his body. How scary! The scariest was that qi filled the entire room. Lin Feng's pupils shrank. He glanced at the room and then at the simple bed. Meng Qing was sitting on her bed. Lin Feng was stunned when he saw her. Meng Qing was shivering and her body was covered with a layer of frost. Meng Qing's beautiful hair was entirely white as it was covered with frost. "What's wrong?" cried out Lin Feng in alarm. Meng Qing raised her head. Maybe that she was just too cold from the frost. She moved her lips, but no words came out of her mouth. "Meng Qing, are you all right? Tell me what's wrong," said Lin Feng while walking towards the bed. Lin Feng felt even colder, as if his entire body was going to freeze. It was too cold, but the coldness didn't come from outside, it came from Meng Qing's body. "Go away. Don't come here," said Meng Qing with a shaking voice. Lin Feng sensed a strong pain in her words. He recalled the strong and cold qi that had fallen onto his body a moment before when he had entered the room. At that moment, Meng Qing's body was releasing some ice-cold qi, but as always, she was trying to act as if nothing had happened. Meng Qing didn't want to tell Lin Feng what was going on. Lin Feng took a few steps towards her bed and finally reached the edge of it. Suddenly, frost started spreading from his hands and started to cover his whole body. In the blink of an eye, he looked exactly like Meng Qing, covered with frost. He had also started to shiver. But he looked determined as ever. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 127, The Snake is Back. Lin Feng was getting closer and closer to Meng Qing. As he was getting nearer, he also felt a more extreme amount of cold piercing through his body. At some point, he wanted to touch her shoulder with his hand and realized that his fingers were completely frozen. He couldn't move them anymore. "Leave," said Meng Qing with a hoarse voice. After a short time, her body stopped releasing a cold qi. She couldn't stand seeing Lin Feng like that. It made her feel sad deep in her heart. "You silly girl. Every time, you're the one who protects me. I lose face each time," said Lin Feng while smiling. His eyebrows were completely white. At that moment, a pure qi landed on his body and suddenly, he didn't feel so cold anymore. The frost also instantly vanished. Lin Feng then moved closer to Meng Qing. Meng Qing saw that Lin Feng had a smile on his face even when he was starting to freeze over from head to toe. That smile remained on his face and he continued to smile warmly at her. "I hope you won't blame me," said Lin Feng while smiling. He then stretched his arms towards Meng Qing and tried to hug her. Suddenly, he felt a piercing coldness invade his body and in the blink of an eye, he was completely frozen once again. Meng Qing's body looked it was frozen solid in ice. This type of cold could make people suffocate from the piercing sting on the lungs. It was incredibly hard to breathe. Suddenly, a stone appeared around Lin Feng's body. In that stone, there were all the things that were contained within the temple of the Yunhai sect. Lin Feng's eyes were closed. He released his spirit and suddenly, the world which appeared around him wasn't dark as it used to be, it was entirely white covered with snow and it was also extremely cold. Swallow. Lin Feng, after releasing his celestial spirit, started absorbing and swallowing the pure qi of the purity stone. He was both exhaling and inhaling the pure qi at the same time, which was one of the abilities his celestial spirit provided. Meng Qing blinked and attentively looked at Lin Feng's delicate and beautiful face. She wasn't moving anymore either. She was just staring at Lin Feng's closed eyes while still releasing cold qi, which was immediately crashing onto Lin Feng's body. It seemed like time had stopped. The ice on Lin Feng's body was getting thicker and thicker. Half of his body was already completely rigid because of the ice. His breath was also slower and slower. Besides, more than half of the pure qi of his purity stone had already been consumed. Even in that situation, Lin Feng was aware that his body was becoming colder and colder and that the ice covering his body was getting thicker and thicker. He was also aware of the fact that the pure qi of the purity stone wasn't sufficient to help him break through. He suddenly couldn't do anything anymore and just let the ice invade his body. At that moment, Meng Qing stopped releasing cold qi. Her entire body snuggled against Lin Feng. At that moment, she didn't look like an ice-cold divine goddess anymore. She looked like a pitiful young girl who was consumed with sadness. How cold! At that moment, Lin Feng felt like he couldn't resist the coldness anymore. It seemed like the ice was about to freeze his muscles and blood. He was frozen stiff from the cold qi which had pierced his entire body. I cannot give up, I have to persevere. But willpower and determination weren't enough. Lin Feng was frozen stiff and unable to move, no matter how hard he tried. He was shivering from head to toe and his teeth were chattering from the cold. The coldness was starting to penetrate into Lin Feng's blood, but at that moment, his soul started vibrating. He was suddenly filled with a very familiar sensation. That's my spirit. My snake spirit. Lin Feng's heart was pounding. The sensation he had at that moment was the same as when he had almost been killed by the imaginary demon. My snake spirit has woken up. Hisses. Lin Feng heard his snake spirit hiss. It then opened its huge mouth and started uninterruptedly swallowing cold qi. Oddly enough, my snake spirit is also able to swallow that ice-cold qi. Lin Feng's heart was pounding. His pupils shrank as he watched his snake spirit swallow unimaginable quantities of cold qi. That was a scary thing to watch. The cold qi which filled the entire room was being swallowed by the snake. The room was becoming less and less cold with each passing moment. An illusionary group of icicles suddenly appeared behind Lin Feng. It was extremely powerful and cold, but it couldn't affect either Lin Feng or Meng Qing because Lin Feng could control it. An ice spirit replaced my imaginary demon spirit? Lin Feng opened his mouth. He was completely stunned after noticing the change. It was just like the last time when he was in danger. After his snake spirit had finished eating, whatever it ate would appear behind Lin Feng and become an additional spirit. Last time, the imaginary demon spirit had appeared behind Lin Feng because his snake spirit had swallowed it. This time, it had swallowed large amounts of ice qi and a new ice spirit appeared behind his back, replacing the imaginary demon spirit. Lin Feng's snake spirit was so incredible that it made him scared. Lin Feng's snake spirit had almost finished swallowing the entirety of the cold qi within the atmosphere. His ice spirit was becoming much stronger and colder. The more qi which was swallowed, the stronger the spirit was becoming. Besides, his snake was growing bigger and bigger as it swallowed the cold qi. Finally, the cold qi completely disappeared from the room. At that moment, the ice had even disappeared from Meng Qing's body. No ice was being released by her body any longer. It had even started to get warm in the room. Suddenly, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. She needed to rest. She was emotionally exhausted after such events. At that moment, Lin Feng looked at the sleeping beauty. A big smile appeared on Lin Feng's face and his heart started beating faster. I became stronger yet again. Lin Feng was able to detect that he had become stronger, which made him smile. Even though he had been able to survive by the skin of his teeth, he felt very satisfied. Lin Feng didn't bother Meng Qing. He closed his eyes and started meditating. Deep in meditation, Lin Feng realized that his strength was still insufficient. He needed to increase his practice and grow stronger faster. He had not spent enough time increasing his strength in the past days. There were many other countries in the continent and many other outstanding cultivators. If he did not work hard, then he would fall behind. Not aware of how much time had passed, Meng Qing's hand started moving. She slowly opened her eyes and saw that the cold qi had completely disappeared from the room. Besides, her head was still against Lin Feng's comfortable and warm body. She then blinked twice. She looked perplexed at how such a situation had come about. She immediately sat up and saw that Lin Feng's eyes were closed and that he was meditating. She was surprised. Lin Feng had felt something change within the room. He stopped meditating and opened his eyes. He looked at Meng Qing in a tender way and smiled. "You have finally woken up." "Yes," nodded Meng Qing. She looked at Lin Feng and asked, looking dumbstruck, "How did you do that?" "I had a beautiful girl against me, so I forgot about the coldness. Then, I ended up like this," said Lin Feng while smiling. She looked at Lin Feng but wasn't sure how to interpret what he meant. These easily said words still made her feel slightly better though. Even if she hadn't used all her strength when releasing that terrifyingly cold qi, Lin Feng was able to resist to such an attack. It was impossible, but he had still done it, so how was that possible? Even though Lin Feng didn't tell her, she quickly stopped asking herself that question and said to Lin Feng, "What do you think you are doing still sitting here?" Said Lin Feng while blinking. "Was every woman like this? Aggressive to the ones that they care about? I am worried about you, so I want to be here in case you needed me," replied Lin Feng in a low voice. "Now, there is no ice on my body anymore. How long do you plan to continue hugging me?" asked Meng Qing fixedly staring at Lin Feng. Her voice sounded cold and indifferent again. Lin Feng frowned. He then immediately stood up and left her room. That girl was way too smart. What Lin Feng didn't see because he had left her room already is that Meng Qing was blushing. At that moment, anyone who would have seen her would have been astonished to see her face was bright red. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 128, Purity Stones. In the middle of the ancient palace where the students lived, there was a very high tower. It was a place dedicated to the practicing of cultivation. Students could clearly see the sky when standing in that tower. The tower was a good place to practice cultivation because the natural energy that pulsated through it, the qi of heaven and earth, were perfectly interconnected at this location. In the Celestial Academy, there were 3 other towers which were similar to this one. Those studying governmental affairs and those studying to become assassins also had their own towers. As far as the 4th is concerned, it was on the main public square of the academy and it was also the highest one. "Lin Feng, the teacher gave us our first task while you were away. We have to practice our cultivation in the tower for a minimum of 3 months," said Yuan Shan. Lin Feng and the others were standing outside of the cultivation tower. They were all staring at the tower and Yuan Shan said, in simple words, "That tower is a perfect place to practice because of its abundance of pure qi coming from heaven and earth to that location. The pure qi of heaven and earth is flowing in what forms an endless stream of energy to that location. This energy is the same as those which flow in the veins of the earth. The inside of the tower is perfect for cultivation because the qi is much denser and flows freely into the tower. Managing to build 4 towers in which there is such a perfect stream of pure qi is really masterful work," said Lin Feng, who could already feel some of pure qi coming from the ground all around the outside of tower. Besides, if we don't count the palace where the imperial clan lives, the academy is the place where there is the most pure qi. Even the holy courtyard of Shuiyu only has 2 locations in which to build these towers. It is also very difficult to find places where there is pure qi which circulates into the flow. Even the biggest sects usually don't even have any. Actually, this is one of the reasons why the imperial clan is so strong, because they possess an incredible quantity of pure qi." Lin Feng nodded. Pure qi was a thing cultivators longed for day and night. Even in the Yunhai sect, there wasn't even a single location which contained the flow of pure qi. It seems like the Celestial Academy really has a scary amount of resources, thought Lin Feng. Even though the academy wasn't famous because it was very secretive in how it recruited its new students, it seemed like it was more powerful than Lin Feng had ever imagined. The academy required a letter of recommendation, which was a difficult thing to obtain. Besides, it trained students for 3 specific functions: commanders, government officials, and assassins. In all of these cases, these kinds of functions were extraordinary and were absolutely detached from the daily life of ordinary people. Lin Feng and the others went inside the tower. Inside, there were some rooms and some of them were closed as they were already occupied by other people. Lin Feng could feel the pure qi of the earth penetrating into his feet and invading his entire body. It was quite an intense experience which he almost found scary. He was not cultivating and the qi was already attempting to penetrate into his body. Let's go upstairs. Hope we can find some space to practice. Maybe we will get stuck on the last floor, said Yuan Shan. Unfortunately, the best place to practice in the tower was the ground floor. The closer to the ground, the better the quality of qi would be. As you moved higher and higher, it had slightly less earth qi circulating. Obviously, the pure qi of the earth was coming from the ground, so it was also the place where it was the most intense. Lin Feng nodded and they all walked towards the higher floors. The higher they were getting, the rarer pure qi became. The tower was also getting narrower as they went to higher floors in the tower. Lin Feng looked at a room on the 10th floor. They were extremely small and could probably accommodate only 2 people at once. If a person wanted to move inside these rooms, then it was not convenient as there really was not enough space. There was a young man in black robes was sitting outside the room on the 10th floor and his eyes were closed. What is he doing? Asked Lin Feng surprised. That young man in black robes was practicing outside of the room even though there was a spare one free. How could he enter in a state of meditation in such an open place? Yuan Shan looked at Lin Feng, stopped walking and said, "You need a purity stone to enter the room. Many people don't have one and even if they do, they don't want to take it out. They prefer using other people's stones." When Lin Feng heard Yuan Shan, he made a strange face. Use other people's stones? They wait for people to come and use their purity stones and then they consume the pure qi from other people's stones from outside the room. At that moment, the young man in black robes suddenly opened his eyes and coldly looked at Yuan Shan. Since you know how things work, then no need to talk bullshit. If you want to use the room, use it. If you don't feel like it, then don't use it. Get the hell out if you are going to waste my time, coldly said the young man in black robes. He was being extremely rude. Lin Feng and the others were stupefied. Jingyun then opened her mouth. Yuan Shan, doesn't the academy care about such things? The young man in black robes looked at Jingyun as if she was an absolute idiot. The academy care about such things? How ridiculous. Jingyun, did the Yunhai sect care when people fought? Said Lin Feng. Jingyun slightly nodded. Academies and sects were about getting stronger. The weak were the prey of the strong. Who would care about such things? Get the hell out of here. You're disturbing me while I'm trying to meditate, said the young boy in black robes who was getting impatient. Some of the senior students didn't understand the rules of the academy which stipulated older students should guide the newer students. Lin Feng, let's leave. If he dares to stay here and wait for other people to come practice, then he must have broken through to at least the 3rd Ling Qi layer. Let's continue onwards, said Yuan Shan to Lin Feng. Meng Qing didn't follow him because Yuan Shan thought they were weak. Since he was wrong, she didn't feel like following him. Lin Feng was motionless. He was standing at the same place. 3rd Ling Qi layer? Perfect. I was looking for someone of the 3rd Ling Qi layer, thought Lin Feng. Since there's a room here, why not use it? Why should we continue onwards? Said Lin Feng. Everybody was surprised, especially the young man in black robes who had already started meditating. Everybody looked interested in what Lin Feng planned to do all of a sudden. New students overestimate their own abilities. They think that they are extremely strong because they are students that were accepted into the academy, said the young man while looking more and more impatient. Practicing on the highest floors of the tower wasn't a cheap thing to do. They needed to bring at least 3 purity stones with them. If they cultivated there for a month, they needed to bring at least 100 purity stones with them. Lin Feng, don't attack him, said Yuan Shan. They were going to stay there for 3 months, so they would need 200 or 300 purity stones. That was a huge number and they didn't have that many. The best they could do was find a room with a smaller cultivation requirement. No problem, said Lin Feng. Since that guy wanted to take advantage of others, Lin Feng wanted to see if he really had the strength for that. Lin Feng walked towards the entrance of the room. Next to the entrance, there was a hole in the wall. Is it where you have to insert the purity stone? Asked Lin Feng to Yuan Shan. Yuan Shan nodded his head and replied, indeed. It's the same for every room. Inserting a purity stone in that hole then enables you to fully enjoy the functionalities of the room. The veins of the earth fills the entire room with pure qi, making it a perfect place for cultivation. What an intriguing method, thought Lin Feng. He then nodded and said to Yuan Shan, "If I practice here for 3 months, how many stones do I need?" "That should be 3 purity stones of lower quality each day." 3 purity stones of lower quality. Lin Feng smiled wryly. As expected, cultivation required wealth. Purity stones were precious items to cultivators. Only cultivators who had reached the Ling Qi layer could use purity stones to their maximum effect. It was almost impossible to obtain a great number of purity stones. Lin Feng took something out of one of his pockets. Suddenly, an extremely dense and strong pure qi emerged in the atmosphere. Yuan Shan was astonished. Purity stone of medium quality. Lin Feng surprisingly had purity stones of medium quality. "Are 3 purity stones of medium quality enough?" asked Lin Feng. "Of course. 1 purity stone of medium quality is the equivalent of 100 purity stones of lower quality. Besides, they also produce a much stronger and purer qi," said Yuan Shan while nodding. The young man in black robes had a look filled with greed across his face. That new guy had purity stones of medium quality. He would just easily take them and then use the room himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 129, Lin Feng's Strength. Lin Feng didn't pay attention to the expression of the young man in black robes. He immediately inserted his 3 purity stones of medium quality. At that moment, a thick and intensely powerful pure qi started flowing into the room. It was extremely bright and a magnificent sight. It looked like there was a miniature sun that had awoken in the room. It was similar for everybody else in the other rooms. The young man in black robes had a strange expression on his face, almost evil. He immediately moved towards Lin Feng's cultivation room. There was only Lin Feng in the room, so he wasn't scared. That room was appropriate for only one person at a time. If there was more than one person in the room, they would disturb each other during cultivation. Yuan Shan moved towards the young man in black robes and blocked the way to Lin Feng's room. If the young man in black robes tried to steal Lin Feng's room, Yuan Shan would have no choice but to attack him. He was intensely staring at the young man in black robes. 3 purity stones of medium quality, that was too valuable of a treasure. Rumbling noises spread through the air, throom boom boom. The stone door opened. The young man in black robes was surprised and said to Yuan Shan, "Get the hell out of my way." Suddenly, Yuan Shan was suffocating. As expected, the young man in black robes was at the 3rd Ling Qi layer and was extremely strong, even in comparison with other cultivators of the same level. His pressure was extremely powerful. Yuan Shan knew that he wouldn't be able to compete with him if he was to fight. It was taking everything that he had to stay standing. "Get back," said a voice. At that moment, the temperature outside of Lin Feng's room suddenly dropped. There was an icy cold pressure which filled the air. Yuan Shan was freezing from the qi which penetrated the air around him. Boom! Suddenly, the young man in black robes took a few steps backwards and Lin Feng had appeared next to Yuan Shan. "Lin Feng, how powerful!" Yuan Shan's pupils shrunk from shock. He wouldn't have thought that Lin Feng would be strong enough to make the young man in black robes retreat backwards. No wonder Lin Feng didn't care about the young man sitting there when he entered the room. The young man in black robes was stupefied as well. He looked at his own hand and saw that it had turned snow white. Frost was covering it and he could barely move it. His hand had been almost frozen solid from that initial encounter. The ice on his hand suddenly cracked and the pieces of ice fell onto the floor. He was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't look very powerful, but he had surprisingly also broken through to the 3rd Ling Qi layer. "Now, get the hell out of here," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng wasn't aggressive to other people unless they were aggressive to him. Picking his fights carefully would allow him to live a long life and avoid meaninglessly insulting someone. However, one needed strength in this world to be respected and could not back down from a fight. The young man in black robes was furious. Even though Lin Feng had also broken through to the 3rd Ling Qi layer, how could he possibly disrespect him in such a blatant way? Suddenly, huge flames appeared behind the young man and he released his spirit. What astonished everyone is that the flames were filled with a black color inside. "My spirit is a black flame fire spirit," said the young man in black robes coldly. At that moment, his eyes looked like they were on fire and burning brightly, however his gaze was completely cold and bloodthirsty. Black flame fire spirit. Yuan Shan was stupefied. He had never heard of such a fire spirit before. The black flame fire spirit was a fire spirit, but it was clearly a rare fire spirit. The rarer a spirit was, the greater its power would be. Surprisingly, the young man possessed an extremely rare spirit which even Yuan Shan did not know. His spirit coupled with his strength of the third Ling Qi layer, he could be considered as an extremely strong cultivator within the tower. Lin Feng was coldly looking at him. Layers of ice appeared on Lin Feng's body. The air around him was freezing. Black flame fire spirit, how powerful. Wow, it really looks hot, said Lin Feng and then immediately started walking forwards. Suddenly, an incredible amount of ice started emerging from Lin Feng's body. Everything around him was freezing. Even the air was freezing in place and the atmosphere had become chillingly cold. Yuan Shan, who wasn't far from Lin Feng, was shivering from how cold it had become. His ears were stinging from the coldness in the air. That's a normal ice spirit? Thought Yuan Shan. He then immediately shook his head and said, impossible. That's not a normal ice spirit. Ice spirits are not that cold. While the young man in black robes sensed the coldness emanating out of Lin Feng's body, he was also surprised. It was even too cold for his black flame fire spirit, which started fluttering as it was slowly being extinguished by the cold as it grew closer. Usually, fire spirits had the advantage over ice spirits. But Lin Feng's ice spirit was obviously terrifyingly powerful compared to normal ice spirits. Lin Feng thought that his ice spirit was particularly strong because it had been transmitted directly from Meng Qing's qi into him. 8 strikes of desolation. Lin Feng raised one hand and thrust it towards the young man as he carried out his attack. It was still freezing all around him as his hands swiftly moved through the frozen air. Fire fangs! Shouted the young man in black robes. His spirit moved at the same time as his hands. The young man's attack moved straight towards Lin Feng's cold qi. Suddenly, sword qi started to fill the atmosphere. It was extremely powerful and seemed like it could annihilate the entirety of creation. Lin Feng's cold qi seemed to be sufficient to freeze anyone into a block of ice who moved close to him. The sword qi was so sharp it felt like it would cut anything it encountered into pieces. The cold qi and the sword qi invaded the atmosphere together as a single entity. At that moment, the young man in black robes could feel that he had been marked for death. His entire soul was shaking in fear. How is this possible? He has an ice spirit, how could he release such an insanely strong sword qi, and I can even sense sword force combined with his qi? The young man was shaking from head to toe with complete terror. His knees had already gone weak and he was about to collapse from fear. Lin Feng took another step forwards. Get lost! Shouted Lin Feng. At that moment, sword qi crashed into the young man's body. A trail of blood flew through the air. The young man in black robes groaned and then collapsed onto the floor. He was looking at Lin Feng with murderous eyes. You dared to injure me? I don't have time to waste talking with you, get out of here. Lin Feng took another step forward. The young man in black robes was terrified. Suddenly, his body emitted a dazzling light and he vanished without leaving a single trace. You'll pay for what you did, said a voice as it retreated. Lin Feng laughed. How could that guy talk such nonsense? Yuan Shan was staring at Lin Feng but remained silent. He was smiling wryly. What a monstrous power! Lin Feng had an ice spirit but used the skill 8 strikes of desolation and released sword qi. How terrifying! He could even use sword force. Even those who had a sword spirit couldn't use sword force to such an incredible level when they had the strength of the Ling Qi layer. Lin Feng was only of the third Ling Qi layer and could control his sword force. Yuan Shan was stunned. Could it be that Lin Feng had several spirits? A sword spirit and an ice spirit must have been used at the same time. Otherwise, how could he have used sword force at the same time as his ice spirit? Yuan Shan had only guessed right about one thing: Lin Feng did possess several spirits. Jing Yun wasn't too surprised. On the way to the Imperial City, she had already witnessed Lin Feng's strength a few times already. Lu Fei wasn't too surprised either. Lin Feng had shown her many times already that he wasn't an ordinary person. His power and his natural abilities were way too terrifying. Lin Feng was about to recall his spirit into his body when suddenly one of the practice rooms opened by itself. An intensely cold air came from the room as the qi flooded to the outside. Damn it, do you not understand the rules? Do you really want to die so badly? Said a voice coming from the room. A silhouette appeared and that person was staring at Lin Feng with incredible killing intent. Lin Feng frowned. A strangely savage smile appeared on his face. He released a piercingly cold qi again as well as sword qi and force. It was oppressing the opponent's body completely. The facial expression of the opponent drastically changed. His heart was pounding and he was truly scared of the combined energy which was oppressing his body. Let me practice in peace, damn it. Get lost. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 130, The Sixth Floor. Let me practice in peace, damn it. Get lost, said Lin Feng extremely coldly. At that moment, the atmosphere started to drop in temperature once again. The opponent didn't have the same arrogant expression he had when he arrived, he looked scared. Lin Feng was so strong. Damn, what the hell should I do now? Said the opponent as he was insulting himself for having come across someone as strong as Lin Feng. At that moment, many other people in other cultivation rooms had also lost their concentration and their cultivation had been forcefully interrupted. They could feel Lin Feng's piercingly cold chi in the atmosphere. It had invaded the entire tower and was incredibly oppressing. Of course, they were not going to go and see what was going on. They didn't want to invite trouble from someone who could produce such a terrifying chi. Will you get the hell out of here or not? Said Lin Feng extremely aggressively with eyes revealing murderous intentions. The enemy was shaking from head to toe. He glanced at Lin Feng evilly and then went to look for another room within the tower. His current room would have to be left with Lin Feng. The strong can use aggressiveness and strength to scare the weak away. That is the reality of the cultivation world. Thought Lin Feng while recalling his spirit back into his body. The young man in black clothes had wanted to steal Lin Feng's room until Lin Feng had shown his real power. He had thought that Lin Feng was weak. The second person had also wanted to seize Lin Feng's room for disturbing his practice, but considering the strength which Lin Feng displayed, the second person had been terrified and had immediately left. He didn't dare to act against someone so strong. That would have been acting recklessly. The path of cultivation was full of unkind people for whom the word compassion meant absolutely nothing. Someone weak and friendly would constantly get bullied. Someone strong and aggressive would be worshipped. The strong were respected and held in high esteem by everybody. Yuan Shan, you can use that room. You should also prepare some of your own purity stones. If the 3 stones I put it are not sufficient to practice for 3 months, then please use your own. Said Lin Feng to Yuan Shan. Yuan Shan nodded. He didn't even try to prevent Lin Feng from leaving the cultivation room to him. He was convinced that relying on his strength, Lin Feng would face no difficulty in finding another room within the tower. Duan Feng and Jingyun are a bit too weak. If the pure chi is too dense and thick, it will be of no use for them. Lu Fei, go to that room. Said Lin Feng pointing at another room. Duan Feng and Jingyun didn't say anything, but Lu Fei said, if I use that one, what about you? No need to worry about me. I will find another one better suited for myself. All right. See you in 3 months. Said Lu Fei and then immediately entered in the cultivation room. Lin Feng then made Duan Feng and Jingyun follow him so he could help them find a cultivation room. The 11th and the 12th floor were full, so they immediately went up to the 13th floor. He then found 2 rooms which were free for them to practice. From the 11th floor, all the rooms required less purity stones. They only required 1 purity stone of lower quality a day. One of Lin Feng's medium quality purity stones was enough to practice for 3 months. It made Lin Feng sigh with some regret. Cultivation costs were too high, especially when one wanted to cultivate faster. If he hadn't gone to the ancient temple, then he would not have had any purity stones at all. Now thanks to the ancient temple, he didn't only have low quality stones, but he had medium quality purity stones. The higher a person went within the tower, the less people there were and thus more and more empty rooms. Those who were willing to train in these rooms were not strong. They usually hadn't even reached the 3rd Ling Chi layer. They were also the students who did not have many purity stones to cultivate. On the contrary, strong cultivators usually had a great deal of purity stones. That kind of cultivator wanted to train on the lowest floors of the tower, and if they were strong enough, then they would even train on the ground floor, directly next to the veins of the earth where the pure chi was extremely thick and dense. This was a vicious circle. Those who were strong rapidly became stronger while those who were weaker progressed much slower. Lin Feng was the last one left and he needed a room too. He didn't want to stay at the top of the tower, so he immediately went back down the flight of stairs. He passed by the 10th floor, 9th, and arrived on the 6th floor. He suddenly stopped. There were 8 cultivation rooms on the 6th floor. If a room was occupied, the hole in which the users inserted purity stones would be slightly flashing. Lin Feng walked around and stopped in a corner between 2 occupied rooms. He then sat down and started meditating. A pleasant and refreshing pure chi enveloped his body. The 6th floor wasn't that far from the ground. Even if Lin Feng wasn't in a room, the pure qi which was outside of an occupied room on the 6th floor was still denser than the pure qi in a room on the 10th floor. On the 10th floor, you even had to pay 3 purity stones of lower quality a day to use the room. Not being in a room but sitting outside the occupied rooms on the 6th floor was thus more advantageous to his cultivation. If students could choose a floor as they wished, they would all go to the lowest floors, but it was clear to everyone that those who trained on the first floors were extremely strong. They were the only ones who had the chance to choose the rooms on the first floors. Strength always guaranteed access to the best things in the world. But Lin Feng at this moment was cultivating outside of a room on the 6th floor. He immediately entered in a state of meditation. He didn't think for a second that this was not a normal thing to do. Not long after, some people passed by and saw Lin Feng practicing outside of a cultivation room. They thought that it was really strange thing to do on the lower levels of the tower. They were all very surprised by his actions. What that? Surprisingly, there's a guy meditating outside of an occupied room on the lower floors. Isn't he scared to constantly be disturbed in his cultivation? Wondered one of the people who saw Lin Feng. Cultivation was about achieving peace and absolute serenity in one's heart. It was possible to efficiently inhale the natural qi of heaven and earth only when that state of mind was reached. Jealous people would not hesitate to try and disturb him. But Lin Feng was sitting outside of an occupied room where many people could pass by. How could that not attract other people's attention? But the strangest thing was that an insanely thick and dense pure qi was rapidly flowing around him and penetrating into his body. Surprisingly, there was nobody disturbing him. That guy, even if he doesn't have purity stones for his own room, he shouldn't practice there like that. What if someone disturbed him at the most crucial moment of his practice? That would be really horrible for him. That guy is so ignorant. If a malicious person attacked him by surprise, the consequences would be disastrous on his future cultivation. Many people were thinking the same thing when they passed by Lin Feng and saw him sat out in the open. Actually, it was forbidden to disturb other people once they were in a room and had already started practicing. The Celestial Academy didn't accept such behavior because they wanted to provide their students with the best cultivation environment. But Lin Feng wasn't inside of a cultivation room at all. Instead, he had decided to study outside of a room on the 6th floor. Doing so was extremely dangerous. However, Lin Feng was sitting next to a cultivation room. Suddenly, the pure qi in the room next to Lin Feng was becoming weaker and weaker. Some people noticed this and were watching on with dazed expressions. That probably meant that that person's time had elapsed. Somebody was probably going to come out and see Lin Feng sat there. At the same time, Lin Feng opened his eyes. The pure qi surrounding him had progressively stopped being absorbed into his body. He looked at the door of room next to him and stood up. The crowd was surprised. They had just understood why Lin Feng had been sitting outside of the occupied room. He was not planning to stay outside of a room for a longer period while cultivating. He was just waiting for a room to be free. But was Lin Feng going to get it? At that moment, many people started walking towards that room with determined looks on their faces. They understandably all wanted to have access to a room on the 6th floor of the tower. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 131, as far as possible. On the 6th floor, the pure qi within the cultivation rooms was already very thick and rich. Some people had seen Lin Feng cultivating outside of the room on the 6th floor. Initially, some of these people were actually only passing by and were heading towards higher floors, but because they had found the scene fascinating, they had stopped on the 6th floor and forgotten about their previous plans. Besides, some of them were also attracted by the room which was being opened even though they didn't have the required strength to normally reserve such a room. If they managed to get that cultivation room, they would definitely be able to boost the speed of their cultivation. The light emitted by the pure qi finally dulled completely inside the room. The stone door made a rumbling noise as it started to open itself. Everybody started taking steps towards the door and was fixedly staring at it as it opened. Finally, the door opened itself and everybody stared at the silhouette coming from the room. It was a young man with a sword on his back. When he saw the crowd, a strange and enigmatic smile appeared on his face. "You all want this room?" said the young man with the long sword. He had an incredibly evil look on his face. Nobody replied in the crowd, but the expressions on their faces showed that they really wanted it. "Well, if you want it, then I will give it to you," said the young man with an evil smile on his face. He moved away from the entrance and stood by the side, to allow them access to the room. At that moment, there was nobody in the room and the door was wide open. The crowd was looking at the room as if they were a bunch of starving people looking at a mountain of food. However, instead of rushing over to the room, no one was moving at all. They were all looking at each other and didn't move towards the room. Nobody was moving because they knew that the first to go towards the room would be attacked by everybody else. Even if it was their brother, they would attack him. Their greed was truly intense. Nobody was willing to be the first one to move towards the room. Of course, there were always exceptions. And Lin Feng fearlessly started moving towards the room. Lin Feng walked towards the room looking natural and at ease. While standing before the door, he turned around and looked at the crowd. I was the first one waiting here. This room is mine. You should go and find another one. The people in the crowd were looking at him with a cold smile on their faces. The first one? What the hell does that mean to them? That means absolutely nothing to these people. In the world of cultivation, the only way to persuade people was strength. Being fair and just was not an argument these people would listen to. Besides, he was telling them to find another room. Under the 10th floor, it was almost impossible to find empty room. What did he want them to do? Go to the top of the tower? You cannot have that room. Get lost, said one of them while coldly staring at Lin Feng. He. If you want to have that room, you should first insert some purity stones, said another person with an evil smile on their face. They thought that the moment when Lin Feng would put his purity stones in the hole, that would be the best moment to attack him. Lin Feng glanced at the crowd. Nobody was attacking him at all. A piercingly cold chi emerged from Lin Feng's body and his ice spirit appeared behind him. His ice spirit didn't stop spreading in the atmosphere. Everything was turning white with a layer of frost. That ice was way too cold and way too strong. But it didn't scare the crowd away. Apart from a few weak students, most of them were extremely strong. Whoever wants this room, you are free to come and try to take it from me, said Lin Feng with a cold tone. The atmosphere suddenly became even colder. Some sword chi had also emerged from his body and invaded the atmosphere together with the ice chi, emitting whistling sounds as the chi whirled in the air. His ice chi was just as sharp as his sword chi. It was almost piercing through people's skin. Lin Feng's long hair was swaying from the wind created by his chi being released into the atmosphere. He looked like an experienced cultivator, but he also had a look of confidence on his face. Sword force. The crowd was stupefied and terrified by the extremely strong and power-piercingly cold sword force which was hidden within the chi. No wonder this young man can be so aggressive. Even though the sword force which emerged from his body was only diffused with the strength of the third Ling Chi layer, it was extremely intense and sharp. It could even be strong enough to defeat some cultivators of the fourth Ling Chi layer. Besides, his sword force coupled with his ice spirit made him very difficult to defeat even for a cultivator of the fourth Ling Chi layer. But in the crowd, there were quite a few people who were cultivators of the fourth Ling Chi layer and they were fixedly staring at Lin Feng. All those who were of the third Ling Chi layer were leaving the crowd one after another. They had been discouraged by the combined energy which Lin Feng had been releasing. I tell you to attack me but you don't, I tell you to leave but you don't leave either. What the hell? How indecisive and hesitant can you people be? You guys definitely don't have the courage and the determination required when walking on the path of cultivation, said Lin Feng coldly. He took a few steps forward and the sword chi as well as the ice chi emerging from his body were growing stronger and stronger. 8 strikes of desolation, said Lin Feng while attacking with both of his hands. A mixture sword chi and ice emerged and spread through the atmosphere. Lin Feng surprisingly was the one who had taken the initiative to attack. The crowd moved at the same time and intercepted Lin Feng's 8 strikes of desolation attacks, but at the same time Lin Feng started running forwards and a magnificent glow appeared on his sword. Suddenly a bright light pierced through the air leaving behind only a magnificent glow. A few people in the crowd didn't have sufficient strength to block the attack and were thrown backwards as blood was splashing all around them. All these cultivators of the fourth Ling Chi layer had attacked at the same time and it had become a very chaotic scene. Sword of Nirvana. A sword chi which created whirlwinds in the air appeared around Lin Feng's long sword. Ice chi, sword force, and his sword of Nirvana started to spread together through the air as if they were in a complete fusion. The power moved at the speed of light with overbearing dominance. However, the enemy's attacks were everywhere. There were too many people and their attacks were sometimes cancelling out other people's attacks even though their initial goal was to attack Lin Feng together. It had become complete chaos. Rumbling noises unceasingly spread throughout the atmosphere and progressively became lower and lower until silence invaded the air again. They were all surprised. There were so many people and they had all attacked Lin Feng at the same time but had been unable to defeat him. Without any structure to their attacks, they had been too chaotic. I will give you a second chance. Is there anybody else who still wants to try for this cultivation room? said Lin Feng while coldly glancing at the crowd. The entire crowd was just fixedly staring at Lin Feng. Nobody dared move. It had been made completely clear that nobody wanted a one-on-one battle against Lin Feng. Since you don't dare to fight me any longer, then don't try to steal from me again, or next time you will all die, said Lin Feng, who still emitted a strong cold chi into the air. Nobody in the crowd would dare to doubt Lin Feng's words. If they tried to steal his room, he would really kill them. Lin Feng turned around and didn't look at the crowd again. He took out 3 purity stones of medium quality and inserted them in the hole in the wall. At that moment, a brilliant and radiant pure chi appeared. There was an incredible quantity of pure chi in the room. The entire crowd looked on with envious stares. These people looked like they wanted to attack Lin Feng again out of pure greed. However, when they recalled the previous scene, they quickly calmed down. They were all very strong cultivators. They had all broken through to the 4th Ling Chi layer, and Lin Feng of the 3rd Ling Chi layer had surprisingly managed to scare them to death to the extent that none of them dared attack him again. If that news spread, they would all lose face. Nobody would ever believe that they lost because Lin Feng was too strong. They would rather assume that those few students of the 4th Ling Chi layer were just too weak. Lin Feng was about to enter in the cultivation room when a cold and detached voice said something. Wait. Lin Feng slowly turned around and looked at the person who was talking. It was the young man with the long sword who had initially left the room. You seem to be forgetting somebody, said the young man with a strange and evil smile on his face, which made Lin Feng have a strange smile too, as if he was disgusted. If you have something to say it quickly instead of making me waste my cultivation time, said Lin Feng aggressively. The young man with the long sword made an evil smile and said, I initially intended to tell you that I would give you the room only if you gave me 3 purity stones of medium quality, but now I'll ask you for 6 instead. Otherwise, you'll have to give me back my room. Lin Feng's pupils shrank. Give him back the room? He was demanding 6 purity stones of medium quality? How ridiculous. On top of that, when Lin Feng was putting the 3 purity stones into the hole, that guy hadn't said a single word. He had only been waiting for the moment when Lin Feng was finished so he could attack him and steal his room. This guy had calculated everything. No wonder he had been standing there the whole time. How shameless. The crowd was also exasperated. That guy was really shameless. They were thinking about how horrible it would have been if they had been Lin Feng. What? Is there a problem? Said the young man when he saw that Lin Feng wasn't replying. The young man had an evil smile on his face. Lin Feng looked at him for a second and then said, Now, I will advise you to run away and go as far as possible from my site. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 132, Lin Feng's Sword. Now, I will advise you to run away and go as far as possible from my site. A strong and intense cold chi had accompanied Lin Feng's words. The young man's smile vanished. His facial expression became as sharp as his sword. I will give you one last chance. Give me 12 purity stones of medium quality, said the young man with the long sword in a cold tone. An incredible amount of sword chi emerged from his body and started moving towards Lin Feng. A fight between sword masters, exclaimed people in the crowd. They noticed that the sword chi released by the young man and by Lin Feng were the same. They probably both had a sword spirit, otherwise their sword chi wouldn't be that powerful. Lin Feng had also released sword force into the atmosphere. Do you think that such a small amount of sword force is enough to beat me? Especially when used by someone like you, said the young man with an evil look on his face. When the young man stopped talking, he released a gigantic amount of sword force which created whirlwinds in the air as it consumed the atmosphere. Whistling sounds spread throughout the entire atmosphere. The power of his sword chi and sword force had enveloped everyone on the 6th floor of the tower. The sword force was everywhere in the atmosphere. It looked like it would destroy anything in its path. The young man had a higher cultivation level than Lin Feng. He had already broken through to the 4th Ling Chi layer. Just like Lin Feng, he could use forces in an extremely large scale. No wonder that he had been so arrogant and aggressive. He was confident that he would be able to take over the room from anyone within the crowd once they put their purity stones inside. And even if Lin Feng didn't agree to hand the room over, the young man with the sword just had to attack Lin Feng and make him leave. It's a good thing that none of us got the room after that battle, said the people in the crowd, happy that Lin Feng had scared them away. Otherwise, they would have had to fight against the young man who had just released such incredible amounts of sword force. He was at the 4th Ling Chi layer and knew how to use such huge amounts of sword force. They weren't strong enough to fight against him. It wasn't different for Lin Feng even though he had showed some skill previously. He was undoubtedly going to lose that fight. What could he possibly do against such an overbearing power? You are correct. Do you think that such a small amount of sword force is enough to beat me? Lin Feng used the young man's own sentence against him. He took a step forwards and his deadly sword started moving through the air as he thrust it forward. Everybody was stupefied. In such a situation, Lin Feng didn't even consider the possibility of giving the young man his purity stones and did not even plan to hand the room over. Instead, he was being even more aggressive. The young man was stupefied as well. He hadn't managed to scare Lin Feng away with his display. Instead, he wanted a fight. You're following the path to your own doom. I will make it so that you are never able to pick up a sword again with your meager skills, said the young man while smiling arrogantly. A whistling sound spread through the atmosphere and a magnificent and radiant golden light filled the 6th floor. It looked like the rays of the morning sun. Lin Feng's deadly sword and the young man's sword collided, emitting an extremely loud metallic noise. Golden sword. His sword turned gold and releases another light which was as beautiful as the morning sun. Golden rain sword, shouted the young man. Suddenly, the dazzling light around his sword became even more dazzling and refracted through the atmosphere. There wasn't even a single corner not illuminated by the light from his sword. What a beautiful sword skill! I would have no chance to defeat such a masterful display, said some of the cultivators of the 4th Ling Chi layer in the crowd. The young man with the long sword could definitely afford to be arrogant with his level of skill. Lin Feng was going to die. The area was too small and it was impossible to escape the light of his sword. He had nowhere to go if he wanted to dodge the attack. There was nowhere left to escape. I will teach you what it means to be a real swordmaster, said the young man with extreme arrogance and a cold smile on his face. The young man's golden rain sword skill made rays of light fall from the atmosphere as they were raindrops. Lin Feng, who was in the middle of the attack, didn't move back and looked calm as ever. Lin Feng's sword force had already vanished without leaving trace. Is he giving up? Said some of the people in the crowd when they saw that Lin Feng's sword force had disappeared. They were stupefied. The young man was extremely strong. He had managed to make Lin Feng give up and stop using his sword force as if he knew the situation was hopeless. Not only was the crowd stupefied but the young man too. Lin Feng had voluntarily stopped releasing sword force. Why? The young man's arrogant smile grew even wider when he saw the force disappear. His arrogant smile didn't last for much longer as suddenly, he looked stunned. An oppressive sword energy suddenly crashed onto his body and prevented him from moving. What's this? The young man's pupils shrank. The chi was becoming more and more oppressive. The young man had the feeling that he was suffocating under the pressure. This was the result of all the sword energy in complete fusion. This required combining his sword force and sword chi into a single power. The young man looked at Lin Feng and saw that he looked as calm as before. The young man felt his heart sink when he realized what had happened. That's the sword energy. The young man with the sword was a swordmaster and recognized the skill. Lin Feng could already use a sword energy attack. That meant that he could already control almost all of the sword energy to perfection. What a genius! The sword energy attack required an incredible amount of sword force and sword chi. Who could resist to such an attack? Lin Feng's attack didn't even look special, but suddenly, a hole appeared in the young man's sword and suddenly it disintegrated itself. The whole crowd was shivering at such an incredible display. How was that possible? Lin Feng's attack had barely been noticed by anyone. It looked so random and so normal but had been sufficient to destroy the magnificent and extremely powerful golden rain sword. Retreat! The young man's expression suddenly drastically changed. He had no time to carry another powerful attack because at that moment, Lin Feng's sword energy was already on him. He wouldn't be able to block it. A hurricane-like vortex made of sword energy emerged from Lin Feng's body and flew through the air towards the young man. His body started shaking violently and then he heavily collapsed. At the same time, the tip of Lin Feng's sword arrived on the young man's chest. Everybody was astonished and shivering. They were speechless. Nothing of what they expected had happened. Lin Feng had needed a single strike to defeat such a powerful opponent. At that moment, the young man's life was in Lin Feng's hands. This is all the skill that you have and you dare to say that you will teach me how to use a sword? Said Lin Feng coldly. The young man was speechless. Indeed, the young man had broken through to the 4th Ling Chi layer and could use forces, but Lin Feng had only broken through to the 3rd Ling Chi layer and was already able to exercise perfect control over sword force to the extent that he was able to absorb and make it fuse with other chi and force to make a sword energy attack. After having displaying his abilities in front of everyone, being arrogant would make him gain even more prestige within the academy. Your sword is not sharp. You lack too many things. You are too arrogant. While trying to do beautiful and magnificent attacks, you stray from the true path of the sword. You must focus your sword to be sharp and precise. As far as swords are concerned, you definitely an amateur," said Lin Feng in a detached tone. As far as Lin Feng was concerned, sword skills were about having more refined skills, more power, more sharpness, more speed, and was not about how beautiful they looked. "What do you intend to do with me?" said the young man as he completely ignored what Lin Feng had just said to him. He was just worried that Lin Feng would kill him. When Lin Feng saw him, he shook his head looking saddened and said, "A moment ago, when you were aggressive and threatening me, I thought that you were a real swordmaster and that you were seeking enlightenment on the path of cultivation, but you have disappointed me. You do not even take my advice on improving your sword skills. You are just a shameless guy who wants to stand above others using his sword. I think it would be best if you never held a sword again." When Lin Feng finished talking, his long sword glowed and he then immediately cut off the young man's sword hand. The young man gave a horrible shriek as he looked at the place where his hand used to be. "How bloodthirsty and ruthless," said people within the crowd. Fortunately, they had not made Lin Feng angry and attacked him a second time. He was terrifying. The young man's eyes were filled with wrath and hatred. He was staring at Lin Feng, but Lin Feng just replied coldly, "No need to look at me with such eyes. You said it yourself a moment ago. You said that you would make it so I could never hold a sword again. I simply returned what you intended back onto you. If there is one person that you should blame, it is definitely yourself." Immediately after, he turned around and entered in the cultivation room without even glancing back at the young man and the rest of the crowd. The entire crowd had a cold sweat running down their backs. That's right, if they had exchanged places with that young man, Lin Feng could have possibly removed one of their limbs. Lin Feng didn't like being cruel, but he didn't like being provoked either. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 133, Rule Violation. Lin Feng entered in the cultivation room and suddenly, a rumbling noise emerged. It was the noise of the stone door closing itself. A thick and pure qi invaded the entire room. Lin Feng was feeling extremely comfortable with the dense qi surrounding him. When cultivating, being exposed to the pure qi of heaven and earth was extremely beneficial. The feeling was like sudden rain after a long drought. It helped cultivators consolidate the very foundations of their cultivation and strengthen their foundations as they advance. Lin Feng released his celestial spirit and entered into meditation. His celestial spirit would definitely help him receive a breakthrough at a much faster rate. He would be able to control every cell within his body in a much more precise way and would probably be able to break through to the next Ling Qi layer at an increased speed. Suddenly, pure qi started entering in Lin Feng's body as if Lin Feng was a bottomless pit swallowing all of the energy available. Lin Feng's strength was at the third Ling Qi layer, so he had absolutely no problem to inhale all the pure qi which filled the cultivation room. It seemed like the amount of qi he could absorb was almost endless. The pure qi that Lin Feng had already absorbed was circulating within his body and becoming even purer. The qi once purified within his body had started penetrating into Lin Feng's flesh, muscles and blood, making them purify. He could feel that his body was becoming stronger and stronger. Because of this transformation within his body, he knew that he would be able to practice at much greater speeds. Besides, the pure qi in his muscles had also turned into a pure qi which would increase his agility techniques in the future. Even though Lin Feng wanted to become strong, he knew that rushing to advance would cause greater harm than good. On the path of cultivation, a person required breakthroughs which one could only find with enlightenment in battles. Cultivating was only a small step on the path, and life experiences are where the advancements came. What Lin Feng didn't know that while he was cultivating, some evil-looking people were moving into the tower from the outside. They moved directly towards the flight of stairs and then started climbing the floors. They finally came to a halt on the 10th floor. "That way," said a young man in black. If Lin Feng had been there, he would have recognized the young man in black as he was the person whom he just defeated on the 10th floor. The young man in black had threatened Lin Feng when he left the tower, but Lin Feng hadn't taken him seriously. Many people would make baseless threats from the anger of being humiliated. In the end, it was actually Lu Fei who was practicing in that room. "Here," said the young man in black while pointing at the room. The one who was accompanying the young man was about 20 years old. He looked extremely cold and evil. "Cui Ting, open the door," said the evil young man. Another person moved forwards. Despite the rules of the Celestial Academy, he didn't hesitate and started running towards the door at full speed and thrust his fist directly towards the door. He then collided heavily with the stone door. The door remained closed, but it was strongly shaking from the impact. Lu Fei was in a deep state of meditation behind the door. She wouldn't have thought that she would get disturbed during this period, especially by people directly attacking her door. The noises immediately woke her from her meditation. There was a small trail of blood on the corner of her mouth because of the shock she received while in meditation. "Get the hell out here!" said an extremely loud voice from outside. Lu Fei was furious. She wiped off the blood from the corner of her mouth. How impudent! Lu Fei stood up. She wanted to rush outside and crush them. One of the worst things to do in the world of cultivators was to disturb someone while they were meditating. Besides, they had woke her up in such a violent way that she had been injured in the process. Being woken up during meditation was such a shock that a cultivator could get injured if it was not done correctly. Disturbing a meditating cultivator was such an offense that the academy didn't forbid fights between students but forbade them to disturb others while they were already meditating in cultivation rooms. But the opponents had clearly violated the rules of the academy. Shit, I can't do that. I can't attack them. Lu Fei, who had stood up to go outside and crush them, suddenly stopped. Maybe the person hadn't come for the room but had come to fight against Lin Feng. It must be him. Lu Fei remembered the young man in black. When leaving, he had threatened Lin Feng. He hadn't lied, he had come back. If I went out now, that would probably cause trouble for Lin Feng. Lu Fei thought. Besides, she didn't know who would win if they fought. In this world, only strength mattered, nothing else. When she thought about the current situation, she sat down again and tried to meditate, but obviously, it was very hard for her to continue her cultivation. Boom! Rumbling noises spread in the cultivation room. Lu Fei's eardrums were hurting from the constant loud bangs. "You who's inside, come out immediately!" shouted a loud voice from outside. Lu Fei was angry but ignored it. She kept sitting. At worst, he would keep shouting until he was too tired or until someone intervened. The door of the cultivation room would never crack open. It was impossible for the people outside to manage to do such a thing. They were far from being strong enough. When the enemy saw that nobody was reacting inside, they were speechless. The young man in black moved towards the door and furiously shouted, "Were you not being very aggressive and arrogant before? Are you too scared to come outside now? Coward! Weakling! Coward, weakling?" When Lu Fei heard what the young man had called Lin Feng, she was surprised and found him ridiculous. That guy had been easily defeated by Lin Feng, so he had brought people to help him, and he dared call other people cowards and weaklings? Only weak people could do such things. How ridiculous. What would Lin Feng do if he was there? The door was unceasingly rumbling. Lu Fei didn't react, but she was very upset. In such a small and narrow room, anybody would go crazy if they were harassed this way by other people. After a while, the rumbling noises stopped. The young man in black calmed down again. He wouldn't have thought that nothing would work against Lin Feng, especially the insults. He felt powerless and had no strategy left to try. "Looks like he knows what is best for him and cowers inside the room," said the young man in black coldly. The evil-looking man then asked, "How many purity stones has he inserted?" The young man in black replied, 3 purity stones of medium quality, which is enough to practice for 3 months. "Alright, I'll come back in 100 days. What about you? Are you staying or are you coming with me?" The young man in black didn't reply and looked hesitant. "He could run away if you leave, but you're also probably scared that he will come out to humiliate you again," said the evil young man, as if he had guessed what the young man in black was actually terrified of facing Lin Feng alone. The young man in black was surprised. This is exactly what he was worried about. Cui Ting is already at the peak of the 4th Ling Qi layer. Nobody in the 3rd Ling Qi layer could possibly defeat him, even if they are an unrivaled genius. Coming with him was more than enough to defeat that person. "Since you insisted for me to come along too, I decided to follow. However, now I am going to the 1st floor to practice for 3 months. You can ask Cui Ting if he wants to stay and wait with you," said the evil-looking young man calmly. The young man in black didn't dare call into question what the evil young man had said. The evil-looking man was also a member of his family after all. They had the same father but not the same mother, and the young man in black was merely the son of a concubine. The evil-looking man had already done him a great favor by coming. He had given him a great deal of face. The young man in black looked at Cui Ting. The expression in his eyes indicated that he was begging him to stay with him. "If Hayamo wants me to stay, then I'll stay," said Cui Ting indifferently. "If that is the case, just stay here for a little while then," said Hayamo. He then turned around and left towards the 1st floor. When the young man in black saw Hey Mo leave, a sad expression appeared on his face. He then turned around and looked at the stone door. He took a step forward and punched it again. It created an extremely loud rumbling noise which filled the room. Lu Fei was extremely upset as she was still inside the cultivation room. Would they never stop bothering her? At that moment, Lu Fei's face turned deathly pale. If the young man in black kept harassing every day for 100 days, she would go crazy. Besides, Lin Feng had spent 3 purity stones of medium quality in this room. If she was harassed every day for 100 days, that would be the same as being kept in captivity and tortured for 100 days. This was a complete nightmare. She had never thought that such a thing could happen. At that moment, the pure chi on the 6th floor was strange. Some curious people had gone there wondering what was happening. A silhouette was emerging from a room. It was a young man. He looked calm and serene, but that calm and serene facial expression made the entire crowd shiver. The young man's look was as sharp as a sword and he looked extremely domineering. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 134, He Will Die. The young man who came out was Lin Feng. It goes so much faster when cultivating within a room on the 6th floor, thought Lin Feng. 100 days before, Meng Qing's cold chi in the room had been such a shock for him but had helped him reach the peak of the 3rd Ling Chi shortly after. When cultivating he had broken through to the 4th Ling Chi layer. His current cultivation was close to reaching the 5th Ling Chi layer. Of course, Lin Feng understood that sitting in a cultivation room for 100 days wasn't all a cultivator had to do to advance. There were many other things a cultivator needed to learn and practice in order to become stronger. Outside of training and practice, there was control of emotions, state of mind, battle experience and life experiences. All of these were necessary to break through to a higher chi layer. The opposite was true too though. If a cultivator only practiced outside and fought but never cultivated, then he also wouldn't be able to progress. There had to be a balance. Lin Feng raised his head, glanced at the entire crowd outside of the room and left. He was wondering how Lu Fei's training had been going since he left her. When the crowd saw that Lin Feng was leaving, they suddenly felt relieved. However, they all looked to their right then to their left, carefully watching everybody else getting ready to fight them for the room, but that already had nothing to do with Lin Feng any longer. While Lin Feng was walking to go to the 10th floor, the young man in black was still there waiting. He could feel that the pure chi coming from the room was getting weaker and weaker. The young man in black had an evil smile and was getting ready to attack the one he thought was in the room. He punched the door once again and made it tremble. Besides, the young man in black wasn't worried at all because Lin Feng probably hadn't become stronger at all. He had been punching at the door of the cultivation room every single day for 100 days. It was impossible to practice in such conditions. Finally, you're about to come out, said the young man in black while waiting for Lin Feng to come out. The door of a cultivation room opened itself automatically when the pure chi of a room was completely consumed, otherwise people would be stuck inside forever. The door made a loud rumbling sound and opened itself. Cui Ting and the young man in black only saw a beautiful girl come out of the room. "It's you," said the young man in black as he looked completely stupefied. He was blankly staring at Lu Fei. He had been waiting for 100 days and suddenly, the person who came out was Lin Feng's friend, the beautiful young girl. Lu Fei's face was thin and pale. She looked so pitiful and was completely exhausted, but her facial expression also revealed fury. She was staring at the young man in black and said, "How impudent." "Impudent?" The young man in black looked at her with an evil expression. He would have never thought that the person that he had been waiting for 3 months was the wrong one. No wonder the person inside hadn't reacted to his insults. If it had been Lin Feng, he probably would have come out. "Since it's you and not your friend, I will take you with me. You will have to suffer in his place," said the young man in black with a perverted look. He was fixedly staring at Lu Fei's body and found her extremely alluring. He also thought that her angry expression made her even more attractive. He felt quite excited while looking at her. If he gave you the room, it means that you must be very intimate. If I have a taste of you, he will definitely go insane," said the young man in black with the same evil expression on his face. Cui Ting glanced at him. He really despised the young man in black. He was definitely the son of a concubine, incapable of controlling himself when facing a beautiful woman. What a humiliation for Hey Mo to share the same blood as this degenerate. But Cui Ting said nothing. After all, Hey Mo and he still shared the same blood. He couldn't attack him even if he wanted to. When Lu Fei heard what the young man in black said, she looked disgusted. "How impudent, disgusting. You already said that once, but because you like those words so much, I will show you what it's like to be impudent. That cultivation room is quite big, isn't it? It will be perfect to accommodate the both of us. When your friend comes back, he will see us both in an embrace, loving each other. It will be a wonderful moment," said the young man in black with a huge smile on his face. Cui Ting was stunned. At that moment, the young man in black felt an extreme chill run down his spine. A freezing cold chi surrounded his body and applied heavy pressure. He turned his head and saw Lin Feng, who was releasing the strong chi. The young man in black had been looking forward to seeing Lin Feng, but at that moment when he was standing before him, the young man in black remained speechless. Lin Feng was slowly walking towards Lu Fei. When he passed the young man in black, it seemed like he didn't intend to take notice of him at all. However, Lin Feng simply walked past him, and with his back facing the young man in black, he said, "Asshole." The young man in black could feel his hatred boiling inside his heart. His heart was filled with wrath and hatred. Lin Feng was humiliating him too much, not even looking at him and insulting him like that. He wanted to kill Lin Feng, but he didn't dare attack him. He knew that he wasn't strong enough. He was just hoping that Cui Ting would be able to do it for him. "Bastard! I will make you pay for your 100 days' worth of crimes," said Lu Fei to Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't know what she had gone through. Her eyes were filled with hatred and suffering. Lin Feng looked at Lu Fei with a wry smile on his face. He hadn't never thought that the young man in black would be so shameless. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and gently caressed Lu Fei's face. He wanted to let her know that everything would be alright now he was here. When Lu Fei felt Lin Feng's hand on her face, she felt her legs go weak and she had slightly lost her balance. Lin Feng was being so tender and affectionate towards her. The sadness and anger she was feeling suddenly were replaced by tender warmth. Lu Fei's mother had died when she was still young. Her father had been fighting in every corner of the country and didn't have time to take care of her. At that moment, she thought that Lin Feng was being incredibly gentle and caring towards her. She felt the warmth she had been longing for her whole life. "I'll handle this myself," said Lin Feng to Lu Fei, who was feeling nervous at the current situation. She quickly started to rearrange her messy hair when she realized what she must have looked like. Lin Feng smiled and immediately turned around. The warm smile on his face suddenly vanished and was replaced with a piercingly cold glare. "This guy is strong," thought Cui Ting while looking at Lin Feng. He then moved closer to the young man in black. He wanted to prevent him from fighting against Lin Feng, whose face was filled with killing intent. "I don't really enjoy dirtying my sword with the blood of people like you, but since you have insisted, you will be the first person I kill at the Celestial Academy." At that moment, Lin Feng slowly unsheathed his soft sword. It was diffusing a sharp silver glow. When the young man in black heard Lin Feng, he was terrified and started moving backwards. He then hid behind Cui Ting. "What a pathetic little boy. You're truly a piece of shit," said Lu Fei to the young man in black when she saw that he was hiding behind Cui Ting. How had the situation become like this? He had been harassing Lu Fei, thinking that it was Lin Feng for 3 months, and then he tried to humiliate Lu Fei to make Lin Feng angry, but now that Lin Feng had arrived, he was scared to death. When he heard Lu Fei's words, he felt extremely humiliated but didn't reply. He hated his own actions as well. Why was he so scared when in front of Lin Feng? "You cannot kill him," said Cui Ting, who was standing in front of the young man with black. "He will die," said Lin Feng, taking a step forward. He released an incredible amount of sword force which created whirlwinds in the air, accompanied by whistling sounds as it pierced the atmosphere. The sword force was also filled with an extreme cold. Sword force. Cui Ting's pupils shrank. Not only was that guy using sword force, but the young man in black had been wrong. He had said that Lin Feng was of the 3rd Ling Chi layer, but it seemed like he was at least the 4th Ling Chi layer. What a piece of trash, thought Cui Ting about the young man in black. He was still very confident in his abilities, as people who could defeat him were not numerous, but he knew that it didn't mean he was invincible. Cui Ting didn't feel like fighting against a cultivator of the 4th Ling Chi layer who could use sword force. He was sure that he had no chance of coming out alive if he was to fight against Lin Feng. The difference in power between a cultivator of the 4th Ling Chi layer who could use sword force and one who couldn't was too huge. Get lost. Lin Feng, who was dragging the tip of his soft sword against the solid tower floor, which diffused a sharp metallic noise. He looked extremely murderous at this moment. Cui Ting could feel that the sword force was growing even more intense. He was persuaded that he wouldn't be able to fight against Lin Feng. Lin Feng had released such an incredible amount of sword force already. He was terrified and wondering how a cultivator of the 4th Ling Chi layer could already control so much force to perfection. "I am not as strong as you and I cannot protect him. But you still cannot kill him," said Chui Ting, remaining motionless. He was nervously staring at Lin Feng. The young man in black was stupefied. Chui Ting was unable to protect him? He wasn't as strong as him? The young man in black was furious. Today, nobody can save him, said Lin Feng while a freezing chi emerged from his body. He stepped forward and thrust his sword through the air. Chui Ting, when he felt the power of the attack, he couldn't help but sigh. Chui Ting immediately moved aside. He knew that he would never be able to resist the power of that attack, so the only thing he could do was dodge. Even though Mo wouldn't agree, Chui Ting also knew that Mo wouldn't want both of them die together, especially if he knew what the situation was so dire. He probably wouldn't blame him for dodging such a powerful attack. Chui Ting moved aside and the young man in black was at the mercy of Lin Feng's sword. The young man in black had the feeling that his death was growing closer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 135, Mo. When the young man in black felt Lin Feng's cold chi moving towards him, he couldn't help but shiver. Cold sweat was flowing down his back. "This is the Celestial Academy, students can fight but they cannot kill," said the young man in black. He felt like he was about to faint. He was scared to death. "I know," said Lin Feng coldly. The young man in black felt some relief on hearing this. It gave him hope. "But I also know that it is forbidden to disturb other people while they are in a cultivation room, and what have you been doing for the last 3 months?" said Lin Feng, which made the young man in black fall back into his panicked state. "I admit that I violated the rules, but the consequences are not important when compared with killing a student. Killing a student is completely different." "Are you trying to scare me?" said Lin Feng. The young man in black was growing more terrified with each passing moment. His forehead was covered with sweat. "Besides, the consequences are not important?" said Lin Feng while glancing at the poor and exhausted Lu Fei. He then added, "Well, that's your opinion. As I see it, the consequences of you having harassed her for 3 months are much more serious than taking your pathetic life." "You cannot kill him," repeated Chui Ting, which attracted Lin Feng's attention. Lin Feng slightly turned around and looked at him. "You cannot kill him, otherwise, you'll regret it," said Chui Ting. "I'm sorry, I'll have to disappoint you. I never regret anything that I do." Lin Feng's hand continued to move and Chui Ting quickly shouted, Wait. "Do you have anything else to add?" said Lin Feng. "He is Mo's little brother. If you kill him, Mo will never let you off." Mo, said some people who had come over to see what was happening. They were stupefied. He was surprisingly Mo's brother. Yuan Shan was in the crowd as well and was stupefied like everybody else. He had also heard about Mo. Lin Feng, Mo is one of the 10 best students of the Celestial Academy. He almost never practices here, and when he does, it's on the ground floor, warned Yuan Shan from the middle of the crowd. Indeed, Mo wasn't someone one wanted to fight. A light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. The young man in black looked like he was relieved. "Indeed, I'm Mo's little brother. If you kill me, he will definitely kill you," said the young man in black proudly. "Moron," said Lin Feng when he heard the young man's threat. He raised his sword and then carefully slit the young man's throat from ear to ear. At that moment, everyone was completely stunned and shaking in fear. Nobody had thought that Lin Feng, after hearing that he was related to Mo, would actually dare to kill his little brother without the slightest hesitation. The young man in black hadn't thought that his death would come so quickly. At the moment when Lin Feng's sword penetrated his throat, he was still hoping that Lin Feng would retreat on hearing his brother's name. His last thought was that he hated himself for acting so foolishly. He hated himself for having provoked Lin Feng. He didn't hate Lin Feng to such an extent, and Lin Feng didn't hate him. There was no great enmity between them until he had caused it. He had thought that dying for what had happened was too grave a punishment, and he truly felt that Lin Feng wouldn't do it. He had been stupid until the end. What a cruel and heartless person, sighed Chui Ting. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng would kill him after hearing about Mo. Lin Feng took out a rag and wiped the blade of his sword. Then, he put it back in its sheath and looked at Chui Ting. If he hadn't been Mo's brother, he would have never dared to be that audacious and violate the rules of the academy, am I right? Said Lin Feng coldly, pointing at the young man's corpse lying on the floor. Chui Ting was surprised and then nodded. Without Mo's reputation, the young man in black would never have behaved in such a way. Therefore, the one who caused this is actually Mo, so it was actually Mo who broke the rules of the academy. Because of him, my friend was constantly harassed day and night for 100 days, But Heimo will not bear the responsibility for that, am I right? Said Lin Feng. Cui Ting suddenly came to a realization. He now understood why Lin Feng had actually killed the young man in black. It was not that Lin Feng hadn't thought about Heimo when killing his little brother, it was actually the exact opposite. Lin Feng just didn't think of Heimo as someone above the rules, he only thought that because of him, Lu Fei had been harassed for 100 days without rest. That's why he killed the young man in black. It was a warning. He wanted to tell everyone in the academy that anyone who assaulted him or his friends would pay with their life. Let's go, said Lin Feng to Lu Fei. Lu Fei, Yuan Shan and Jing Yan all started leaving with Lin Feng. Cui Ting and the young man's dead body were just left behind as they walked away. What's your name? Asked Cui Ting. Lin Feng, replied Lin Feng as he walked away. Lin Feng, whispered Cui Ting, he would make sure to remember that name. The rest of the crowd also took note of his name. Who could forget the name of someone who had dared to provoke Heimo? After Lin Feng and the others left, the 10th floor was still filled with people. There were more and more people gathering at the location. There was a corpse on the 10th floor. Surprisingly, there was someone who had dared to kill someone in the cultivation tower. They didn't know who could be so audacious. At that moment, an evil-looking young man was walking towards the 10th floor. The evil-looking young man arrived on the 10th floor and looked at the corpse on the ground. His facial expression didn't change. He still looked incredibly calm as he looked at the scene. The crowd who was surrounding that evil-looking young man backed away from him and made sure to give him enough space. They were looking at him as if he was a deity walking amongst them. It was Heimo who had climbed the tower looking for his little brother. Who killed him? Asked Heimo with an indifferent tone. He even looked calm, which scared the crowd to death. Lin Feng, replied Cui Ting and then added, he's much too strong for me to fight against. Heimo remained silent and looked at the corpse. He then said, make him come to my clan, and double-check his name. Make sure you got the name correct. When Heimo finished talking, he turned around and slowly walked towards the flight of stairs. He then left the tower without another word. When Lin Feng and the others arrived in the palace where they lived, he let out a deep sigh and got ready to go back to his living quarters. Don't get too impatient to go and find the other one, said a quiet voice next to him. Lin Feng was surprised. What was said sounded incredibly strange. Lin Feng had a strange smile on his face as he looked at Lu Fei with a blank expression. Are you angry? Asked Lin Feng while smiling and gazing deeply into her eyes. Why would I be angry? Replied Lu Fei coldly while avoiding Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng had a smile on the corner of his mouth and said, since you are not angry, why can I feel that there is bitterness in your voice? Maybe because you have dirty ears and can't hear properly. Replied Lu Fei. What was that guy's problem staring at her like that? Is that so? Said Lin Feng while scratching his head. He then smiled and said, we just came back from training, obviously we would go back to our respective living quarters, and you seem to think that it is because I was impatient to see Meng Cheng? Could it be that you want me to come to your room? Stop dreaming, said Lu Fei while stamping her feet. That guy really had mental problems. She then immediately left and went straight to her room. Lin Feng looked at Lu Fei and smiled. Even though she was often in a bad mood, she was really adorable and cute when she hid her feelings like that. Lin Feng didn't rush back to his room within his living quarters and rather knocked at Meng Qing's door. Come in, said Meng Qing coldly. Lin Feng immediately entered. He saw Meng Qing who was sitting on the bed. She said, oh, you came back. Meng Qing hadn't covered her face with her fine veil. Her entire face was visible to Lin Feng, which made him sigh with exasperation. How could the creator of all things create such an unrivaled beauty? That was too cruel. In the previous world, even the richest man in the world would have given up his entire fortune for this beauty, thought Lin Feng. While in his presence, Meng Qing wasn't as cold as before. If he could make her smile once every day, then he would have a wonderful life. What happened on that day, has it happened again? Asked Lin Feng calmly while walking towards Meng Qing's bed. Meng Qing looked at Lin Feng, slightly shook her hand and said softly, have I not told you about this? It happens every 6 months. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 136, Pressured at the Entrance. Once every 6 months. Poor Meng Qing, having to go through such hellish torture every 6 months. Why did she have to endure such horror? If it happens again in the future, you must tell me. I can help you. I don't want you to suffer like this, now that I am here, said Lin Feng to Meng Qing. His snake spirit could swallow all the cold qi. Besides, his snake would grow stronger the more qi it consumed. His snake spirit was so mysterious, eating the qi of others was not something which normally occurred. You haven't told me yet what really happened on that day, said Meng Qing while staring at Lin Feng. She had suffered from exhaustion and had fallen sound asleep on Lin Feng's chest. It was such an embarrassing moment that she had forgotten what had happened before that. Well, you first tell me where that cold qi comes from? Said Lin Feng. I was born with it, replied Meng Qing, which surprised Lin Feng. She was born with it? Lin Feng had already heard that some people were sometimes born with diseases or natural abilities, but Meng Qing's one was horrible. Now, you tell me, said Meng Qing. Lin Feng smiled. He then released his snake spirit appeared behind his back. The little snake had already become a huge snake. It curled up on Lin Feng's shoulders, its eyes made it look like a real snake rather than a spirit. Its two eyes were staring deeply at Meng Qing. Ha! Meng Qing was stupefied when she saw the snake. She looked incredibly anxious. It's my spirit, I still don't know what kind of snake it is. It swallowed all of the cold qi that you released last time and gave me the power of that qi, said Lin Feng. Meng Qing looked stunned and she was blankly staring at Lin Feng's snake spirit. But very quickly, she looked as cold and indifferent as always. Meng Qing then slightly nodded and said, no wonder, it's an extremely strong spirit. Lin Feng slightly nodded while looking deep in thought and said, it should be a snake spirit, but it is not clear to me yet what kind of snake it is. You'll know at some point, replied Meng Qing. I hope so, replied Lin Feng while nodding and said, I am going to head back. If you need anything in the future then come and get me right away. Meng Qing nodded. Lin Feng stood up and then put his hand on Meng Qing's head. He caressed her hair for a few seconds, which made her body slightly tremble. Lin Feng turned around and left. Meng Qing looked at Lin Feng's back and frowned. That's a snake spirit? Whispered Meng Qing. She had the sensation that it was a beast spirit but not necessarily a snake spirit. She knew there was something special but couldn't describe what it was. There was a spirit which strangely looked like Lin Feng's spirit, but it had 9 heads, and it wasn't a beast spirit but a dragon spirit. It was early in the morning and there was not a single cloud over what seemed to be a boundless area. In the Celestial Academy, there were a lot of people gossiping about recent events. It seemed like most of the people were mentioning the same words very often in their conversations, Cultivation Tower and HMO. At that moment, 2 people were walking on the biggest road of the Celestial Academy and were talking amongst themselves. I heard that his name is Lin Feng. At the registration day, he humiliated 2 students of the academy, Zuoqiu and Baizhe. His goal was to make the wealthy and noble cultivators lose face, said one of them. The news of what had happened at the Cultivation Tower was already widely spread in the academy because Lin Feng had broken the rules and killed one of the students. The news was spreading at the speed of light, not only because Lin Feng had broken the rules but also because it has to do with one of the best students of the academy, HMO. Any rumor relating to the 10 best students of the academy spread quickly. Even though HMO wasn't at the top in the ranking, he was still extremely powerful. Who told you about what happened at the registration day? He must be quite proud and arrogant if he humiliated the wealthy and noble students, but this time he has made a big mistake. Chui Ting had already warned him that he was HMO's little brother. He surprisingly still dared to kill him. That's a humiliation for HMO. Lin Feng will definitely regret what he did. He could never think of defeating HMO. You're right. One of the 10 best students in the academy. Lin Feng has run out of luck, said the other person in the same tone as if they were proud of their analysis of the situation. At the same time in a distant location, 2 silhouettes were drawing a crowd of people's attention. Suddenly, many people gathered and started following the silhouettes. These people were about 100 meters away from the 2 people discussing. When the 2 people who were discussing saw one of the silhouettes in the crowd, they couldn't help but be stupefied. HMO. HMO was surprisingly in the crowd. There are so many people, something must be going on, said the 2 people who were looking at them. HMO wasn't walking fast but he looked determined. Not so long after, they arrived near the palace where the first category students were living. At that moment, a silhouette was slowly coming out of the palace. Oh no. Lin Feng, that's the guy from the Cultivation Tower, said Yuan Shan when he saw the crowd coming towards them. Chui Ting was walking next to an evil-looking young man. Yuan Shan obviously remembered him from the events at the tower. Lin Feng didn't stop walking. Immediately after, the 2 sides were facing each other. Lin Feng first saw Cui Ting and then slowly turned his head towards the evil-looking young man. He then said, "Hey Mo, I presume." Hey Mo coldly looked at Lin Feng and then glanced at Wen Ao Shui, ignoring Lin Feng. "I want his life," said Hey Mo indifferently, looking incredibly calm. But he wasn't talking to Lin Feng, as Lin Feng's life was protected by Wen Ao Shui. Wen Ao Shui just smiled with his incredibly beautiful face, which made him look like a beautiful girl. He then calmly shook his head and said, "He's my friend. This is a problem now. In the cultivation tower, he killed my little brother after hearing my name. He made me lose face. You shouldn't get involved in this matter," said Hey Mo, who, strangely, wasn't discussing that matter with Lin Feng but with Wen Ao Shui. Lin Feng had a strange look in his eyes as he was staring at Wen Ao Shui. Wen Ao Shui, who was more beautiful than some girls, was probably an extremely talented individual. "Well, I heard that your little brother broke the rules of the academy first, and then because he was too weak, went and asked other people to help him. The result is that he died. The only thing to blame is his own weakness." He can only blame his own weakness, but Lin Feng is still new here, he only recently joined the academy. After such a short time he has made many people lose face. He also humiliated me. He must die, don't you agree? Said Hey Mo, which stupefied everybody. Hey Mo wanted to kill Lin Feng, not because Lin Feng had killed his little brother, but because Lin Feng had humiliated him when he killed his brother after hearing Hey Mo's name. In other words, even though Lin Feng had heard Hey Mo's name and his reputation, he had still dared to kill his little brother. Hey Mo only wanted to kill him to save face and nothing more. For these kinds of people, face was the most important thing in their life. It was even more important than Lin Feng's life. You also know that he's new here, so would you, Hey Mo, dare to threaten a new student? Wouldn't you be ashamed and lose face? He has committed crimes which he must be punished for, and the only price to pay is his life," said Hey Mo, who ignored Wen Ao Shui's words. He then said coldly and indifferently, "You can protect him now, but I don't think that you are going to stay with him forever. If you are not with him at some point, I will easily kill him. Who could stop me?" When he finished talking, he stopped looking at Wen Ao Shui and looked at Lin Feng. "You are indeed very smart and you must be very happy about how things have played out. You're a smart little boy, but have you ever thought that your actions have led to your own death?" Said Hey Mo coldly and then added, "Or do you really think that you can hide behind Wen Ao Shui your entire life? Are you done talking?" Said Lin Feng coldly to Hey Mo when he saw that the latter wouldn't stop talking. Lin Feng's face was expressionless, as if one of the 10 best students of the academy was unable to make him feel scared or anxious. When Hey Mo heard what Lin Feng said, he smiled coldly. His smile was as sharp as a blade. He then said, "I have finished talking, now what? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 137, Life and Death Challenge. Now what? Lin Feng nodded and said coldly, "Now, if you're done talking, I also have a few things to tell you. Your little brother was a piece of trash. He did not have other people in his eyes. He attempted to steal my cultivation room, so I had to make him leave, but because he was your little brother, he thought that he was invincible. He then broke the rule of the academy and harassed my friend every single day for 3 months with your help. He humiliated her and hindered her training. Was I wrong to kill him?" said Lin Feng while looking at Hey Mo. "You killed him, you were indeed in the right, but," said Hey Mo, who wanted to keep talking but was interrupted by Lin Feng, "you already said that you have finished talking, so please, shut up." "Ha?" The crowd was stupefied. That guy was really aggressive and suddenly dared to tell Hey Mo to shut up. He only thought that he could behave like this because when Ao Shui was next to him, Hey Mo was stupefied but immediately said, "Alright, continue. You also said it yourself, I was right to kill him. Your little brother broke the rules of the academy, it was obviously because you had allowed him to do so. So because you allowed your little brother to attempt to humiliate me, you have indirectly caused me to lose face. When you wanted to kill me, you were happy to provide your support. So first you have made me lose face and then you're getting angry because you lost face when things did not go as planned. Could it be that you are so stupid that you think I would willingly lose face to you because you are strong?" said Lin Feng with a strict tone, making the whole crowd stupefied yet again. That's right. These types of people could only see things from their perspective and couldn't understand other people's point of view. "Even if what you say is true, then what?" said Hey Mo with a detached tone. "No, then what? I've met many people who thought they were above the rest of the world. I have always shown them how foolish and ridiculous they are," said Lin Feng coldly. He then continued, "You must think that I am only saying this because Wen Ao Shui is here. However, whether Wen Ao Shui was here or not, you do not have the required power to kill me. Don't try and refute what I am saying. You are free to try and kill me at any time, and you will see what happens when you make an attempt on my life. Just like you said, when someone commits a crime there must be punishment, and sometimes the price is your life," said Lin Feng, who sounded incredibly threatening. Some people in the crowd frowned. Not only was Lin Feng saying that whether when Ao Shui was there or not, Mo couldn't kill him, but he was also saying that Mo might even die for attempting it. But Yuan Shan had no doubts concerning what Lin Feng had just said. He knew about the mysterious girl protecting Lin Feng. He had seen her power firsthand. Mo was stupefied and said coldly, "You have a very high opinion about yourself." "I have never had a high opinion about myself, and I have also never been arrogant or thought that I was above anyone else. I'm not like you who dares to talk about others' lives as if they were already within my hands. Isn't that itself extremely arrogant? Do you think that you stand high above everyone else in the world? I would like to ask you a question. What chi layer have you broken through to? Arrogant? High above the rest of the world?" Mo smiled coldly and said, "I could hold you between my 2 fingers and easily kill you. I have broken through to the 6th Ling Chi layer. And you dare be that arrogant? You are ridiculous. You must be joking," interrupted Lin Feng while laughing loudly. He then said, "You have only broken through to the 6th Ling Chi layer, and you dare to speak about that as if you were one of the best cultivators in the world. Even saying that you could hold me between your fingers and kill me. You must be joking. Having broken through to the 6th Ling Chi layer is nothing extraordinary. How ridiculous. The world is huge, there are millions and millions of geniuses, and you dare talk about yourself as if you are special and others are beneath you. I want to tell you something, you are a little mouse who can only see an inch." "What powerful words! What sharp arguments!" said some of the people within the crowd while looking at Mo, who was being verbally harassed by Lin Feng. Mo had indeed only broken through to the 6th Ling Chi layer, which wasn't considered as an extremely strong cultivator in the outside world, but in the academy, nobody would provoke him. Almost nobody could defeat him. Even some students of the 7th Chi layer wouldn't want to fight against him. But, saying that the 6th Ling Chi layer was already amazingly high on the path of cultivation was obviously an exaggeration. His heart was as ugly as his personality. Lin Feng stopped for a few seconds and continued, "Of course, you probably think that you are amazing because you are amongst the 10 best students of the academy, but you are a tiny insignificant person in the world of cultivation. So now I want to ask, in 3 months' time I want to challenge you to a life and death battle, do you dare to accept?" said Lin Feng. The entire crowd was astonished. Lin Feng actually dared challenge one of the 10 best students of the academy, Mo. He even dared to challenge him to a life and death battle. Lin Feng had just joined the academy, he didn't know what he was doing. He definitely doesn't know how powerful Mo is. That little boy is bringing about his own destruction. He has gone insane. The crowd was making various comments about Lin Feng. Nobody believed that Lin Feng could win. They all thought that he was acting recklessly and had lost his sense of reason. Even Lin Feng's friends were astonished and didn't believe what he had just said. They knew that Lin Feng was strong, but he would definitely never be able to defeat Mo. That was insanity. When Ao Shui was looking at Lin Feng, it was obvious from his face that he didn't think Lin Feng could ever win the battle. Of course, Lin Feng was humiliating Mo by challenging him. A student who had just joined the academy had humiliated his brother, humiliated him a few times, and was then challenging him to a life and death battle. He had completely lost all face. Mo was sure that everything that was happening would eventually spread through the academy, and he knew that the other ranked students would soon hear about it. At that moment, Mo's evil face looked even more evil and sinister. He had burning flames in his eyes. He looked hideously terrifying. "Do you think that you have completely lost all face?" asked Lin Feng while smiling. He then said, "You are losing face again, but what about me? Especially since you have brought so many people with you. Have you never thought that I would lose face too? So, you don't need to look at me that way. If you want to regain your reputation, I will see you in 3 months. Show everybody that you, Mo, can afford being arrogant because you truly are an amazing cultivator." Mo looked furious. He looked at Lin Feng and said, "In 3 months, you will understand how pitiful and pathetic you really are." When he finished talking, Mo turned around and left. The entire crowd was astonished. Mo had accepted the challenge. 3 months later, he would make Lin Feng regret that challenge forever. The crowd first looked at Mo's back in the distance and then looked at Lin Feng again. They were terribly excited and couldn't wait to see that battle. How could Lin Feng have challenged him to such a battle? What strength did he rely on to dare and challenge him to a life and death battle? In 3 months' time, Hayamo would be much stronger and would regain his lost face. 3 months would pass very quickly. It was not a very long time in the world of cultivation. "Let's go," said Lin Feng, looking at his friends. They then started walking towards the exit of the academy. When Ao Shui looked at Lin Feng and said, "Hayamo is at the peak of the 6th Ling Qi layer. Even some students of the 7th Ling Qi layer don't dare to challenge him to a battle. Almost nobody can defeat him in the academy, and what level are you? The 4th or the 5th Ling Qi layer, you could never defeat him. Besides, Hayamo is at the peak of the 6th Ling Qi layer and will soon break through. It will be extremely hard for you to defeat as he is now, let alone when he advances." Lin Feng smiled. He obviously knew that it wouldn't be easy. He then said in a detached tone, "I needed to quickly become stronger than anyone else." When Ao Shui nodded. He didn't really understand what Lin Feng meant. What did that have to do with Hayamo? Lin Feng saw when Ao Shui's facial expression and said, "Strength often comes when you are in danger. You have to risk your life to quickly become stronger." When he heard Lin Feng, when Ao Shui was stunned. Risk one's life to become stronger? Lin Feng was an extremely scary individual. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 138, The Prisoner Arena. Everybody in the academy quickly learned that Lin Feng had challenged Hayamo to a life-and-death battle. The military students were not the only ones who had heard the news, but people who were studying political strategies as well as the assassin students had also heard about it. People were starting to pay attention to Lin Feng. Who exactly was he? He had appeared from nowhere and had been accepted in the academy with all the privileges but without the disadvantages. The vice principal personally went to invite him. Why? As people were trying to understand who Lin Feng really was, they were stupefied to see that the pieces of information they found about him were contradictory. It seemed like Lin Feng had a high status in society, but then again it seemed like he was of a low social class, and it was like that for all the information which could be found. There were many contradictions when it came to him, as if he had been artificially created and as if someone was trying to make everybody confused to what his real identity was. If it was really the result of someone's external actions, that would be truly terrifying. That would be like delegating all the power to Lin Feng. But Lin Feng knew nothing about these things that were happening. Yuan Shan and when Ao Shui were not at the academy. At that moment, there was a huge wall was in front of them. That huge wall was surrounding a small town. That was a small town within the imperial city. The wall in front of their eyes was so wide that they had the impression that it was endless. "Let's go inside," said when Ao Shui to the others. They started walking towards the big gate of the small city. "Please let us be on our way," said when Ao Shui while handing a purity stone to the entrance guards. Surprisingly, it was a purity stone of medium quality. Besides, Lin Feng noticed that it wasn't only when Ao Shui who had to pay a tax but everyone who wanted to enter. Very quickly, a sea of faces appeared in front of Lin Feng and the others. The colorful market was vast and bustling. "What's this?" Lin Feng's pupils shrank. The scene reminded Lin Feng of an antique market. This is the busiest part of the imperial city. Whatever you need or whatever you want to do, you can come here and you'll find it. Everything is possible here, explained when Ao Shui to Lin Feng. Lu Fei, who was standing next to Lin Feng, seemed excited and said, "I've already heard about that place but I've never come here before. It seems even more lively than I had imagined. No wonder that the imperial city is so wealthy, I now understand why." Lin Feng nodded and when Ao Shui was smiling. "Lin Feng, you can find many beautiful women here with whom you can have lots of fun," said when Ao Shui with a smile on his face. Lin Feng was stunned and Lu Fei looked furious. Lu Fei's look made Lin Feng shiver. He tried to smile but it looked incredibly awkward. Why had when Ao Shui said such a thing? Besides, you can come to this district very easily as long as you have enough purity stones. You can buy weapons and even people, for example you can get pure virgins here as well as slaves. You can also find some really valuable martial skills and agility techniques, said when Ao Shui. Lin Feng was stupefied. Weapons, women, slaves, skills, and techniques. Nobody could resist to the temptation of obtaining such things. No wonder that this place was so full of people. So as long as one had enough purity stones, one could get almost anything they wanted here. There was nothing that was not for sale here. We should come to the market district all the time, thought Lin Feng. Amongst the things that when Ao Shui had listed, Lin Feng was interested in many of them. For example, slaves. Of course, a true cultivator wouldn't go the first place I spoke about, where you can go to enjoy women. Only wealthy yet degenerated and depraved people go to such places. Genuine cultivators go to other districts. One is the market district and the other one is a place where the military students of our academy always go. Said Wen Ao Shui and then stopped, keeping Lin Feng in suspense. What district? Asked Lin Feng, who was obviously very curious. What is the place where the military students of the academy always go? A place full of people, which is often a horrible place where one's mind cannot be at peace, but such a place is a place to train and gain experience. It's a battle arena. You're talking about prisoner arena? Suddenly said Lu Fei. Indeed, it is precisely the prisoner arena. It is such a crazy place that even some military students of our academy don't dare to go there. Said Wen Ao Shui and then added, Lin Feng, that place would be perfect for you. If you want to quickly become stronger, then this is the place to go. Prisoner arena, whispered Lin Feng. He then asked, what kind of place is the prisoner arena? The prisoner arena? Well, you have to go and see for yourself. Said Wen Ao Shui while laughing. They immediately started walking. Lin Feng was extremely curious at what this battle arena would be like. The marketplace was like a city within the city. It was extremely vast and there was no end in sight. They were walking fast, but even after half an hour had passed, they still hadn't reached the prisoner arena. But at that moment Lin Feng heard a multitude of voices. Suddenly, in front of him, there was a huge gathering of people. He could only see their backs but couldn't see what they were looking at. Lin Feng and his friends started to move closer to look at what was happening. The sounds of the voices were getting louder and louder. That place was huge and shaped like a ring. It was gigantic. In the middle of that gigantic ring-shaped stadium, there were multiple different craters. All of them had flights of stairs to go down or come back up. Lin Feng, this is the prisoner arena. As you can see, there are hundreds of thousands of people within the arena. It's like this every day, all day. Said Wen Ao Shui, pointing at the sea of people. Hundreds of thousands of people. Said Lin Feng, amazed. That was a huge amount. Besides, it was like that every single day. It was almost oppressive and actually hard to imagine. They then moved down the stairs and looked at the crowd in the distance. The crater was so deep that it looked like a gorge and there were many viewing platforms. In the middle of the canyon, there was a huge silver cage full of silhouettes. Prisoners. Lin Feng progressively understood why that place was called the prisoner arena. It reminded him of the previous world in ancient Rome where aristocrats used to watch slaves and wild beasts fight in the Colosseum. But the scene before Lin Feng's eyes at that moment was much more impressive. It made him shiver from head to toe as if his soul was shaking with excitement. In that cage, there is a battle every day, either a cultivator versus a ferocious beast or a cultivator versus another cultivator, and the only way to be freed is to kill the opponent during your battle. Said Wen Ao Shui to Lin Feng. That was a terrifying premise. No wonder some people had chosen to keep their distance from this place. Every battle resulted in the death of either a cultivator or a ferocious beast. Every year, some students of our academy die here. The number of corpses is always increasing. Said Wen Ao Shui while looking at the gigantic cage. He then slowly said, there are only the strongest and the most courageous cultivators who would dare to go in there. They are true fighters, because in that cage, the conditions are the same as on a real battlefield. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 139, Cultivation Slaves. In the middle of that cage, the winners live on and the losers die. It was indeed like on a battlefield. In the continent of the Nine Clouds, cultivators were respected and admired. Cultivators took cultivation very seriously as it was a way of life. That is why they didn't hesitate to risk their lives to improve their cultivation abilities. The path of cultivation was full of personal challenges and determination was the key to success. What are the rules of the prisoner arena? Asked Lin Feng. The one in charge of the cage declares who will fight against whom. Of course, he always matches people with other cultivators or ferocious beasts of a similar level, otherwise the battles would be meaningless slaughter. Explained Wen Ao Shui. Lin Feng slightly nodded. If one wasn't assigned to fight against someone of the same level, many people wouldn't dare to enter the cage at the risk of fighting someone much stronger. But by the way, if you lose a battle in the cage then death is inevitable, but if you win, you can get a massive amount of purity stones. That is why many of our fellow disciples come here to fight and then go back to the cultivation tower at the academy, use their purity stones and come back here again, etc. That enables them to boost their cultivation speed to the extreme. Of course, it is also extremely dangerous. Challenging death over and over again is, indeed, often the best way to become stronger. In dangerous situation, death and fortune coexist, said Wen Ao Shui, sounding solemn. Lin Feng was stupefied. Wen Ao Shui sounded like he often visited this place. It was hard to imagine that this boy would go to such a place when looking at his beautiful girl-like face. They were still walking, and at the same time Lin Feng could clearly see the inside of the cage from where he was. The inside of the cage was incredibly huge, and the cage which covered it looked like it had fallen down straight from the heavens and trapped the people inside. Inside the cage was divided into two. One side was for cultivator versus cultivator battles, while the other side was dedicated to fights between cultivators and ferocious beasts. The two sides were separated by viewing platforms. People were free to choose what kind of battle they wished to watch. At that moment, a group of silhouettes in front of Lin Feng turned around and looked at them. As if Wen Ao Shui had expected it for a long time, he took out 6 purity stones of medium quality out of his pocket and handed them over to the man, who moved aside and let them pass. The price for the 10 first rows is quite expensive, but they are also the best place to clearly watch the battles, said Wen Ao Shui. Lin Feng was stunned. 1 purity stone of medium quality per person? That's horribly expensive. Way too expensive. 1 purity stone of medium quality was enough to practice 1 month in the cultivation tower of the Celestial Academy, from the 4th to the 10th floor. That wasn't a low price. No, it's not expensive at all. It's even cheap. Think for a while, what kinds of people will come here and sit on the best rows on the viewing platforms? Said Wen Ao Shui while shaking his head. Those who wanted to enter in the cage to fight, and the wealthy who already had a lot of purity stones to begin with, said Lin Feng. You're right. Besides, if they win a battle within the cage, then they will win at least 10 purity stones of medium quality. If they lose, they will not need any purity stones anymore, as they will be dead, said Wen Ao Shui. He then pointed at the 3rd row of the viewing platform and said, let's sit there. All right, said Lin Feng while nodding. There weren't so many people sitting in the first 10 rows. After all, those who wanted to enter the cage as well as those who had enough purity stones to waste were hard to find. When Lin Feng sat down, a battle had just finished. Inside of the cage, one of the slaves inserted his hand into the chest of his opponent and ripped out his heart. The scene was sanguinary and bestial. Blood was dripping everywhere as the slave held the heart high in the air. But the crowd was used to watching such spectacles. They suddenly started shouting in excitement when they saw the scene unfolding. Lu Fei and Jingyan frowned. They felt nauseous. Lin Feng looked calm, but on the inside he also felt slightly grieved while watching the scene. In that world, there was no space for the weak. The weak were worthless and could be disposed of. This was something Lin Feng was still trying to adapt to. If you are not entirely confident in your own abilities, then it is useless to enter the cage, thought Lin Feng while shaking his head. Lin Feng, considering your opponent would be of the same level as you, would you prefer fighting against a ferocious beast or a cultivator? Asked Wen Ao Shui, who was extremely curious. Ferocious beast, replied Lin Feng without hesitation. Wen Ao Shui was surprised by Lin Feng's answer but smiled and immediately replied, you're right. Many people think that, if the opponent is of the same level, a ferocious beast would be stronger than a cultivator, but it is not the same in the cage. A cultivation slave doesn't know when he'll die. Cultivation slaves are even more cruel and sanguinary than the ferocious beasts. They are even more terrifying than the monsters of nightmares. Sometimes, you may think that you are stronger than your opponent, but in the cage, it's different. You think that you're stronger, but you might not necessarily be the last one standing in the end. To stay alive, some people were ready to do anything. Lin Feng shook his head and said, you're right, but my choice to fight against a ferocious beast has nothing to do with that. What? Really? Asked Wen Ao Shui, very surprised. Really? Replied Lin Feng, and then added, cultivation slaves might be slaves, but after all, they are still people who deserve the basic human rights, and to me they are still innocent people who have not provoked me. Wen Ao Shui was surprised by Lin Feng's reply and had a strange expression on his face. You think that the cultivation slaves are extremely cruel and heartless, but if they kill those who enter the cage, it is only because their lives are really threatened, and the worst is those who enter the cage and fight these cultivation slaves to the death do it for only a few purity stones. As far as I am concerned, I couldn't kill anyone if I didn't hate them for something they have done to me or my friends. Otherwise, I would have a very guilty conscience. Lin Feng didn't think that he was a good person or that he could save the world alone, but there were certain moral values and principles which were engraved into his heart, and he would live by them. On the path of cultivation, Lin Feng thought virtue was just as important as determination. After hearing Lin Feng's words, it was the first time that Wen Ao Shui had felt that there was something wrong with this place. Even though these people were cultivation slaves, They were still people. They were people, but in this world, few people felt compassion like Lin Feng. After being born into this environment, it has shaped many people to be just as brutal and bloodthirsty as the world around them. The great majority of people only had the goal to become stronger, no matter what the cost. For that purpose, they unscrupulously killed other people. Killing people was a normal thing for them. You may be right. In the future, I will only battle against ferocious beasts, said Wen Ao Shui while smiling. At that moment, a voice came from behind them. Military students, since when did you start disliking the state of the world and adopt a compassionate tone? How ridiculous. When Ao Shui and Lin Feng turned around and saw a group of people wearing magnificent clothes. They looked extremely arrogant. Political students. Lin Feng frowned. Amongst them, Lin Feng recognized a fellow student. He had already slapped him once. Bai Zai. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 140, Lin Feng's Battle. At the Celestial Academy, people who studied military tactics and those who studied governmental affairs were usually not on good terms. There had always been tensions between the two categories of students. Not only military students liked to come to the prisoner arena, political students also liked to come and watch the fights, but they generally preferred spending their time within the market district to get valuable items which were for sale. A lot of people liked to come to the prisoner arena because it provided insights into battle, however it normally required courage. When the military student joined the fights in the prisoner area, they could improve their abilities as fighters and gain insight onto the path of enlightenment. They had to be brave as it was a great challenge to their courage. However, those who studied political affairs didn't require these skills, they were not hot-blooded and often liked to work in the shadows. For those studying political affairs, the military students who engaged in battles in the prisoner arena were simply stupid brutes. Risking their life for a few purity stones was a stupid thing to do. They were probably all from poor and insignificant families. The political students enjoyed coming to the prisoner arena to watch battles, especially when military students were involved. The political students became really excited each time they saw a military student get devoured by a ferocious beast or get killed by a cultivation slave. You are Lin Feng, right? The reason why you came here is because you want to become stronger now that you have challenged Hamo, correct? Said a young man in yellow clothes sitting next to Bai Zai, and then added, you cannot get killed by a ferocious beast before your fight against Hamo. We are all too impatient and excited to see you make a fool of yourself. Lin Feng glanced at Bai Zai. These people obviously knew who Lin Feng was because of Bai Zai. However, Lin Feng didn't know any of them. Therefore, Lin Feng glanced at the young man in yellow clothes and then turned around and looked at the cage. With such people, the best reaction was to ignore them and continue as if they didn't exist. Wealthy and noble cultivators were arrogant and thought they were set high above others. When they said something, people would always listen to them, or at least they wouldn't ignore them. The fact that Lin Feng ignored him made the young man in yellow clothes furious. He was stupefied. The smile that he had on his face slowly turned into an evil expression. He then said coldly and loud enough so that everybody could hear him, "Are you deaf? Can you not hear what I'm telling you?" But as before, Lin Feng ignored him. I asked you a question. Lin Feng just continued to ignore him. The young man in yellow clothes was flying into a rage from shame as it had now attracted people's attention. Cold chi was being released from his body. How noisy! Said Wen Ao Shui while scratching his head. He then turned around and shouted at the young man, do you realize that you're just like a noisy barking dog? The young man in yellow was stunned. His heart was violently pounding in his chest. Usually, he was the one who insulted other people by calling them a dog, not the other way around. Or do you bark like this because you are actually the son of a dog? Added Wen Ao Shui, sounding extremely firm. He dared to challenge Hamo. Do you think that you are stronger than Hamo? What do you intend to do? Asked the young man in yellow clothes with an evil expression in his eyes. He was intensely staring at Wen Ao Shui with murderous intentions and said, a dog? Do you know who you are provoking now? Wen Ao Shui remained silent and turned around without looking at the young man. He then comfortably sat down on his chair and said in a cold tone, don't think that because your family name is you, you can act arrogantly to whomever you wish. Even if your family is you, you are still a dog, and trying to make a show of your strength here would just be pathetic and ridiculous. Wen Ao Shui was calm when saying these words. The young man in yellow clothes was stupefied. How did Wen Ao Shui know his family name was Yu? Besides, he knew that his name was Yu and still didn't hesitate to humiliate him in public. When Lu Fei heard that his family name was Yu, she turned around and looked at him. Then, she immediately looked at Wen Ao Shui again. The Yu clan was extremely powerful within the imperial city and was worshipped by many people. Even though Wen Ao Shui knew his name, he still didn't care. It seemed like Wen Ao Shui was not easy to deal with. You, thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng had already heard that family name, and not only once, but in the Shuiyu country the strongest clans and sects were the Imperial clan, then the Yu clan, the Wanshou sect, the Haiyu sect, the Yunhai sect, the Ice and Snow Mountain village and the Luoxia sect. These 8 groups of people were influential across the entire country and were known to be extremely strong. Since the Yunhai sect had been destroyed, there were only 7 left, amongst which 4 powers of influence were in the imperial city. Impressively, the young man in yellow clothes was probably a member of the Yu clan. But at that moment, the sound of roaring ferocious beasts woke Lin Feng up from his thoughts. Then, an old man entered in the cage. Ferocious beast, lizard. The crowd was very excited. The lizard had extremely strong defense but was also as agile as a tiger. It was extremely strong. I don't know who will dare to enter the cage now, but in any case, it will be another spectacular battle, thought the crowd. The crowd was wondering how many people that lizard had already killed before that battle. It was probably a huge amount. Those who own this place constantly have to fill it with slaves and ferocious beasts. Are they not losing money when they get killed? Besides, they also have to give purity stones to the winners, asked Lin Feng, who was perplexed at the idea of the prisoner arena. Surprisingly, the owners of the prisoner arena always had slaves and beasts to put inside. If some of them died every day, was their project economically viable? When these slaves and ferocious beasts arrive, they are not necessarily very strong. Even if they get killed, it is not such a big deal. They rely on the experience that the slaves and beasts gain with each battle. Ferocious beasts become stronger and long for more blood with each battle. The slaves also become strong and stronger as they fight to the death. Because they grow stronger with experience, they become more expensive. Then, the owners take them out and sell them for a high price. This is precisely their goal. We come here to become stronger and increase our cultivation abilities, while the owners do the same. We use them to become stronger, but they also use us to make their beasts and slaves become stronger. Lin Feng was surprised. He was far from even considering something like that. These ferocious beasts and slaves, if they won a great deal of deadly battles, then they could become extremely powerful, which was beneficial to their owners. Besides, they also became more valuable as they became stronger. As far as purity stones are concerned, we already have to pay an entrance tax every time we want to come inside to fight or watch. Even though it's not expensive, think about the number of people who come here every day. Besides, those who sit in the first rows of the viewing platforms have to pay more. Imagine the amount of money they make every day from admission to the viewing platforms, explained Wen Ao Shui to Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. Lin Feng had just drawn conclusions too quickly. He had neglected the fact that everybody had to pay something when they came into the arena. At that moment, the old man announced, "Lizard, beast of the 4th Ling level. 28 victories." Everybody sighed in amazement when they heard the old man. That lizard was terrifying. It had already killed so many people. That means 20 purity stones of medium quality for someone at or above the 4th Ling Qi layer and 100 purity stones of medium quality for someone under the 4th Ling Qi layer, continued the old man. 20 purity stones of medium quality. That's so many, thought Lin Feng. 20 purity stones of medium quality was the equivalent of 2,000 purity stones of lower quality. That was enough to practice on the 4th floor of the cultivation tower for 2 years. 2 years in the cultivation tower, what a terrifying power one could gain from 2 years inside the tower. But putting one's life at stake to become rich is also terrifying, thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng had realized that the Yunhai sect was actually quite poor. The owner of the prisoner arena owned so many purity stones that it was frightening. 20 purity stones of medium quality were enough to buy a strong slave, a very good martial skill, or an agility technique. When Lin Feng realized that, he stood up without hesitation and said indifferently, "I will participate in the next battle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 141, June. I will participate in the next battle. Lin Feng's voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough for everybody to hear him. Everybody was surprised when looking at Lin Feng. He surprisingly wanted to fight against a 4th Ling level lizard. He was so young. Those who dared to enter in the cage all considered themselves as very strong cultivators. They were not stupidly playing with their life, but that lizard had already killed 28 people. It meant that it was very powerful and strengthened in battle. A cultivator of the 4th Ling Chi layer who wanted to fight the lizard was taking a huge risk. It would be very difficult to emerge victorious for an average cultivator of the 5th Ling Chi layer. Someone under the 4th Ling Chi layer would never be able to win against it. That is why the reward for them if they won was 100 purity stones of medium quality. Bai Zhe smiled when he saw that Lin Feng was standing up. It looked like another military student was going to die in the prisoner arena. What a pity. He's going to die before his battle against Hamo. It's terribly disappointing, said the young man in yellow clothes while laughing. Lin Feng was challenging a lizard, he was definitely going to die. Born as a beggar, he will also die as a beggar. For a few purity stones, he dares to risk his life. Not only will he lose his life but he will also lose the few purity stones that he has. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the young man in yellow clothes in a playful way. The prisoner arena can lend a stage to 2 cultivators who wish to battle to the death. Could it be that you want to have a try against me? Said Lin Feng in a loud voice which echoed throughout the arena. The young man was speaking so loud that a great number of people could hear him, so Lin Feng spoke so loud that everyone in the viewing platform could hear him. The young man was stupefied and was speechless. Are you fighting or not? You keep talking bullshit yet do not have the spine to take action. A piece of trash with a big mouth can also be a coward, what a surprise, said Lin Feng fiercely. The young man in yellow clothes was furious. The sensation that everybody was looking at him with mocking glares made him even more furious. He was evilly staring at Lin Feng. Poor guy, he's so pitiful, said Wen Ao Shui while laughing loudly. It was useless to keep talking to him as he had no backbone, so Lin Feng ignored him again and walked towards the border of the cage, moving close to the old man. The old man opened the door of the cage and let Lin Feng enter. Lin Feng went in and suddenly felt oppressed. It was as if the chi of all the people and creatures in the cage that was oppressing him. The sensation was very uncomfortable. When the lizard saw Lin Feng come in, it roared loudly. Ling-level ferocious beasts were very smart. They knew who their enemies were. It knew that if it didn't kill Lin Feng, it would have to die. The expression within its eyes looked ice-cold. It was slowly and cautiously crawling towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the lizard move towards him. Lin Feng looked indifferent and calm. He didn't look agitated at all. But suddenly, the gigantic body of the lizard jumped up into the air and flew towards Lin Feng at full speed. It was 1,000 times faster than a moment before when it was crawling. 8 strikes of desolation. Lin Feng used both of his hands to unleash his strikes. Lin Feng had mastered this skill to perfection. With one strike, he could kill a normal cultivator of the 4th Ling Chi layer. Surprisingly, the lizard didn't avoid Lin Feng's attack. It opened its claws and blocked Lin Feng's attack. It managed to weaken the power of Lin Feng's attack. Of course, 8 strikes of desolation was an extremely powerful attack and it was impossible for that lizard to completely disintegrate its power. A few strikes still managed to pass through and crash into its body, which made it fly backwards. It roared extremely loudly as if it had been angered. However, what surprised Lin Feng is that it wasn't injured at all. As expected, it has a very strong defense. No wonder it has managed to kill 28 cultivators already, thought Lin Feng. It emitted a loud bestial roar. Its eyes grew colder and colder. It was an incredibly horrifying sight to behold. Suddenly, it dashed towards Lin Feng again. Lin Feng didn't use his 8 strikes of desolation. Instead, he released an extremely strong sword chi which created whirlwinds in the air. It seemed like the body of the lizard was being oppressed by the power of the chi. RAAWWWWRRRR, the sharp sword chi made the lizard roar extremely loudly. Its sharp claws were moving towards Lin Feng with deadly precision. If Lin Feng came into contact with these claws, then he would be cut into pieces. At that moment, Lin Feng jumped straight towards the lizard. He had moved into the range of the lizard's strikes. He also slightly raised his hand into the air. What is he doing? He's using his hand to block the claws of the lizard? He's crazy. He's going to die. People in the crowd were making various comments. Most of them were stupefied. Many people got lacerated into pieces by the claws of the lizard after the first attack. Its claws were even sharper than most swords. Lin Feng's hands finally reached the lizard's claws and suddenly, a radiant white light filled the entire cage. The crowd was astonished. Lin Feng didn't seem to have been injured, but the lizard was screaming and howling in agony. How's that possible? How could his hand be sharper than the lizard's claws? The crowd was astonished. They all looked puzzled. Lin Feng continued moving nearer and nearer to the lizard. Surprisingly, he wanted a close combat battle against the lizard. They were both moving as fast as lightning. Cray-a-hack. Suddenly a trail of brown blood splashed into the air. There was a huge wound on the lizard's body. What a terrifying attack, and he did that with only his hand. He concentrated sword chi into his hand and it became even sharper than a sword, said a cultivator in the crowd. The crowd was astonished. That young man was really a monstrous genius. What many cultivators of the fourth Ling Chi layer had tried in vain before, Lin Feng had done it so easily with his bare hands. When they saw that, Bai Zhe and the young man in yellow clothes were both astonished and furious. They hadn't thought that Lin Feng was so strong. Obviously, he hid his strength on the entrance day. Bai Zhe felt ridiculous and laughable. He realized how strong Lin Feng was. On that day, he had called him a beggar each time he opened his mouth. At that moment, he realized that Lin Feng was a much stronger cultivator than him. He would never be able to defeat Lin Feng no matter how many resources his family provided him. Lin Feng didn't know what all these people were thinking at that moment though. He just wanted to achieve his victory over the lizard. At that moment, he could concentrate all sword energy into his hand. It wasn't as terrifying as his sword attacks, but it was still extremely strong. Each time Lin Feng's hand touched the lizard, blood was sent splashing around the arena. After a short time, the lizard had already lost a great deal of blood. It gave a horrible shriek. "I'll stop playing with you now," thought Lin Feng. He went even closer to the lizard. Immediately, a gigantic sword chi emerged from his hand and with a single strike he beheaded the lizard and put it out of its misery. The entire crowd was astonished. "Wow!" sighed the crowd in amazement and thought, "How strong! He just used his hand as a sword." "You win. Here are 20 purity stones of medium quality," said the old man entering the cage while handing Lin Feng the purity stones. Lin Feng impolitely took the stones and left the cage without sparing a glance at the old man. Lin Feng glanced to the side where the cultivation slaves were fighting. This time, another cultivation slave had been killed. The two sides were separated by an iron gate. If it was opened, the slaves and the beasts would be together in a single area. When Lin Feng came out from inside of the cage, he felt much better as inside it was a very oppressing atmosphere. Lin Feng moved back towards his seat, glanced at the young man in yellow clothes with a mocking look and then sat down. On both sides of the cage, two old men were bringing in a new ferocious beast and a new slave. The slave's hair was so messy that his facial features were almost invisible. He had handcuffs on his hands and chains at his feet which made a loud metallic noise after each step he took. Suddenly, the slave raised his head and his face became visible. There was a word on his face, June. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 142, Insane Fury. The word covered his entire face, which made it difficult to see his real facial features. His entire appearance made him look extremely savage and hideous. Besides, his two dark eyes made him look even more cruel. His expression was enough to make anyone shiver. "How cold," said the crowd. They were all shivering. Cultivation slaves were fighting every day all day. They were extremely strong and battle-hardened warriors. Therefore, each time a cultivation slave came from the prisoner arena, there would always be fights between those who wanted to buy the slave. Lin Feng frowned. What a cruel method. He didn't know where these slaves came from, but marking their face was going too far. It completely violated their human rights and made them nothing more but animals. They would never be able to live in the real world, they were doomed to living in that hell forever. That slave is of the third Ling Chi layer. He has already won 16 battles. If somebody wins against him, he can receive 20 purity stones if he's above the third Ling Chi layer, 100 if he's of the third Ling Chi layer or lower, said the old man leading him into the cage. The whole crowd was stupefied. He had won 12 battles less than the lizard but had won against all his challengers. He was incredibly terrifying of an opponent. Bai Zhe, third Ling Chi layer, he is the same level as you, said the young man in yellow clothes. Bai Zhe was surprised. He immediately nodded and said, I'm going. All right, said the young man in yellow clothes while smiling. Bai Zhe walked towards the edge of the cage near the old man who was inside. Bai Zhe nodded to him. The old man looked at Bai Zhe and frowned. He then said, This slave is extremely strong, are you sure that you want to go into the cage? I'm sure, said Bai Zhe while nodding without hesitation. The old man thus let Bai Zhe enter the cage. Humph, groaned when Ao Shui from on the bleachers to show his discontent. Lin Feng was also surprised. Surprisingly, they had warned Bai Zhe that it was a dangerous battle. When he wanted to fight against the lizard, the old man hadn't said anything even though the lizard was extremely strong. "Lin Feng, that slave is out of luck," said Wen Ao Shui. Lin Feng looked at him in a strange way and asked, "That's weird because I know how strong Bai Zhe is and he doesn't have exceptional strength, nothing special. I even get the feeling that he could lose this battle before it even begins. Bai Zhe could never lose." "Do you know who is in charge of the prisoner arena?" asked Wen Ao Shui. Lin Feng was surprised and looking at Wen Ao Shui with big eyes. "The Bai clan is in charge of the prisoner arena. Everything here is controlled by his clan," said Wen Ao Shui indifferently. Lin Feng was stunned. No wonder that the old man was warning Bai Zhe, because it was his clan that run the arena. What if Bai Zhe loses? They only look at the process, not at the result, said Wen Ao Shui mysteriously, who seemed to understand what was going on in the background. At that moment, Bai Zhe was facing the slave within the fighting stage of the cage. A strong and sharp chi emerged within the atmosphere. Bai Zhe shivered when he saw the bestial expression in the slave's eyes. "Die!" shouted the cultivation slave. He then immediately threw himself at Bai Zhe. Everybody who entered the cage wanted to kill him. If he did not kill the people who entered the cage, then they would try to kill him. The chains that he was wearing suddenly emitted a whistling sound in the air. The slave was jumping towards Bai Zhe looking like a deadly spear. "Hurricane spirit," whispered Lin Feng when saw that a hurricane spirit had appeared behind Bai Zhe's body. Bai Zhe was extremely arrogant and thought that he was a true genius, but Lin Feng had required only one finger to defeat him. He hadn't even had the time to release his spirit. He had been humiliated to the extreme. But Bai Zhe was only 18. In any other place, he would be considered as a genius. In the Yunhai sect, it would have been no exception. However, in the imperial city, there were many young cultivators who were much stronger than him. Genius was a very relative word in that context. The slave didn't even look at Bai Zhe. His chains were still lacerating the atmosphere and diffusing whistling sounds as they cut the very air itself. How ferocious! Thought Bai Zhe, who started shaking and retreating a few steps backwards. At that moment, a vine illusion had started twining around Bai Zhe's body. The slave was still flying towards Bai Zhe like a spear rushing through the air. There was absolutely no superfluous movement made by the slave, he was going directly for the kill. Bai Zhe was in a fatal position. Bai Zhe's pupils shrank. He struggled to move his hands and suddenly a strong chi flowed from his body which looked like a hurricane and moved towards the slave's chains at full speed. Suddenly, Bai Zhe was almost suffocating because the slave had put even more strength into his vine illusion which was twining around Bai Zhe's body. The slave, with the aid of his vine spirit, had managed to control his flight through the air and his trajectory looked like a perfect arch within the air. He was moving straight towards Bai Zhe. How strong! The crowd was amazed at the sight. The slave was extremely strong. Every single move he made was perfect. He was fast, agile and experienced in battle. Lin Feng frowned. He remembered that he had already seen that kind of spirit. Han Man's friend, Pejun, had a vine spirit too. Pejun and Jun the slave. Lin Feng looked surprised. He was staring at that slave as if he had understood something terrifying. Was it a coincidence? How could they have the same name and use the same spirit? Boom! While Bai Zhe was doing his best to avoid the attack, the slave finally reached him and sent him flying backwards. However, he was not injured. The slave was stupefied. He had carried out a very strong attack but hadn't managed to kill his opponent. How could he have not died from that attack? Stop! At that moment, a loud voice emerged in the atmosphere. The slave was surprised, stopped moving, and stared at the old man. "This battle ends here," said the old man indifferently. The crowd was stupefied. End of the battle? Only death could make a battle end, those were the rules. How could it just end during this fight? It looks like the old man and the current challenger have a relationship, thought the crowd, especially when they remembered that the old man had warned Bai Zhe. That was the only possibility. "We're not done yet, how could the battle end here?" asked the slave with a husky voice. He was fixedly staring at the old man. The old man's expression suddenly became evil. A slave dared refute his words? "Since you want to die, I will help you achieve your aim," said the old man with an evil smile on his face. "Release the beast." When the old man finished talking, on the other side of the arena, a middle-aged man appeared. The crowd was surprised by the fact of what he was riding as a beast-like monster. It had 4 legs and chains around its neck. June, this is the fiercest of beasts, and while you are in its presence you would do best to act docile. Today, you will fight against it. If you win, you will live. If you lose, you will die," said the old man evilly. June was fixedly staring at him. Surprisingly, he wanted him to fight against it. That old man was an animal. When the beast heard these words, it raised its head and bestially looked at the old man. When looking at the situation, Feng, who was sat on the viewing platform, started to release an extremely strong and cold qi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 143, Brothers. That strong freezing qi seemed like it was coming from the depth of the earth itself. When Ao Shui, who was sitting next to Feng, was extremely surprised. A strange expression appeared on his face and he looked at Feng. "How cold," said Ao Shui while looking at Feng with his beautiful woman-like eyes. Why was Feng's body releasing so much cold qi? But not only Ao Shui was surprised, but the others as well. Lu Fei, Jingyun, Duanfeng and Yuanshan were all staring at Feng. They could all feel the cold qi that he was releasing on their skin. The moment the qi had reached them, they were freezing cold. Only Jingyun glanced at Feng for a second and then looked at the monster again. She looked at the legs of the beast. Its legs were tied with chains, but it seemed like its forelegs were actually hands, human hands. Similarly to cultivation slaves, it had a mark on its face. Han was written across its face. Jingyun got the feeling of déjà vu. She started to look closely at the beast and saw that it looked almost human. "Han man," said Jingyun. She couldn't believe her eyes. She didn't believe what she was seeing. That beast couldn't be Han man. But in view of the cold qi coming from Feng's body, Jingyun thought that she must have been right with her assumption. That couldn't possibly be anybody else. An expression full of hatred and wrath suddenly appeared on Jingyun's face. That band of animals was suddenly treating Han man that way. "Ha!" said Ao Shui when he heard Jingyun. He was surprised to see Jingyun's facial expression. "You and Feng know that person?" asked Ao Shui to Jingyun. Jingyun looked sure of herself and nodded. "Yes, we do. He is our good friend." When the others heard Jingyun, they were stupefied. No wonder Feng had become so furious to the extent that some cold qi was released from his body. So that man that was made into a beast was actually Feng's friend. Ha ha. Not only do they complain about the state of the world and show compassion for trash, but they also make friends with slaves. They are true to their names as beggars. Friends with slaves. Ha ha. The political students were making fun of Feng and the others. They had heard what Jingyun had said. Ha ha, their friend is treated as a beast and there is even a person riding him. Ha ha, said the young man in yellow clothes. Feng slowly turned around and looked at him. Suddenly, the young man in yellow clothes turned deathly pale. He looked terrified. He looked so cold, so heartless, thought the young man in yellow. Feng's eyes were expressionless and lifeless. Filthy beggar, said the young man in yellow clothes while gnashing his teeth. He had been momentarily scared of Feng because of the expression in his eyes. How was that possible? Boom! Feng crushed his seat into tiny pieces with a punch. The seats on the viewing platform were all made from solid stone. Feng had crushed it with a single strike. He then started walking towards the young man in yellow. Boom! Feng crushed another seat. The heart of the young man in yellow clothes started pounding. At that moment, Feng arrived in front of him. Feng grabbed the young man's throat. His movement had been as fast as lightning, so that the young man hadn't even had the time to dodge. Feng then lifted the young man's body into the air with one hand. The young man in yellow clothes could hardly breathe from the power of Feng's grip. Boom! Without hesitation, Feng smashed the young man's body into the stone chair that he was sitting on. The noise from his body colliding with the stone was terrifying. Then, Feng pressed the young man's head onto the ground and then trampled over his face. The young man was suffocating from the pressure of Feng's foot on his face. This had happened in the blink of an eye. Everybody was astonished. All these political students were watching the scene speechless. They were astonished by Feng's actions. When they felt Feng's cold qi, they didn't dare to attack him. If you say one more word, I will crush you under my foot like a bug, said Feng in a low voice, fixedly staring at the young man in yellow clothes under his foot. His voice was extremely cold. At that moment, the young man in yellow clothes was bleeding so much that he was half conscious and didn't really realize what was going on. His head was spinning and he was just staring blankly into the distance. A supposed beggar has trampled all over your face. Now everybody will make fun of you just like you made fun of the slaves. The difference is that the slaves are worth much more than you," said Lin Feng coldly. He then removed his foot and ignored the young man in yellow clothes. He started walking towards the cage. With every step he took closer to the cage, the cold chi emerging from his body was getting colder and colder. Everybody was staring at Lin Feng, wondering what he was doing and why such a freezing cold chi was being released from his body. Those near Lin Feng were particularly stupefied. That young man was incredibly terrifying. What was wrong with him? Those in the cage could feel that the atmosphere was getting colder and colder. The old man was astonished when he felt the cold chi being released by Lin Feng, who was slowly walking towards the cage. Bai Zhe was also stunned, especially since he had also seen the scene a moment before with the young man in yellow. Lin Feng was definitely crazy, and it wasn't a good idea to provoke insane people. Bai Zhe's heart was pounding at full speed in his chest. When Pajun saw Lin Feng and how ferocious he looked, his heart also started pounding. Lin Feng. It was Lin Feng. He had thought he would never see people he knew again. As far as Han Man was concerned, when he saw Lin Feng, he blinked a few times as if he was seeing things. The bestial expression in his eyes disappeared and was replaced with a sorrowful expression. He had been forced to live like a ferocious beast, he was forced into life and death battle constantly and could have died at any time. He had never thought he would see Lin Feng again. Han Man hated Duan Tianlang, that animal. And he hated everybody at the prisoner arena. When all the events happened in the Yun Hai sect, Han Man and Pajun had survived. But if Han Man had known that he would become a slave and be forced to live the way he would have preferred to die back on that day. Many survivors had been taken as prisoners and then sold as slaves. That's how Han Man had been sold to the prisoner arena. During his time in the prisoner arena, Han Man had become lifeless. He was humiliated from morning to evening and beaten like a dog. He had even been forced to act as a ferocious wild beast. In the prisoner camp, he didn't stop killing his friends from the morning till the night. He had been taught that if he didn't kill, he would die; if he killed, he wouldn't die. He had become much stronger and had a savage ferocity. Han Man had resisted, and because he had tried to resist, he had been forced to live as a beast. At that moment, when he saw Lin Feng, Han Man's expression gradually changed. His eyes and face gradually turned red, tears slowly started flowing down from his eyes. "Lin Feng, my brother," said Han Man as he hung his head in shame. He was ashamed to be in this situation where he was rode like a beast, and Lin Feng was, once again, rushing into a powerful foe to save him. Han Man knew what kind of person Lin Feng was. He had gone to the precipice of the abyss to save him, he had gone into the life and death arena to save him, and once again he was moving into danger to save him. No matter whom he was facing, Lin Feng would never let his friends down, even if the opponent was incredibly strong. There is no one that he would not challenge for the sake of his friends. His life was worth nothing if he abandoned his friends. And at that moment, Lin Feng was risking his life again for his friends. "Brother, you have suffered hardships." Lin Feng's dark and cold expression suddenly changed and was replaced with a warm smile. Han Man raised his head again when he heard Lin Feng. Tears were unceasingly flowing down his cheeks. There are some friends who will come to save you no matter how dark the situation becomes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 144, Killing Shadow. "Brother?" The old man was surprised when he heard the conversation between them. An evil expression appeared on his face. Lin Feng surprisingly knew that slave and was a good friend of his. The old man looked at Lin Feng, who was slowly moving towards them. He then walked towards Lin Feng to prevent him from walking further and said, "It doesn't matter if you were friends before. Now, he is marked. He is doomed to be a slave for the rest of his life. If I put a mark on your face, will you become a slave too?" said Lin Feng extremely coldly. The old man smiled and said, "You want to die, right? If I die, it will mean that someone killed me after your death," said Lin Feng coldly. Suddenly, the chi emerging from his body grew even colder and started moving towards the old man. "You are overestimating yourself," said the old man while smiling. Suddenly, his body pierced through the air looking like a hurricane and moved towards Lin Feng. Sword unsheathing. Lin Feng used his sword unsheathing skill. He had mastered it to perfection. He was extremely quick and agile, since a single strike needed to be enough to kill an opponent. But the old man ignored Lin Feng's attack and managed to avoid it while moving closer to him. He then thrust his fist and punched Lin Feng in the chest. Arg! Blood sprayed from Lin Feng's mouth as he was propelled backwards. 7th Chi Layer. The crowd was stupefied. The old man was incredibly strong. He had broken through to the 7th Qi layer, and compared to Lin Feng the difference was too big. Lin Feng wouldn't be able to withstand another attack. But Lin Feng raised his head again. He started moving towards the old man again. He looked as cold and determined as ever. The entire atmosphere around the cage was filled with a freezing cold qi. You're very talented. You could have had a brilliant future, but because you're courting death, I have no other option but to help you find it, said the old man when he saw that Lin Feng continued to approach. He then laughed coldly and said, You have only broken through to the 4th Ling Qi layer, you could never touch me, not even once, and killing me? Only in your dreams. No need to kill him. Put a mark on him. Make him a slave. Wouldn't it be much better that way? Said Bai Zhe. The old man was surprised by those words but then smiled and said, Young master, you are extremely clever. Of course, that would be a much better solution. He's much stronger than that Han beast. It would probably be a great spectacle to see him fighting as a slave. Let's do it, said Bai Zhe while evilly staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng had acted recklessly, there was no choice. Lin Feng didn't even give him a glance though. He kept walking. Each and every step he took was filled with determination and coldness. Arrgh! Han Man roared just like an animal. His body was shaking, but the middle-aged man was holding him down with chains. Han Man couldn't move freely. The old man hit Lin Feng again. Blood splashed once again from his mouth. Lin Feng's body was projected away and struck against the wall of the cage so hard that it made the cage vibrate. Just like the old man had said, Lin Feng was strong but had only broken through to the 4th Ling Qi layer. He could never compete with someone of the 7th Ling Qi layer. When Lu Fei and the others saw Lin Feng's body get blown away, they all stood up and walked towards the cage. Wait, said Wen Ao Shui, preventing them from moving further. Get out of the way, said Lu Fei. Wen Ao Shui only had a wry smile on his face. Lin Feng cannot win this fight. If you go there, you will only die with him. Get out of the way, said Lu Fei, coldly ignoring what he had just said. I'm going, said Wen Ao Shui while shaking his head. His body suddenly transformed into an illusion and flew towards the cage. When he arrived at the edge of the cage, he didn't enter it. He had the feeling that Lin Feng wouldn't be so easy to kill. Wen Ao Shui was terribly touched by Lin Feng's actions. That guy would risk his life for his friends. Pei Jun was touched as well. The mark on his face was moving along with his facial muscles. Such a person should be respected by everyone. Lin Feng's eyes became pitch black. He was slowly walking forwards. In his heart, there was no emotion at all, only darkness. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. His deadly sword fluttered in the air. A grayish-black fog rose around his sword and started rushing into the atmosphere. Is it the best you can do? Said the old man while laughing. He joined his hands together and released a hurricane-like wind. A deadly qi unceasingly flowed out from his body. Lin Feng's sword was shaking with intensity. At that moment, Lin Feng threw his sword through the air towards the old man. It pierced through atmosphere at full speed and lacerated everything which came into contact with it. What's the point? Said the old man fearlessly. When Lin Feng's sword arrived in front of the old man, it abruptly stopped. Goodbye! Yelled the old man, causing Lin Feng's long sword fly away into the distance. At that moment, Lin Feng had landed in front of the old man and thrust his hand forward with the sharpness and precision of a sword. Die! Said the old man with a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. He disintegrated Lin Feng's sword qi and punched Lin Feng again. Thick dark blood gushed out from Lin Feng's mouth. Lin Feng, however, had caught the old man's hand using both his hands. He surprisingly hadn't been pushed back. Everybody was stupefied. What is he doing? Lin Feng was probably going to die because of this. That action was a big mistake. It seemed like there was a large wound on Lin Feng's chest where the old man unceasingly punched. There was a huge blood stain. The scene was terrifying. But Lin Feng didn't release the old man's hand. He was firmly and tightly holding it between his two hands. Everybody was staring at Lin Feng. How fierce! These were probably his last moments and he still didn't release the old man's hand. Had he renounced his will to live? Some of Lin Feng's blood even splashed on Han Man. His heart was pounding and he was breathing heavily. Dust rose under Han Man's body. Suddenly, the ground started shaking. The expression in his eyes was progressively changing. His red eyes slowly turned yellowish-brown and looked like that of a bloodthirsty wild beast. They were filled with intense wrath. Roar! A bestial roar came from Han Man's mouth. It seemed like the ground was going to cave in. The ground was shaking so much that it seemed like it could cave it at any time. More and more yellow dust was rising into the air. A thick layer of sand was covering Han Man's body. The middle-aged man who was on Han Man's back wondered what was happening. His heart started beating faster and faster. What's going on? When the middle-aged man saw all the dust flying around him, he was astonished. Suddenly, the chains on Han Man's body broke into 1,000 tiny pieces. When the old man and Lin Feng, who were fighting, saw that, they were stupefied too. Ha! The old man was surprised. He didn't understand what was happening. His pupils shrank. Celestial spirit. Suddenly, a dazzling light as bright as the sun burst from Lin Feng's expressionless and pitch-black eyes. Since Lin Feng's celestial spirit had awoken, he had not taken advantage of the abilities that his spirit provided him. This was the first time. The old man slightly closed his eyes. He wanted to move back, but Lin Feng was still tightly holding his hand. Suddenly, the old man jumped up in the air, taking Lin Feng along with him. Die! Said Lin Feng in a low voice. He could see everything clearly thanks to his celestial spirit. Every movement of the old man was very clear in Lin Feng's mind. At the same time, Lin Feng's body turned into a shadow. A dazzling light appeared and suddenly, a long trail of blood sprayed into the air. That shadow! The crowd was stupefied by what they had seen. Lin Feng had become almost invisible with his shadow. Just because you're extremely strong, it doesn't mean that I can't kill you, said a cold yet calm voice. The old man was holding his throat as blood was gushing through his fingers. He was falling slowly to the ground. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 145, Blood Vessels. The old man's body collapsed. He was lying dead on the ground with a shocked expression still on his face. At that moment, the entire atmosphere became calm again. Lin Feng, who had only broken through to the 4th Ling Qi layer, had killed the old man who had broken through to the 7th Ling Qi layer. In that world, 1 Ling Qi layer was already a huge difference in battle. A cultivator who could defeat people with higher Qi layers than his own was a real genius. The whole crowd had the impression that they were in a dream. It had looked like it was the end for Lin Feng, but the final result was strangely the exact opposite of what everyone was thinking. The crowd was stunned. Lin Feng had been determined until the end and shocked the entire crowd. Quick, ruthless, agile, skillful, and determined, the crowd admired Lin Feng as a cultivator. His strategy had been amazing. He had planned everything that happened from the beginning. At the start of the fight, he was not even using a fraction of his true speed. He wanted to hide how fast he really was, and then at the end, he had carried out an extremely quick and lethal attack. Lin Feng coughed loudly. Blood revealed itself with each cough. There was also a large amount of blood flowing out from the wound on his chest. He took out a jar of pills from his pocket. Lin Feng took 2 pills out and quickly swallowed them. Suddenly, he started feeling more and more relaxed. This guy is insane, said Wen Ao Shui while looking at Lin Feng. He had a smile on his face. Lin Feng was hard to understand. What he had done seemed like a miracle. He had surprisingly managed to kill the old man. 7th Qi layer, thought Wen Ao Shui. Besides, where did that other sword come from? Lin Feng had gotten rid of his long sword during the battle and nobody had noticed that he still had another sword. He had used that sword to slit the old man's throat. Lin Feng, brother, said Han Man. At that moment, one of his pupils was a deep red and the other one was brown. It was extremely strange to see. One eye looked like it had been bathed in blood and the other looked like the depth of the earth. Don't worry. I don't die so easily, said Lin Feng, whose cold expression turned into a warm and friendly smile when looking at Han Man. Han Man roared again while looking at the sky. The ground started shaking. Yellow sand started flying around Han Man's body. Suddenly, his entire body transformed into a sandstorm. What's going on? Asked some people in the crowd. That was so strange. A moment ago, the crowd hadn't really paid attention to him because they were too fascinated by the fight between Lin Feng and the old man, but they had noticed that something abnormal was happening to him. They were all speechless. The sand flying around Han Man's body was getting thicker and thicker. As the sand grew denser, the light grew more dazzling and bright. At that moment, there was so much sand flying around Han Man that it had created a huge dome of sand. Han Man was surrounded by a gigantic sand sphere. Lin Feng frowned. He didn't understand what was happening to Han Man. Crack! A large crack appeared in the gigantic sphere surrounding Han Man's body. It was as large as a lotus flower. Han Man's body could be seen once again. Everybody's eyes shrank. They were all stupefied and looked incredibly perplexed. Han Man's hair was very long and its color was pitch black, but at this moment, his hair had turned yellow like sand. The sight of him made people in the crowd start to shiver. Han Man looked incredibly majestic at that moment, like an ancient god. The only thing which hadn't changed was the slave mark he had on his face. Han Man opened his eyes. It seemed like there was a storm growing inside his eyes. Wow! From head to foot, Han Man was filled with explosive force and power. Han Man turned around and looked at the middle-aged man with a vicious gaze. The middle-aged man was scared by Han Man's strange bestial look. Die! Shouted Han Man. He started walking slowly, but his steps were extremely heavy on the ground. He stopped in place and threw a punch towards the middle-aged man. Yellow sand was glowing all around his fist. The middle-aged man was surprised by the attack. He didn't have time to dodge the attack, so he raised his fist and a strong power emerged. Boom! When their two fists collided, a huge cloud of sand rose up in the air, but suddenly, a huge quantity of sand moved towards the middle-aged man at full speed and buried his body in a solid tomb of sand. Air. Han Man sounded furious. He punched the sand in which the middle-aged man was buried with such power that it cracked open. The body of the middle-aged man was crushed and his body had exploded at the point of impact. However, there was no blood to be seen, only sand surrounded the body. What? The whole crowd was gasping with astonishment. They were staring at Han Man. His attack was incredibly violent. Not only had he trapped the middle-aged man and buried him alive, but he then also stuck with such power that part of his body exploded. The crowd didn't have the slightest impression that Han Man was any weaker than Lin Feng. His blood vessels have awoken. Whispered Wen Ao Shui, blankly staring at Han Man through the cage. That's right. Han Man's blood vessels had awoken. Only when the blood circulation had reached a perfect rhythm, the blood vessels could awaken and grant the blood a special power. If someone's blood vessels awoke, their offspring would also be granted the same power. When blood vessels awoke, it provided cultivators with an amazing strength which was previously hidden. However, usually the cultivators who had awoken their blood vessels would have a blood spirit. What Han Man had achieved was a miracle to the extent that Wen Ao Shui had never even heard that it was possible. However, there was no possible doubt, Han Man's vessels had awoken. There was no other possible explanation for the strange transformation that had happened to his body. Lin Feng was also dumbstruck. How strong? At that moment, Han Man had the strength of the 5th Ling Qi layer, which meant he was even stronger than Lin Feng, who was only at the 4th Ling Qi layer. At that moment, many people moved towards the cage. Lin Feng was surprised. Lin Feng, brother, that little brat should make his grave here, said Han Man while glancing at Bai Zai. He wanted to make Lin Feng a slave a moment before. Bai Zai had nowhere to run. Han Man started walking towards Bai Zai and raised his fist into the air. Lin Feng slowly turned around and looked at Bai Zai. At that moment, Bai Zai's face turned deathly pale and he started retreating backwards. You said that you wanted to make me a slave, right? Said Lin Feng while walking towards Bai Zai. When Bai Zai heard Lin Feng, he started shaking with terror and shook his head. Come save me, shouted Bai Zai. How could it end like this? This place belonged to his clan. If he wanted something, then he could get it, but at that moment, the situation was critical for him and he had no way to escape. At that moment, many people were moving towards the cage in an attempt to help Bai Zai. They were all stopping close to Wen Ao Shui, who was blocking the entrance of the cage. Wen Ao Shui was just leaning against the entrance of cage. He had a cynical smile on his face. When Bai Zai saw that he wasn't moving, he shouted, Wen Ao Shui. You dare! Wen Ao Shui was provoking the young master of the Bai clan. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 146, Marking. What are you guys doing? Shouted Bai Zai furiously when he saw that people had stopped at the entrance of the cage. Wen Ao Shui glanced at Bai Zai. Wen Ao Shui found it pathetic that Bai Zai was in such a situation because of his own stupidity. Bai Zai thought that he was a genius who had all the power in the world, and because of that he had put himself in that dangerous situation. If I'm here, nobody will enter the cage, said Wen Ao Shui in a cold tone while sounding very confident. Lin Feng was surprised. He hadn't thought that Wen Ao Shui would act so cruel. It seemed like that young man, who was as beautiful as a woman, was actually not easy to predict. Bai Zhe was staring at Lin Feng and saw that he wasn't hurrying to kill him. Lin Feng raised his sword and slowly started walking towards Bai Zhe. "What are you going to do to me?" said Bai Zhe, who could barely breathe as fear was starting to consume his consciousness. His voice was very low. "Don't worry. I will not kill you," said Lin Feng indifferently. Bai Zhe was surprised. Immediately after, a smile appeared on the corner of Lin Feng's mouth, who said, "Your clan likes to put markings on people's faces and make them become slaves for the rest of their lives. I will also put a marking on your face. We will see if you ever dare to insult and humiliate slaves again." "Put a marking on his face? Like a slave? Haven't you heard what I said? Come in and help me," shouted Bai Zhe furiously as he was getting more and more impatient. Some people moved to enter the cage, then suddenly, Wen Ao Shui jumped over in front of them and said, "3 more steps and I will unsheath my sword." "If I am forced to unsheath my sword, there will be blood," said Wen Ao Shui calmly. Everybody stopped moving towards the cage. Nobody dared to take another step forward. Evil must be annihilated. A gigantic amount of sword qi was released from Lin Feng's body. Bai Zhe was incredibly frightened. He was not going to be saved by anyone as they were all outside, afraid to move another step. "If you let me off, I can offer you a fortune of purity stones. I can even offer you some high-class martial skills and agility techniques." "Offer?" Lin Feng laughed. Wealthy people were really used to getting their own way with their money and influence. They thought that everyone was beneath them and could be bought with a few purity stones. "If I let you off, you will give me some purity stones, high-class martial skills and agility techniques?" said Lin Feng coldly before adding, "Do you think that I'm stupid?" After what had happened today, the Bai clan would never forget Lin Feng. They would never let him off so easily. If Lin Feng didn't act, then he would never be able to avenge Han Man and his other friends from the Yunhai sect who had been transformed into fighting slaves and whose faces had been violated with a marking in the prisoner arena. Lin Feng and the Bai clan were enemies. He had to kill them or they would kill him. There would be no peace between them as long as he lived. Lin Feng thought this way because he was now the patriarch of the Yunhai sect. Bai Zhe made a hideous and evil expression when he heard Lin Feng's words. "If you dare to touch me, the Bai clan will never let you off and they will hunt you until you are dead." "As expected, you're a moron," said Lin Feng, who couldn't bear listening to Bai Zhe talk. At that moment, Bai Zhe let out a horrible shriek. A marking had appeared on Bai Zhe's face. Bai Zhe covered his face with his hand and blood was unceasingly flowing through his fingers. Lin Feng looked incredibly cold and ruthless. He was completely emotionless. He didn't feel the slightest bit of compassion or pity after seeing Bai Zhe in such a pitiful state. With people like him, this was the most efficient means to solve the problem. Only violence would be understood. Lin Feng used his sword to carve a slave marking into Bai Zhe's face, but it was quickly covered by blood. With another slash of his sword, he removed one of Bai Zhe's fingers. Bai Zhe was shaking with fear and pain, then suddenly, he collapsed. What a cruel yet determined young man, thought many people in the crowd. They remained silent and were fixedly staring at the people in the cage of the prisoner arena. On that day, the crowd had seen a magnificent show. They had seen spectacular fights and something they never expected. Lin Feng looked as calm and emotionless as before. He was still holding his sword in his hand. He turned around and said in a low voice, "Let's go." Han Man and Pajun walked along with Lin Feng. When Ao Shui started walking back as well. At that moment, all of those who had come near the cage to help Bai Zhe quickly rushed forwards to help him. "Those who dare to provoke me, die," said Wen Ao Shui in an extremely cold voice. Lin Feng was walking behind him and blood was still dripping from his sword. Lin Feng's sword had frightened everyone. Han Man was walking behind them. Each of his steps made the ground vibrate. Everybody already understood how strong he was. These people knew that if they didn't block them from leaving, they would not lose their life meaninglessly. A short moment later, the crowd could only see the backs of Lin Feng and his friends. When they had seen Lin Feng go down into the cage, they didn't know what he intended to do. They also hadn't thought that he would kill the old man who was at the 7th Ling Chi layer. "Piece of trash. You're just a piece of trash." A furious voice spread through the atmosphere of the prisoner arena after Lin Feng and his friends had left. It was the young man in yellow clothes who was furious. On that day, he had been humiliated by Lin Feng. How could this happen? His family name was Yu. They had never been humiliated. Who within their right mind would dare to humiliate the Yu clan? When the Bai clan members saw the young man in yellow clothes stand up, they were surprised. If someone dares talk about what happened today, I will kill him," said the young man in yellow clothes to those sitting next to him. They were surprised, but they obediently listened and nodded with agreement. Inside of their hearts, they were insulting him though. He had provoked Lin Feng, he had made Bai Zhe pay the price for it, and on top of that, he was asking them not to tell this to anyone. He was just scared that he would lose face and make the entire Yu clan lose face. "Lin Feng, if you don't die, I'll never regain my prestige." A moment ago, he hadn't dared talk in the presence of Lin Feng because he had been scared that Lin Feng would also punish him. Lin Feng was too frightening. He had seen how Lin Feng had carved a marking onto Bai Zhe. How horrible. Lin Feng had been truly ruthless when he was at the prisoner arena. Lin Feng was in his room lying on the bed. Suddenly, he had the feeling that a hand was almost touching his forehead. Lin Feng shook his head, stretched and slowly opened his eyes. A beautiful silhouette was standing in front of him. At that moment, Meng Qing was looking emotionless. She looked at Lin Feng and said calmly, "You woke up." Lin Feng's body was sore and felt rigid from head to toe after fighting with the old man, but his vital organs were still functioning properly. "You stayed here all the time to look after me?" asked Lin Feng to Meng Qing. Meng Qing shook her head and said, "No, only once in a while." "Really?" asked Lin Feng, not convinced. "Of course, why?" replied Meng Qing. Lin Feng was surprised and then laughed. The door suddenly opened with a loud rumble. Lu Fei entered the room. Meng Qing stood up and said, "He woke up, you can go and talk to him, but..." When she finished talking, Meng Qing immediately left. Lu Fei had a strange expression and looked perplexed. Meng Qing hadn't left Lin Feng alone for even 1 second when he was sleeping. Why did she hastily leave when he woke up? "All right," said Lu Fei while nodding, even though she didn't really understand. She walked towards Lin Feng's bed and angrily looked at him, which surprised Lin Feng. He had just woken up. Why would Lu Fei already be angry with him? What did he do? "Why do you act so recklessly? Do you never think about the consequences?" asked Lu Fei. She was obviously angry because of what had happened at the prisoner arena. Lin Feng smiled wryly and thought, consequences? When he saw that his friends of the Yunhai sect had become slaves and had been marked like animals after the destruction of the sect, how could he not act? "For a beautiful and delicate face like yours, I will also act recklessly and ignore the consequences," said Lin Feng jokingly while laughing. When Lin Feng had finished talking, Lu Fei's heart started racing in her chest and her face completely turned red. It was both beautiful and delicate. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 147, The Visitors. Outside of the academy, a certain number of people were walking towards its main gate. Their leader was wearing blue clothes and magnificent mask. He was a middle-aged man and a cold chi emerged from his body. Amongst the people who were following him there were some Bai clan members who had witnessed all the events at the prisoner arena. Amongst the people of the Bai clan was one certain young man. He was wearing a splendid golden mask. His hand was wrapped in bandages. The expression in his eyes looked like a demon coming straight from the underworld. His eyes under his golden mask looked unimaginably evil. At that moment, 2 silhouettes jumped in front of them and blocked them the way. They then shouted, "Except for the students and the staff members of the Celestial Academy, nobody can enter the territory of the Celestial Academy." The middle-aged man in blue clothes took a few steps forward, his hair was fluttering in the wind. "Get lost," said the man in blue clothes. He then made a single movement and the 2 people who were obstructing the way were blown away in the blink of an eye. People who saw the scene were gasping with astonishment. Xianqi Layer. Surprisingly, a cultivator of the Xianqi Layer had come to the academy. The group of people entered the academy. The 2 guards stood up and started walking. That middle-aged man of the Xianqi Layer was surely here with ill intentions. The man in blue clothes and the large group of Bai clan members who were following him arrived in front of one of the palaces. This was the palace where the military students lived. "Stop!" Suddenly a large group of people moved in front of the group of people. The middle-aged man in blue clothes frowned and said, "Get the hell out of my way. Who the hell do you think you are? Do you not know the rules of the academy?" coldly said one of the men blocking the way. The man in blue clothes glanced at him and said, "Please bring out someone who knows how to speak." "What do you want? Why did you come to my academy?" coldly said a man in black robes at that moment. He was slowly walking towards the man in blue clothes. "I want you to hand over some people to us," said the man in blue clothes indifferently. "Hand over some people?" said the man in black robes with a cold smile on his face, and then added, "Not only did you break the rules of my academy, but you also dare come and ask me to hand over some of my students?" The man in blue clothes smiled coldly. He raised his hand, and at that moment, the palm of his hand started emitting a radiant light. When the man in black robes saw the light within the middle-aged man's palm, his expression drastically changed. "You say that outsiders cannot come into the territory of the Celestial Academy, but then I would like to ask you something. How can you allow your members to visit my prisoner arena and then allow them to kill some of my staff members while kidnapping 2 of my slaves? Can you explain this to me?" said the man in blue clothes. His voice sounded extremely strict, and it was clear how powerful he was from his tone. Force was constantly emerging from his body. "If you don't hand over those who caused the trouble as well as my 2 slaves, I will get very angry." The man in black robes looked terribly annoyed when he heard what the man had said. He was a teacher at the academy, which was an extremely high status, but he knew that he couldn't keep the man in blue clothes under control. Those who were with him would also be hard to defeat. "Who caused the trouble?" asked the man wearing the black robes. "Some of your military students, Lin Feng, Wen Ao Shui." "Wen Ao Shui?" The man in black robes was stupefied. The man in blue clothes added, "The one mainly responsible for the whole thing is Lin Feng, though. You don't need to hand over Wen Ao Shui, but Lin Feng and my 2 slaves, you must hand them over to me this instant," said the man in blue clothes in an extremely powerful voice while showing lenience towards Wen Ao Shui. The middle-aged man in blue clothes had a very high status, and he knew that he couldn't insist on punishing Wen Ao Shui. The academy would never hand him over. "Go inside, tell Lin Feng and the 2 slaves to come out here," said the man in black robes to 2 other people who were standing at his side. The man in blue clothes seemed satisfied. The one who was standing behind him wearing a golden mask had an incredibly evil light flash through his eyes. Lin Feng was meditating in his room, and suddenly, the door emitted a loud noise which made him open his eyes. "Lin Feng, come out!" shouted a voice. Lin Feng was surprised. That person was so rude. The academy had rules. Nobody was able to enter in the living quarters of a student without his permission. But at that moment, somebody opened his door and told him to come out. Not only was that a violation of the rules, but it was also a humiliation. Lin Feng stood up and stretched. He felt better, but he hadn't entirely recovered from his injuries. Lin Feng looked at the guy who had called him. He was also a student of the academy. "So, you are Lin Feng?" said the one who had come inside with an indifferent tone. "What's wrong?" asked Lin Feng while frowning. "What a moron. He thinks that he can act recklessly because he is Wen Ao Shui's friend. He first provoked Mo and then went to the prisoner arena and caused trouble," thought the students. The first time when Lin Feng had provoked Mo, when Ao Shui was with him, he had then caused trouble at the prisoner arena with Wen Ao Shui, so they thought that Lin Feng acted this way only because he thought that Wen Ao Shui could indefinitely protect him. They thought that he was like a dog using his master's power to cause trouble. "Now, bring the 2 slaves you kidnapped from the prisoner arena. Some people have come to see you," said the student. When he finished talking, he turned around and started leaving. Wait, said Lin Feng. The student immediately stopped and asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Feng coldly said, "Didn't you forget something?" The student replied, "Forgot what?" He then shrugged and said, "No, I haven't forgot anything." "You did," said Lin Feng firmly. The student seemed angry and said, "Are you playing around with me? I don't have time to joke. You rushed into my room and behaved in a rude way. You could at least make an apology," said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. "Apologize?" said the student, who smiled as if he found the situation funny. He then ignored Lin Feng, turned around and started leaving. At that moment, a freezing cold chi crashed into his body and oppressed him. He was surprised and stopped moving. He turned around and saw Lin Feng, who was slowly walking towards him. Lin Feng's body was releasing a piercingly cold chi. "What are you doing?" said the student with a shocked expression. "You're only this strong and act with such disrespect. I don't like that impolite behavior," said Lin Feng while continuing to walk forward. The chi released from his body was getting more and more intense. The student was stupefied and was getting more frightened. He couldn't compete with Lin Feng in terms of strength. "I came in the name of the teacher. Just come with me," said the student. "Of course I will come with you, but you violated the rules of the academy and acted rude to me while inside my home. If that's how you plan to convince me to come with you, then you have failed. Do you think disrespecting me will make me obediently come with you? Wouldn't all the others laugh at me for allowing you to act as you please in my home? When saying these words, an even colder chi was released from Lin Feng's body. Everything around him had started freezing. The student was frightened. He only saw Lin Feng raise his fist and saw a ball of frost appearing around it. He then punched towards the student. "Oh!" shouted the student. He immediately raised his fist and punched towards Lin Feng. The chi of his attack emitted a rumbling noise in the air as it crashed through the atmosphere. When his fist and Lin Feng's fist collided, the student suddenly felt an acute pain within his hand. "Get out now," said Lin Feng while kicking him with incredible force. At that moment, the student was sent tumbling outside and his body was covered by a layer of ice. "Piece of trash of the third Ling Chi layer, acting so arrogant when in my living quarters," shouted Lin Feng. He then said, "Wait for me patiently outside. If you enter my living quarters again, then I'll cripple your cultivation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 148, The Furious Teacher. The student remained motionless. At that moment, he felt extremely ashamed, especially the people who were passing outside Lin Feng's living quarters at the time had seen him being humiliated. He had thought that he could behave rudely because the teacher had sent him, but in the end he was humiliated and forced to wait outside. Lin Feng already knew that the student had come because of the issue at the prisoner arena. Lin Feng knew that sooner or later, the people from the prisoner arena would come to look for him. Lin Feng went back into his room and put on his Chang Pao, and then he moved towards the door. The noise of a door being opened spread to Lin Feng's ears. "Wait, wait," said a cold and indifferent voice. It was Meng Cheng who had opened the door. "What's wrong?" said Lin Feng while turning around. Meng Cheng had already put on her fine veil which was covering her face. She was slowly walking towards him. "I should always be with you when you go outside," said Meng Cheng, which made Lin Feng smile wryly, but he had a warmth fill his heart. "All right," said Lin Feng while nodding. She was worried about his safety, but she would never say it. They both left the living quarters and closed the door behind them. The student looked at Lin Feng and Meng Cheng and said, "What about the two slaves?" "Bring us outside," said Lin Feng with such a strict tone that the student didn't dare say anything back. On the way, everybody was pointing at the student while laughing, which made him feel more and more ashamed. At that moment, there was a multitude of people who had gathered outside of the palace. The middle-aged man in blue clothes was standing before a group of people while looking majestic. He came. Lin Feng came. At that moment, the crowd saw Lin Feng slowly come out from inside the palace. Next to Lin Feng was a gorgeous young girl. Even though she looked graceful, delicate and innocent, a strange chi was emerging from her beautiful body. However, two people were missing. The two slaves weren't there at all. The teacher in black robes looked at the student he had sent to look for Lin Feng and asked him, "What's going on?" The student scratched his head and didn't dare to reply. "Piece of trash. Not capable of doing a simple thing," said the teacher in black robes. He then looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Did you cause trouble at the prisoner arena and then kidnap two slaves and bring them into the academy?" "I did cause trouble at the prisoner arena, but I didn't kidnap two slaves, I only brought back my two friends," said Lin Feng while looking at the teacher in black robes. Only because he had said the word slave, Lin Feng felt disgusted. "Slaves are slaves. And they are your friends? How am I supposed to allow slaves to enter into the academy?" said the teacher in black clothes coldly, not caring about Lin Feng's face. "Well then, teacher, I would like to ask you about what makes a person a slave. What does it mean to be a slave?" "A slave is someone who had been marked as someone's property. Because they are marked, they are forever a slave," replied the teacher. "Well then, teacher, I have another question for you. There is a slave in front of you now, how come you have let him into the academy?" said Lin Feng coldly. "Ha!" The crowd was surprised. Lin Feng was really audacious to talk that way to the teacher. The teacher in black robes was perplexed and asked Lin Feng, "Where do you see a slave?" Lin Feng smiled and pointed at the golden masked person standing behind the man in blue clothes. He then said, "Make him take off his mask and you will find a slave." The golden masked young man was Bai Zhe. How could Lin Feng not recognize him? "I see that this is how the Celestial Academy works, people are not respected and students are not taught discipline," said the man in blue clothes. The teacher in black robe suddenly had an ice-cold expression on his face. How could Lin Feng make him lose face? "I told you to bring out the two slaves, did you not hear me?" said the teacher in black robes while fixedly staring at Lin Feng. A strong chi was emerging from his body. He looked extremely strict. Lin Feng was surprised and then smiled. Having such teachers is a disgrace for the Celestial Academy. These people come and cause trouble, yet the only people you blame are your own students. You make all the members of the academy lose face. If you dare to try and punish me, it will affect the reputation of our academy, and it will mean that you are nothing more than the Bai clan's little dog," said Lin Feng coldly. PSSSSHHHH, a strong chi emerged from the teacher in black robes. The entire atmosphere was filled with a deadly chi. How could Lin Feng dare to humiliate him in front of so many people? Did he want to die? "Do you want to die?" furiously shouted the teacher. "Die? I don't want to die this young," replied Lin Feng coldly. He immediately took out a card from his pocket. Everybody was surprised. "I don't have to respect the rules of the Celestial Academy because on the registration day when I came here, I already met a teacher who was a real bastard, but when I met the vice principal, he was nice enough to invite me to enjoy all the benefits of the academy without any obligations. He also said that I could bring anyone to the academy. On that day, I wouldn't have thought that I would meet such a crappy teacher so soon. It is rare to find someone who would act like the little lapdog for outsiders. You are a great humiliation for the Celestial Academy and all of its members," said Lin Feng coldly. The whole crowd was stupefied. The vice principal himself had invited Lin Feng to join the academy without having any obligations. No wonder he brought people in without any restrictions. The teacher in black robes was astonished. That card was really a privilege card delivered by the vice principal himself. "He just humiliated me, how can I regain my face now? Nobody will ever respect me again," thought the teacher in black robes. The expression in his eyes was incredibly sharp. "It is the first time that I have heard that someone can obtain a privilege card without being a student at the academy," said teacher. He then shouted, "How audacious, Lin Feng! You dared steal that card from the vice principal. Today, I will deliver your punishment on behalf of the vice principal." "Steal?" Lin Feng was astonished. He even saw that the crowd was nodding, showing that they believed him. Lin Feng was speechless. "Are you a moron? Do you know how strong the vice principal is? How could I even steal that card from him?" Lin Feng was sneering at the teacher. The teacher seemed determined to harass Lin Feng in any way possible. "You're good at manipulating people, but it will not work with me. If you think that you get away that easily, then keep dreaming," said the teacher strictly. Strong force and chi was emerging from his body and he rushed straight towards Lin Feng. He had moved rapidly because he couldn't let Lin Feng continue to speak. It was unbearable for him and every sentence was making him lose face. Lin Feng was in grave danger. He had made the teacher furious from disrespecting him. At that moment, Lin Feng looked indifferent. Behind him, a graceful silhouette immediately moved in front of him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 149, Flowing Blood. When the crowd saw Meng Qing, they were all stunned. The teacher in black robes laughed. More chi was released from his body. A resplendent, bright and dazzling light flashed around his body. "Stop!" shouted a voice in the distance. Everybody stopped moving. That voice deeply penetrated into people's hearts to the extent that it made their souls shake. The teacher in black robes had also stopped moving. He turned around and saw a silhouette come towards them. Vice Principal. The vice principal had personally come, how surprising. "Vice Principal Long," said the teacher in black robes respectfully, he was no longer acting rudely. "Get back!" shouted the vice principal towards the teacher. The teacher in black robes looked incredibly embarrassed and the whole crowd was stunned. In view of the vice principal's behavior towards the teacher, Lin Feng must have really been personally invited by the vice principal. "Yes, vice principal," said the teacher in black robes while stepping backwards. He looked extremely embarrassed at his situation. Vice Principal Long turned around and looked at Lin Feng. He warmly smiled and said, "I will solve this problem myself. You can go back now." "Go back?" The crowd was dumbstruck. Against all expectations, the vice principal really did care about Lin Feng. Lin Feng had caused a problem and the vice principal went to solve them himself. Everybody was convinced, at that moment, that the man in blue clothes wouldn't dare to touch Lin Feng. The man in blue clothes frowned. His heart was pounding. He was wondering what Lin Feng's background really was for the vice principal to attach so much importance to him. The vice principal was humiliating everybody to protect Lin Feng. Even though the man in blue clothes didn't have a status as high as that of the vice principal, had the vice principal not thought of all the people who were accompanying him? Nobody understood why the vice principal was acting this way towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was also unsure of why he was receiving such treatment. He didn't understand why the vice principal was always so kind to him. He didn't know anyone who belonged to the imperial clan or any other prestigious clans. He was lost. Although in the future he would eventually come to understand why the vice principal was helping him. "Vice principal, I want to say something but I don't know if I should," said Lin Feng while shaking his head. "Tell me," said the vice principal. "In the academy, there are some great people but there are also horrible people who drag the rest of us down with them. Those people don't deserve to be teachers," said Lin Feng indifferently. His words were sharp and poignant. He was looking at the teacher in black robes while talking. "Vice principal, I will assume the responsibility for what I have done at the prisoner arena. I don't need anyone to help me," said Lin Feng and continued, "If anyone dares to offend me again in the future then I will not hesitate to take actions myself." That guy. How aggressive. But now it's understandable why he dares talk to the teacher that way. What a big mouth. The crowd was making various comments about Lin Feng's behavior. Even the vice principal was surprised. Lin Feng was acting very strangely. Lin Feng didn't know what all these people thought. He turned around and said to the man in blue clothes, "You want me, right?" "Indeed," said the man in blue clothes while nodding. "Since you want me and I am standing right here, what are you waiting for?" said Lin Feng in an indifferent tone. The crowd was wondering what Lin Feng meant. The man in blue clothes saw that Lin Feng was extremely confident. He had an evil smile on his face. Lin Feng could have left just like the vice principal had told him, but he didn't and instead chose to confront the people who came. The man in blue clothes would not have had the power to do anything if Lin Feng had listened to the vice principal and left. By staying here and challenging them, he definitely wanted to die. "Take him," said the man in blue clothes. At that moment, two people rushed out of the group and started moving towards Lin Feng while releasing a heavy chi. When he saw these two people approaching him, Lin Feng didn't move. He still looked calm and serene. Then, Meng Cheng, who was standing in front of Lin Feng, suddenly released an extremely cold chi which moved straight towards these two people. They had the feeling that their spinal cord had frozen in place. Meng Cheng raised her hand and released a terrifying cold force. Their hands immediately froze solid. Very quickly, the ice started to spread all over their body and all of a sudden, they were completely frozen in ice and absolutely unable to move. "How strong," said the crowd stupefied. No wonder that girl had dared obstruct the way to Lin Feng. She was extremely powerful. Xian Qi layer. The pupils of Vice Principal Long and the man in blue clothes shrank. Lin Feng had never talked about his friends, and an extremely beautiful girl who didn't look very strong was actually this amazing. What she had done a moment before was only possible for someone of the Xian Qi layer. The teacher in the black robes was dumbstruck. What if he had been successful in attacking Lin Feng a moment before? No wonder Lin Feng was so aggressive. Someone of the Xian Qi layer was there to protect him at all times. How scary. The crowd was trying to understand the situation. The vice principal probably liked Lin Feng for two reasons, because he was strong and because he had a high status. It was not a secret that Lin Feng was extremely talented and powerful, otherwise how could he have such beautiful female friends? From the day I spent at the prisoner arena, I swore to myself that if I ever saw a member of the Bai clan again then they would die, said Lin Feng with an extremely cold tone. The Bai clan members were astonished. Meng Cheng, however, had understood what Lin Feng meant. Her beautiful silhouette suddenly transformed into a white lotus flower and she threw herself towards the crowd. The sky above as well as the ground below all seemed to completely freeze. All the members of the Bai clan felt extreme cold. They were all covered with layers of ice. Meng Cheng slightly moved her hand and suddenly, every member of the Bai clan was pierced to the bone with the terrifying coldness. If these people had been at the Qi layer stage, that would have explained why they were so affected by Meng Cheng's attack, but even some people of the Ling Qi layer were feeling the cold pierce into them. How was that possible? At that moment, the man in blue clothes couldn't stand it anymore and felt like he had to get involved. A hurricane-like attack emerged from his body and moved straight towards Meng Cheng. Meng Cheng, looking calm, and just raised her hand which released ice that moved straight towards the blue-clothed man's attack. Boom, dot. An extreme coldness spread throughout the atmosphere. Suddenly, two huge blocks of ice which looked like huge diamonds shot from Meng Cheng's hand. At that moment, Lin Feng grabbed onto his sword and in an instant, he arrived in front of all the Bai clan members who were frozen in place. Deadly sword. Lin Feng's deadly sword started to flash through the atmosphere over and over again. Blood sprayed everywhere and the atmosphere had become incredibly bloody. He had already killed a large number of people with his sword. Just as Lin Feng had said, if he ever saw any Bai clan members then they would have to die. Everybody was stupefied by Lin Feng's strength. These people had come to capture Lin Feng and in the end, nothing was happening the way they had expected. Lin Feng was calm and unperturbed, as he was killing all the members of the Bai clan. With each stroke of his sword more blood was filling the atmosphere and another member of the Bai clan would fall dead onto the floor. Blood was endlessly flowing from Lin Feng's sword. This is what happened when Lin Feng was angered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 150, Ice Reigns Over the World. At that moment, the man in blue clothes and Meng Qing were in a direct confrontation. The crowd was astonished to see that Meng Qing was much stronger than him. Even though Meng Qing's style looked very simple, each time her graceful and agile body moved, she would unleash an extremely powerful attack. Her chi was so cold that it could directly freeze the man in blue. Even though he had a hurricane spirit and was extremely quick, he couldn't avoid Meng Qing's attacks and was forced to fight with her directly. What a strong girl! Who is she? Why is she with Lin Feng? The crowd was amazed. That beautiful girl was remarkably strong. The man in blue clothes didn't look so majestic anymore. He had a hideous and evil expression on his face. He was furious. Hurricane Blade! Shouted the man in blue clothes. His entire body transformed into a hurricane that was actually like a sharp blade lacerating the air as it rushed towards Meng Qing. An incredibly strong and thick chi was emerging from the hurricane. What a powerful martial skill! Thought the crowd. They were not near him but could still feel the chi within his hurricane attack. The large blade-like hurricane was rushing towards Lin Feng and Meng Qing at full speed. Humph, groaned Meng Qing. This was the first time she had made any noise. Her expression was ice-cold. Her body started to release an incredibly cold chi. Heart of ice, freezing both heaven and earth. Ice reigns over the world, said Meng Qing while slowly walking towards the man in blue. Her body looked lithe and graceful. A layer of ice appeared around her body and a sharp cold invaded the entire atmosphere. Everything started to instantly freeze around Meng Qing. The hurricane blade attack froze completely in mid-air. The body of the man in blue clothes was progressively freezing inside the hurricane. He was frozen into a huge block of ice. Every single thing within the atmosphere was frozen solid when suddenly, the block of ice started emitting small cracking noises. Krrrrrrrr. PSSH. Suddenly, the man in blue clothes who was trapped inside the huge block of ice transformed into a hurricane, then smashed through the ice and flew into the distance at full speed. He was looking back at Meng Qing with a hideously evil expression in his eyes. His face was covered completely with frost. Meng Qing's attack had been much too powerful. He would have died if he had stayed inside that block of ice for much longer. The man in blue clothes would have never thought that such a beautiful young girl could also be so terrifyingly powerful. How frightening! But Meng Qing ignored him and immediately moved her hand again. This time, she carried out an attack on the Bai clan members. The atmosphere around them started to grow colder and colder. Only Lin Feng didn't feel cold at all while stood amongst the group of Bai clan members. Deadly sword. Lin Feng took another step and a black fog emerged from his sword. Lin Feng once again started killing the members of the Bai clan. At that moment, red blood and white frost started to mix together in the atmosphere. The middle-aged man in blue clothes was enraged when he saw Lin Feng killing the members of the Bai clan so mercilessly, but because of Meng Qing's strength, he didn't dare to move closer to them. She was a really terrifying existence. Lin Feng's sword didn't stop glowing in the middle of that bloodbath as he continued to cut down Bai clan members one after the other. Very quickly, all the members of the Bai clan were lying dead on the ground. Only one person was remaining within the group. He was wearing a golden mask and he was shaking from head to toe. This person was obviously Bai Zhe. Under his golden mask, his eyes didn't express anything like hatred or cruelty anymore. The only thing that was remaining inside his eyes was pure fear. All of the strong cultivators that joined him from the Bai clan were now lying dead at his feet in a pool of their own blood, and the man in blue clothes could do nothing but watch them get slaughtered one by one before his eyes. Lin Feng raised his long sword. Blood was dripping endlessly from the tip of his sword as he slowly walked towards Bai Zhe. At that moment, Bai Zhe fell down onto his knees. His legs were shaking too much from fear. He hated Lin Feng from the bottom of his heart. He knew that he was about to die. "Last time, I didn't kill you, haven't I already shown you enough mercy?" said Lin Feng indifferently. Lin Feng's bloody sword was moving closer and closer to Bai Zhe, who was shaking his head as if he was trying to wake himself from this nightmare. He was hastily crawling backwards while looking at Lin Feng. Last time, you said that you would make me a slave. You have not stopped attempting to take my life and continue to provoke me to no end. Now that you are in front of me, why don't you try to kill me, like always? Continued Lin Feng. There are some paths on which you shouldn't walk. You have chosen the path to the afterlife, so I will help you achieve your aim. His sword glowed once again and Bai Zai's blood sprayed into the air. Bai Zai fell heavily onto the ground. He was no longer in the world of the living. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the middle-aged man in blue clothes who was still in the distance. He then said coldly, "If you do not have the courage to come over here, then get lost. There is no need to stay here and lose face. You will regret everything that you have done today," said the man in blue clothes with an evil glare. "No need to keep saying idle threats. You came here today to kill me, so I killed all of the people that came to take my life. Next time, you will come back with even more people to try to kill me, and then what? Even more people will be laying dead on the floor beneath my feet," said Lin Feng with an indifferent tone. He then continued, "If you wanted to keep your face, then you should have left earlier. You only made things worse by staying here. You have humiliated yourself. Everybody saw that you are incredibly foolish. Remember each of my words as I say them to you now. I will kill every single member of the Bai clan that stands before me without mercy. The Bai clan has no future. I will annihilate the entire Bai clan." Lin Feng's words stupefied the crowd. He was completely ruthless. He was planning to kill every Bai clan member until the total annihilation of the clan. Nobody had doubts when it came to what Lin Feng had just said. He had just proved it to everyone with his actions. There was a mass of bodies lying beneath his feet in a pool of blood which belonged to members of the Bai clan. Offending Lin Feng resulted in death. What a pity for those who offended him. "I will remember your words," said the middle-aged man in blue clothes while looking evil. He slowly turned around and started walking away. He suddenly transformed into a hurricane, turned around and threw himself towards Lin Feng at full speed. He was extremely quick. Lin Feng was surprised. He could already feel the man's chi on his body. Lin Feng tried to dodge, but he could not avoid being wounded. Blood was flowing down Lin Feng's face. "I will definitely kill you at some point," said the man in blue clothes, and then turned around and started leaving. The crowd didn't realize what was happening. "You want to die?" shouted a cold and furious voice. It seemed like time had stopped. It was Meng Qing. An extremely cold chi emerged from her body and she immediately disappeared from everybody's view. At that moment, the man in blue clothes who was leaving suddenly stopped. He looked terrified. An extremely cold chi had suddenly appeared next to him. He then moved again at full speed in an attempt to escape. The only thing left in his mind was to run away. Heart of ice. White eye shot from Meng Qing's body and moved straight towards the man in blue clothes. He suddenly had the feeling his internal organs were starting to freeze. Cough. Blood started to flow from his mouth, but it was frozen solid. His internal organs had taken a large amount of damage. He couldn't defeat her, so all he could do was escape. He just wanted to escape with his life. This girl was much too powerful. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.